just don't give a damn about human life. How old was he, Ems?
I'm gonna check 1 sec.
That is just. That's why I don't go nowhere without backup, nowhere to do this no more. Because of one incident, I almost got out of control.
It's fucking insane.
It's crazy.
38.
38.
Young.
They're willing to become that Satan for their God. Like Numbers 22, I swear, like it just makes me think of like them. Like they're willing to be that thing for their God.
Yeah.
How the angel of the Lord turned into a Satan against Balaam.
Yep.
That shit is insane. He was unalived on live yesterday while he was deconstructing Islam.
Yes.
So they broke into his house and unalived him while he was on live and while he had guests on stage. In Sweden.
That's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me for a while. The man didn't deserve that. He
That's
should
why I
have.
said life doesn't mean anything to these people. They are, oh, you should thank God for life. He gave you life. But a human, a fucking mortal, will make the decision in a minute to take that shit. The same human that tells you that you should be grateful to a deity for giving you the life will be the human that decides that would take the power away from that very same deity and fucking take it.
Yeah. All because they don't agree with what you're saying.
Like, imagine having a life, or being on a panel in a life, and then the person that's talking against the religion, a person breaks into their house and then shoots them, and then picks up the phone, and looks at the life, and then puts the phone down. That is insane.
That is insane. That's some crazy shit.
Well, we have to take these threats serious, you know?
Yep. Absolutely.
I don't.
Absolutely. That's why I say, like, when they say that they'll unalive their child for this God, you better pay attention to that shit. Because if they'll unalive their child for him.
This was the guy that picked up the phone after the shot.
Did they catch him?
I think he fled.
Like, why would you, for over a book, did he burn the Quran on live?
He burned it in public. It was like before TikTok. This was years ago.
He burned it years ago? And they've been holding a grudge all this time?
Yep. He burned it, I think, twice or 3 times. And then And then he said he's gonna stop burning it. But then, like 2 years later, he gets unalived.
He did it in front of a mosque too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's sad. That's crazy. What's up to the YouTubers out there? The live started off kind of sad today. Ems came in and shared with us that a young man who was deconstructing Islam, some people broke into his house and took his life on live in Sweden. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta do that. It's crazy. Lala, how are you?
I'm trying to get myself together so I can go in the other room. I can talk to y'all.
Okay.
But that's heavy.
Very
That's
heavy.
really
Very
heavy.
heavy. You gotta figure out how to lighten the mood right now.
Right.
That was very, very heavy. Welcome back, y'all. It is Thursday night, and we keep on. It's Thursday night. The week went by pretty quickly. I thank y'all for getting the shares up to 200. Don't forget to like slow it down a bit. We don't want the algorithm to think that we are using bots because it can hurt the live. So slow it down. It needs to be authentic. And then so we can go ahead and bring up the first guest. What's up, Easy? What's up, chatting, Kathy? So we go ahead and get started so we can get the mood light. And don't forget, y'all, the main thing. Oh, let me say this. I did figure out how to resubscribe. Okay, so while Joel Reads Bible is live tonight, I can go to his page and sign up through PayPal. So in the upper right corner, there is a subscribe button. You can hit that, and then you can set up different payment methods, and you don't have to use Apple or Google. So you can use PayPal or a prepaid card or something like that. And so if you have lost your subscription in here, then while we're live tonight, just go on your desktop and then click on. Don't type my name in. Like, go to the live section where it shows who's live. Click on my picture, and then it'll take you to a different live format, and you should be able to see the subscribe button there. Another way that you can manage your live subscriptions is in your privacy and settings. Go to privacy and settings, and then like purchase content. And you should be able to do it from there. Yeah, it has to be from a laptop or a desktop. You won't be able to resubscribe on your mobile phone because Apple and Google have turned off in-app purchases if you're in the US. So it has to be from your PC. And it also has to be while we are live. And so, but I did get resubscribed to Joel Reads Bible today and G Spot. And so when everybody else if I've lost my subscription to your live, when you go live, I will resubscribe because I'm all about supporting. So just know that I am coming back, and I'm getting my badge back.
Hey, y'all, please get these likes up to 20K. Don't forget the heart needs and team bracelets. That is definitely going to help her with the algorithm and stay on the FYP. Also, she has a gift goal of tiny dimies. So please gift her. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you so much. So how are you doing, Thinker?
I'm doing good. That news kind of threw me off. It looks like this person. You are real liars for clout. Like, this person is really bothered. And in light of the news that we got last night, this morning. Damn. right
Just now.
now. You see how fucked up the news is? Like, this person is probably like not safe. So I'm going to block you and just keep blocking you. I think the best thing for you, truth teller, right, is for you to stay away from lives like this, right? You obviously can't handle them, okay? Um, go on about your life. If you believe that your God is real, go live your life with your belief in your God and leave everybody else alone. There's no need for you to be in here, right? Like you're doing this to yourself, okay? Um, there's practice the self control that you believe your God and His Spirit gives you as a benefit of having it. Because you constantly coming in here, creating different accounts, right? Because you think that we're doing it for clout, right? It tells us that the issue is more so you than us. Because it is really easy for you to just hit block and go on about your life. That's not your only account. You are lying. We blocked your other account the other day. So I'm going to block you now and don't come back. I don't know if you can resume auto renewal. I had to set up a new payment account. So I don't know. Um, so yeah, but you should be able to do that.
Oh, and I'm glad I'm thinking about this now. I guess people see me on this live, and they've seen me also on Ria's live as well. I keep getting these messages asking me, why don't I go live? Why don't I go live? Okay, so I just want to clarify if there's anybody out there that sent those messages. This is my community. This is where I be. I'm never going to go live. So and I appreciate that you want me to, but I'm not going to go live. I found this community in its beginning stages, and
You
I
helped build this community, friend.
I enjoy it, and this is my home. So if they want to hear me talk, this is where they're going to hear me talk. Now, unless they catch me in the streets. So I mean, but I appreciate it though. I really do. So for all the ones that inbox me asking me to go live, go live, go live, I'm just explaining it, So this is where I am.
All right. No, so it's not back. Like the subscription model isn't back in the App Store. You have to do it from a PC only. And I wish that they would have like made PayPal an option from the very beginning. But hey, here we are. I did hear that they're moving forward with a deal. And they're making adjustments to it. And in the deal, like America gets 50% ownership. But they are making leeway with that. So we may be in the clear. So that is some news, right? Regarding TikTok. Yeah, they're moving forward in the deal, and they sent back some revisions and things, and so yeah, we may be in the clear. Gina, hi, how are you? What's up, Jess Cam? Gina?
Oh, there she.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Okay. I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you? Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? Are you
45.
okay? Are you a believer? Sorry, Chicago. Were you trying to come up? I was trying to add you to the stage. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Oh, I'm a believer,
Okay. And
but
which topic did you want to discuss?
I like that the God is an idea and created by man.
Okay, go ahead.
I do believe that to some extent, but and back in far as history you can go, there's always been in every culture some sort of higher being that people worshipped. Are you talking about the God as like in the Christian sense, God we talk of?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about right
Okay.
now. Or oh, M's left. Where did M's go? Yeah, right now we're talking about the God in the Christian Bible.
Okay. Well, I think that I don't know. That's a tough one. It's an idea.
So you are a Christian and you do believe in God, correct?
Yeah, I do, but I am also very open-minded and very like I do believe in Jesus was married. I do believe he had a family
And where did you get that information from?
from the lost books of the Book of Mary Magdalene.
Okay, so like the apocryphal books and the pseudepigraphal writings.
Well, the lost books that didn't make it in, and so in the actual Bible itself, if you kind of read it, it does imply, to a sense.
Where does it imply that?
I don't know. I can find it in the Bible. I've been looking for it all this past couple of hours because I was in a discussing this earlier with someone else. And I was trying to find it, but I did find something where it does state.
Like, so I have a question right quick, Gina. Can you come back? We can't hear you when you leave the app.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I have a question. So if you believe that Jesus got married to Mary Magdalene,
Yes.
and that he had kids, then that means that you can't believe that he actually died and rose, right? Like you don't believe the story that's in the Bible that he died on the cross and that he rose from the dead, because you believe that he didn't die, that he went on to get married and have children.
Before he was crucified, after he was already married to Mary Magdalene.
Oh, you believe that they were married during his ministry, during the 3 years, and had children during those 3 years?
Correct.
Okay. And how many children did he have?
I believe he had two. Aaron and or was it three? Oh, jeez, I can't remember their names. And
Yeah,
it
so
wasn't Aaron.
she was pregnant every year, and with no break.
Jesus, what do you mean? They was 33. They had. What are you talking about?
So when he met in the story, so when he met Mary Magdalene, she had a demon, and he, cast the demon out. Is that the point where they fell in love?
I don't know.
So she was brought to him she had a demon, right? And he cast the demon out of her. Like okay. I'm trying to figure out.
I don't remember that well. It's been a while since I read the Mary Magdalene Book of Mary Magdalene.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Okay. The reason why I ask this is because like there's like the apocryphal text and the pseudepigraphal writings is a good example for like why I say that God is an idea created by man, because a lot of these stories, right, were in the ancient times and in antiquity, people were writing stories to try to fill in the gaps for other stories, right, that had already been written. Mm-hmm. Let's take the book of Enoch. I'm sorry, Gina. It's really gonna throw me off if you like keep interrupting me.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I know, and I don't think you're doing it to be rude at all. It's just that it throws me off. I know some people have conversations like that, but I can't. And I'll try my best to not interrupt you when you're speaking. The only time that I will is if I need to like make sure that we stay on topic. Try to keep you from veering off topic, or if you're not answering a question that someone's asked. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So like, let's take the book of Enoch, for example, right? Can you mute for me?
So
it's okay. So the book of Enoch answers a lot of questions that Genesis, the book of Genesis, leaves holes and gaps in, right? And so a lot of people take the book of Enoch to be authoritative, and believe that these are things that Enoch would have written down. And the reality is that Enoch was written, if Enoch existed and he lived, he would have lived about 600 to 60 years after the biblical Adam and Eve lived, right? But the first book of Enoch was not written until around 300 BCE. So we're talking about a 3,000 year difference, right? From when the biblical Enoch would have actually lived and walked on the earth to the first time that anything was written down, right? Regarding Enoch's stories or, his teachings or whatever. And so, but a lot of people think that what's written in the book of Enoch it's true, but the writer was writing like fan fiction. And does that make sense? So they were trying to like fill in the gaps for what was missing in the stories, that like the stories in Genesis were not necessarily called Genesis at the time, but they were oral traditions that were being passed around, and then finally written down around 550 to 559 BCE. 559 to 550 BCE, and then they just started like writing their own narratives and filling in the gaps. And so because of this, like, we know that humans wrote these stories. Humans used their imaginations. Humans used what they believe to be a relationship that they have with what they're calling the divine, right? And so they were inspired by that, and they wrote from their own thoughts, their own desires, right? Their own imagination. And that's why I say that, that God is that's one of the reasons why I say that God is an idea created by man. And when the Bible says that, what's written in the Bible is inspired by God, I think that's literally what it means, right? Like if somebody were to write a poem, and the reason for you writing that poem is because of your husband, then, the author of the poem would say, this poem was inspired by my husband. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I say that God is an idea created by man.
Completely agreed, though.
Okay. Did you have anything else to add, or?
No. You said it quite well.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the night, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Bye. Chicago.
Yes. How are you doing? Hey, everybody.
I'm good. How are you?
Succulent Chinese meal.
Huh?
Love to eat. I was just coming up here just to show real quick. I know that everybody kind of know about it, so I don't know if you had any questions. But since you birthed all these new content creators and stuff like that, just to let you know, these your children.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
No. Some of them came from what you call it. Anyway, so on the 10th of February, this is what they're going to do. They're going to start paying people 40% and stuff like that. So if you are a content creator and you want to go on like maybe once a week, that may hurt you and stuff like that. People like Thinker, she should be okay with these new quote unquote like clock in rules. It's turning into a real job. I mean, it's always been a job for certain people, but if you are a content creator or you go online and you get paid out on certain things, you're not going to get your full 50%. What could have happened is you're only going to get your 53%. You only get 40 if you don't do none of these things. So if you don't go live at least twice a week, if you don't go live for at least 25 minutes for those twice a week, and if you don't get at least 5 additional people that adds up to your 40%. Like I said, I think you should be fine with all that. But
Well,
for all your up and coming
we've gotten
people.
really like slack with like sending the heart me's. Like we don't send a lot of heart me's during the live. Like since the ban took effect, I know like because of Apple and Google, the gifting has like gone down a good 60%. But y'all like the heart me's and the team bracelets. That's the main important thing. That I would say just to keep us in the algorithm. We dropped from like our daily ranking has dropped, and they can't be doing the daily ranking by likes because they be liking. I know their fingers be hurting like a motherfucker. But for some reason we're still in B4, so I don't know if it is the gifting that causes us to drop. I have no idea. I thought it was likes, but at least the heart means, y'all. I think like the team bracelet, the hearts, at least that I think is what has to keep us up in the ranking so that we stay in the algorithm.
Well, you're right about that. If you look at it, since you're B4, right? When you come on right after they do the quote unquote recharge or the reset. So when you get a lot of stuff, you front loaded in, but then they wait until later to either people start fighting against you or whatever like that. Like right now in daily rankings, you are for you to be at the next B whatever. Oh, I hate when this happen.
Yeah, I don't want to turn the whole thing into like because I want to make sure that we don't like do it because they like we don't care about this, but
right.
Yeah. If they're not content creators,
they can get coins if they just use either, I guess, Google or Safari. You don't even have to use your desktop. You can do it on your phone because I did it the other day to see if it worked.
Yeah. She's definitely right. Lala definitely right. Well, you can make it a part of your home screen or whatnot, and if you do, you can go to TikTok/rewards and recharge. You can make that the home screen on your phone, and you can do it through the PayPal stuff through old there. So you don't if you don't have a desktop, you can definitely do it from your phone. Just go to the Chrome. So
no, I'm talking about no. Tell them what they need to do. I'm talking about my analytics. Like I'm saying, they don't care about what I need to do for my analytics. You know what I'm saying? Like tell them what they need to do to support their creators. Like how to But you and I can schedule a meeting about what I need to do for my numbers. Does that make sense? Like I don't.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So if you like your creators that you enjoy, even if they're really small and stuff like that, make sure if you do see them, the small creators, all y'all need to do is just go live twice a week, at least 25 minutes. If there are creators that you do like, get a heart me, at least a heart me, a comment, and a share. Normally that kind of stuff adds in, but if you look here, that's the percentage. So definitely the heart me, do it. And then other than that, and that's it.
Yeah, Mary, that's what he's saying. Like to get coins, you have to go to your desktop. You have to go to TikTok.com / coins to buy the coins now, and you can buy it through PayPal or you can get the coins through like a prepaid card. You don't have to just do it through Apple or Google. So if you still want to support your favorite creators on here, because the coins are attached to the algorithm, and the coins are attached to the success of your favorite creator, right? And that's just how TikTok has done it. I know it sounds like people are begging for money, although when people are online and giving some type of value, they should be shown love for that. It's sad that people try to make that a taboo type thing, but that is how you show support. That's how you show TikTok that you like the content that the creator is putting out. If you don't do that, then that content creator is going to have a tough time growing on the platform. And like, because we deal with like having conversations, we need to be in the algorithm, and we need new people to see us, right? Not the same people, same conversations, right? And specifically because of what the purpose of the live is for. So that will help us out. Y'all are just as much of this movement as those of us that be on the stage. And if anything, y'all are even bigger, right? Even more. because the chat is what people come here for. So just know that we're all in this together, and that's how these are the steps of how we're going to be able to keep the community growing.
Yeah, Chicago. Oh,
Go ahead, Lala.
no, Chicago was just showing how you could do the coins either via Safari, your desktop, or whatever. And guess what? You save 25% going this way. So if you do it this way, you'll save even more than you would have doing it from the actual app. As you see, it's
Yeah.
right up there.
And then, like Lala said too, you can actually hit the little. There's a Chrome button. And if you're on Chrome or Safari, or you can make that a desktop, or not a desktop, a icon for your phone, and you can click and go directly to it all the time instead of typing TikTok/reward. But if you go right in here, it connects right to your PayPal, and that's a good thing. You always save. You'll save money that way.
And that's
All right.
crazy because they should have been told us that. Like, and we probably pay more through the app because what we've been paying is Apple's portion, like whatever they pay
Exactly.
Apple.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go to the website anyway. Fuck Apple.
Yeah.
You can do that.
What you say?
I
What you
said
say,
it a few
Unicorn?
times.
Huh? I
I
said
said,
fuck Apple. What app? This is fucked up. Like, and I know people say, well, of course you don't want to trust DT. I get that part, right? But there are other, like, the app is running. There are people providing services to the app. There are companies providing services to the app, and they're good. So like, I don't know, Apple, fuck Apple. Buy from the website. Going forward, I'm switching all of my subscriptions to the website. Apple's not getting half of that anymore. And like I said, I've already resubscribed to Joel Reed's Bible and G Spot, so I know that you can do it if they're live. You can only resubscribe to your favorite creators if they're live. So if you've lost your Nerd badge in here while we're live tonight, just go to, but you won't get your Nerd badge. That's the main important thing. Like the emotes and the Nerd badge, like sending me Cash App, y'all. I've had several people. It's like, can I just pay you? Like, you won't get your Nerd badge, and it doesn't make sense for me to get the money through Cash App, because the benefit is the Nerd badge and all of the emotes and things that come with it. So you have to subscribe through TikTok to get those benefits. Okay. But the way to do that is on TikTok.com while we're live. Don't go to my profile. Go to the live section, then click on my profile, and then it'll come up for you.
one
And that's how you
last
do that.
thing for me. Make sure you guys turn off automatic uploads on your iPhones. I'm not sure if it's the same thing with Android, because if it automatically uploads, you're not going to be able to use your TikTok.
Yeah, it's not gonna work right. So turn off automatic updates. It's not gonna work right.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Automatic updates.
Yeah, Apple has front loaded like they think they slick. But yeah, and then the last thing, we do have subs on YouTube. We have a lot of nerds on YouTube now. What's up to our nerd family on YouTube? You can sub same amount, like $5. I keep the subs pretty low, because it's just it's about community. But you can subscribe on YouTube if you want to. I have not uploaded the emotes to YouTube yet, but I do plan on doing that when I get time. But I do plan on doing that. All right, are we done with all the TikTok business? Are we done? Are we ready to get? Huh?
Are you done? Yeah. Are you done with me?
Oh no, I'm asking. Are you done handling business, Chicago? Are we good?
I think we're for the most part we should all get along. We all work together in the community. We all have foster to make and stuff like that. I think we should be good. There's a lot. Oh, last thing, the share button. You can now share the live in your stories. So you can besides just sharing it to people, you can actually hit the share button, and then there's a button that says add to story, and it will add it, and it will you while you're live, especially for you since you're live for so long. people ever click on that little story, they can actually see it and watch it for a little bit and then hop in through that way too. So that's the last thing.
All right. Well, thank you. I was trying my best to get to that line as prophet that was in the box and he left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Kylo, if you're still here, can you hop back in the box? Because I'm just wondering what made you come back. Like, if you're still here, come back. Let's see.
I have a question, and I don't know if Chicago's gone, but I did have a question. If I was to get a new phone, you know how you could, you know, through the deal, you can transfer your apps over to your next phone, like you used to be able to do.
It won't be there. It won't transfer TikTok. Like, you won't be able
So,
to access it because it's not in the app store.
wow. Well, I guess that just blows that out the water.
Yeah, the apps aren't in the app store, so there's no way to re-download the app.
Well, I guess I'll just keep it on my tablet and it won't be on my phone no more. Because I'm gonna get a new phone. I got an iPhone 12, and I'm kind of really tired of it now.
Yeah,
Or you can just use that iPhone 12 as,
for TikTok.
because, yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I could do that. I heard they was buying them though. Ooh, for
I
big
heard.
money. Man, they was all on there talking about they sold their phone for $3, $4, $5,000. I said, shoot, give me 500, you can have it.
There's literally one on eBay right now for $50K. That's fucking
Mm,
ridiculous.
yeah, it is.
Cause it has TikTok on it.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
50K.
Oh, I need to sell my phone. I got a tablet. I'm talking to y'all on my tablet. I can sell this phone. This phone can go.
I hear that.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous money.
Hold on. Why did you lie and say?
Hey,
Hold on, Massanis. Why did you lie and say nowhere in Bible is slavery condemned? What about Paul's letter? Paul, that Onesimus is now a beloved brother and not a bondservant. Okay, Tamara, if you would like to discuss that, it's hard for me to discuss that with you in chat. Actually, let me put up the Discord link if you want to call in. But the fact that you came in saying that I lied is fucking ridiculous. Okay. What I'm going to say is that maybe you see it as Paul's condemning slavery, and that you may not have gotten the whole context of what Paul is actually saying in that letter. But you and I can discuss that if you want to call in. I don't take kindly to motherfuckers saying that I lied about some shit, right? Like, I think the best thing to say is maybe you think that I don't understand what's going on, but you're more than welcome to call in and we can talk about it. Hey, Massanisa.
hey, sorry about that. I just got the tail end of that TikTok stuff because I still got it on my phone. How do you stop the updates
You would have to just go to settings and turn off automatic updates.
for everything or just TikTok?
For your whole phone.
Oh, snap. All right. I love y'all.
All right. Let me get this added to the YouTube. I hate when people be like, "Why did you lie?" Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's some crazy ass shit right there.
Here
And
we
then,
go.
yeah, and then watch I put this link in here and she don't call in. Yep, he does. He does call it, he does write a letter, but you also just totally disregarded the rest of what he said in that letter. And you're more than welcome. Like I said, there is the link to call in via Discord. You're more than welcome to call in and we can discuss that. Because you just totally disregarded everything else he said in that letter.
Well, she don't realize that Paul would be his master at that point.
Mm-mm. But I don't even want to give her the unless she call in. Like I'm not gonna go into it or give her any understanding or any information. She came here and calling me a liar. So unless she calls in, she don't get shit else, any more information about it from me or any more attention. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. I just clicked on the person. I don't know what happened. Strings, you need to go repent. You justified child SA. You justified grape. You go repent. The fuck? That's why I took you out the box. Like literally, you coming in here telling people to repent, Strings, when you were literally on my stage the other day and people were begging me to take you down because the stuff that you were saying was so disgusting. You need to think about that. People couldn't even sit and listen to you talk. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, the guest box is open. Tamara, are you not gonna come and talk to me about the thing you accused me of lying about? Or tomorrow? Hey, Vibrating Sky. Yeah. It's too early to be quiet, y'all. Like what? I don't know. The TikTok business got us I don't know, in a different algorithm or something. All the Christians left. They saw us talking about TikTok.
Okay, y'all, let's tap. Let's get these likes up to 50K. And please share. Let's share this out to your favorite Christians so we can get them in here.
Or people who are deconstructing. Like I know there's people
Yeah.
in here that are deconstructing. There are atheists in here. Like I don't want the live to be just focused on believers like this. If you have a question about, if you're deconstructing, you have questions about this, or you want to talk through one of these topics, or if you're a nerd and you have a question about your deconstruction journey, or you want to share an update about your deconstruction journey, the guest box is open. Random.
What?
Are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
How old are you?
16. Why you ask?
Because
or
you're too
am I
young
supposed
to
to?
be. Yeah, no, you're too young. Have a
Oh,
comment.
I'm sorry.
Babies.
16.
Wow.
Y'all, please don't make me have to do a reset. I hope I don't have to do a reset. Because y'all, Strings, get the hell out of my box. No. N-O. Go pray. Go repent, Strings. Did I just call him the Strings? Did I say restraints?
No, you said streams.
Oh,
Dreams.
okay. In my
Hey, good
head,
evening.
I said repent, and then in my head, I heard restraints. Huh?
Oh no.
Sometimes you do talk fast, so that's probably why you thought you said it.
Thank you, do that.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? It's nice to meet you. I'm Natasha and I'm 22.
All right, it's nice to
I
meet you
barely
as well.
qualify.
Nice to meet you as well. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Oh, I'm actually born atheist.
Oh, okay. I think
So,
everybody's
my
born atheist.
grandfather's an atheist, grandmother is Christian, my mom was deconstructed, and my dad is like born atheist. So
Okay.
I'm like third generation, which is pretty rare. Just a different kind of opinion. Yeah, no, God is definitely created by man. But one of the interesting things about what makes you a sinner is really like trends. It's like saying nothing different than the fashion police. Like, it's like, oh, hey, so today, what is a sin is being poor, and tomorrow it's gay, and yesterday it's black. So
That's true. Um, it definitely is something that is cherry picked.
oh yeah, absolutely. I have my family has some history, right? So I am the seventh great grandchild of somebody who actually founded a church. So it was like emancipation, and this guy learns to read, founds the church for the school, and then ends up with almost all of his great grandchildren being atheistic completely because of the education. So um, one of the funny things that was recognized right away from the education was a lot of questioning of beliefs, which was not allowed. So eventually he sold the church.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but one of the things here is that we still own that Bible where they mark down whose kids were whose before emancipation, where they were sold to. So it's about a good 250-year-old document. So it's about 100 years older than slavery itself, or the end of slavery, right? Good halfway through is when we start learning about my family's line on my black side, because I'm mixed race, right? But yeah, no, the things that she was circling in her Bible are totally different than what's trendy today about do and do not do. So, yeah, trendy. You can see what she circled over time as well when the ink of her pen faded and when she passed and what her daughter and her granddaughter did in her Bible. They didn't look at the same stuff.
Mm.
But yeah, that's all I really have to say is, yeah, no, this is a fashion trend. New
Yeah.
religion, new issue. Yeah.
Have you
Oh,
have you
one of the
looked at the
ones.
Bible to see if like the Bible that you have is it different than like the modern Bible? Like is there
Oh
any?
yeah, it is. So there is more stuff about anti-blackness and being allowed to beat your slaves, being allowed to own your wife, hit your wife. Pretty much nothing about God knowing you as a spirit before you were born. But what's interesting is that my mother actually has her bachelor's in American history, but she has a lot more historical research than just America. And Tribes of Ham was thrown in. So the whole dark is the color of your skin that was done in the early 1800s, added in, wasn't originally in there. So things come in and then they come back out. It's like the hokey pokey. You put some racism in, you put some racism out. You say, uh-oh, I don't like gay people. You put that in, take it out, shake it all about. But yeah, that's really all I had to say. Is this is a trend.
Yeah.
There'll be something else. It's like putting sequins on your outfit in 2010. We hate gay people.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up.
Yeah, well, nice to meet you guys. See ya.
Nice to meet you too. Have a good one.
You too.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling we're gonna have to do a reset tonight. Um, yeah. Let me see. I would too. I would like to see that Bible. I wonder, like, who has one of the slave Bibles? Have you read the slave Bible? Have either of you?
When
Huh?
I saw part of it when I was at one of the African American museums, but I haven't held it in my hand, you know, but I would love to. I would
It's.
really love to.
Don't you think it's interesting that there isn't like a digital copy online anywhere? Like nobody's uploaded a digital copy because the libraries went digital.
Mhm.
There isn't a digital copy anywhere.
That's interesting.
Oh hell
So
no.
wonder.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't have time. I got this crazy ass feeling, and I think that we might need to reset, but I'm probably gonna do it in 1 minute, y'all. And then looking at 330 shares with 200 people in the room, I just got a feeling we're in the wrong algorithm. So I think in 1 minute I'm gonna reset, just to reset the mood and to reset the algorithm. Okay. Yeah, that is the sign to
Yeah.
reset. I'll be right back. I'll be back because I can't go on like this tonight. I'll see y'all in a minute.
Okay.
All right.
Hey y'all, come do some lock maintenance with me. I found this hair growth.
Yesterday there was a school. Yeah, round two. And this time, y'all, let's space out the shares. It's good to get to 100 shares within like the first 15-20 minutes of the show, but definitely not within the first 5 to. I appreciate y'all for the support, though. I definitely can feel the love. Y'all are freaking amazing. Like we're really, really lucky to have this community, and we want to protect it. All right, YouTube, we are back.
And we have a few people live also.
Oh yeah, I think Joel still live?
Spot.
Joel and G Spot,
Not
huh?
sure who. Yeah.
I'm starting to like literally starting to see a trend. Like I may have to change the schedule. Um, just like I think people are like, oh, I think it's gonna be live till 10 a.m. I'll just wait, but like it's kind of like a struggle if that makes sense. So like,
Yeah.
and I don't want to struggle to do this. And so I may have to like adjust and just pivot a little bit and figure out a different time to go live. And so I just to let y'all know, I am assessing it and trying to figure out what if that's something that I'm gonna do. So just being upfront with y'all. But yeah, let's get the shares, pace them out to get to 100. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. I think one of the things that I was thinking about doing too is like during the like that 30 to 45 minute time frame where we're people are waking up on the other side of the world, and then people in America are just like knocked the fuck out. That
Mhm.
I think would be a good time for Heretic and I to read and dabba my I don't want to say
Mhm.
it wrong, but that you know what I'm saying, to bring
Yeah.
in the Zulu readings. I think that would be a perfect time to do that. And and kind of discuss the history of the Zulu
Definitely.
nation.
Definitely. I like that idea.
Yeah, because I know we're supposed to start. Did we say February or did we say March? Heretic. I think I said March, but I think we can go ahead and start
Hello.
March. I think. Hey, give me just 1 second, Michael. Yeah, okay. We said March, but I think we can go ahead and do that if you're ready. I think we can go ahead and move it into like the middle of the night to kind of like fill that space, 30 to 45 minutes. Michael, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 18 years old.
You got to be 21, okay,
21 for what?
to be on my panel.
All right, bro.
How did wait, Lala? Didn't you? I mean, do that? Didn't you block streams? How is he back?
Probably under another account.
That's his same account.
Well, he's about to be blocked now.
But he was. This is the crazy thing. He was blocked before the ban. He came
Hmm.
back. Dudette blocked him before we reset, and he came back.
The Holy Ghost
Hmm.
finest.
Huh?
Yeah, they're
I
supposed to
said,
last forever.
I said the Holy Ghost at its finest.
Mm-mm.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
that's some weird shit. How they just be coming back like that. He's unblocked when I restarted. But how? If Dudette blocked him before I restarted.
Yeah, I mean, it's never happened before that I know of.
Nope. Neither has this. 97 people in here. It is mostly possible. Yeah, heretic. That sounds good. Ooh, y'all, don't. I hope we don't have to shut down early tonight because y'all know, like, I get uncomfortable sitting in
Mm.
silence or trying to think of something to talk to y'all about. It would be a quiet because the night did start off kind of heavy with that news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, it started off kind of heavy.
Definitely a downer. That was.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Oh,
Gotta
yeah.
pick it up though. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
I don't even want to go back into what happened. Somebody say what
No.
Yeah,
happened.
well,
Yeah, wait, no, not going back
we're
into
not
that.
doing, and we're not
Uh-uh.
even going to talk about that
Nah.
either. I can't do it.
Everybody like, what news? What news? I don't know. That's a good
But
question, Danny. I've never counted them.
um, do you have any? I was about to say anything to read until we get people in here. Any nerds want
Eh,
to come up?
yeah, I feel like it's too early to do the reading thing. Like, I don't know. And then I think like too, like there's a lot of deconstruction lives, and people are just like in deconstruction all day.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like I
Yeah.
told y'all, like I'm the type of person that like I adjust. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't force things.
Hmm.
And in fact, like it makes me uncomfortable as fuck to try to do that.
Yeah. So have
Yeah.
you thought about, the times that you would go?
Not yet. It'll still be like maybe like later, probably like right at like 4 o'clock in the morning or like 5, like when people are waking up, until like
Mm.
maybe 10. It'll be a shorter live because I can't go longer than that. So maybe to like 10:30 when like the times that Christina go live. But it'll just be a shorter live. Like it won't be 11 to, I'll just shift. That's what I'm thinking.
Why, what's that?
Huh?
Let the times roll. What happened?
You say what?
What happened? Because Let the Times Roll said, oh my God, I think I had to come to someone with some actual intellectual integrity.
Oh my God, I think I had to come to some. Oh, I don't know. Librarian, hey, how are you? What?
Hello. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
I'm doing
Good.
good.
How are you?
Hey, I just wanted to come up to kind of talk about the first question. Well, not the first one. God is an idea, and I kind of I was thinking about it on why this God might need us to worship him, and it relates back to God is an idea created by man, and the idea of have you guys heard of tulpas before?
No.
So tulpas are considered thought forms. They're like an idea they're a concept that's used in Tibetan Buddhism, like really old Buddhism. But the idea is you have enough people thinking and believing in a thing. That thing becomes a reality, and that thing then can help change or shape the world. In practice, it's almost like you have a imaginary Pokemon pet. And that Pokemon pet you put a lot of meditative energy into, and that thing then can do stuff for you. Like a golem that you can't see. I was starting to think, what if, this god is kind of like that? That's why it needs worship, because without that constant meditative prayer energy, the tulpa will fall apart. It doesn't exist anymore. This god literally requires consistent human effort to keep it standing and existing, which is why I was thinking about this, why believers are so obsessed with non-believers not believing them, because we're literally going no, I'm not taking my limited amount of human energy and lifespan to feed your weird sky tulpa. And with enough people not believing in a god, eventually the god dies. And that's what happens in literature a lot of times. That's why in modern literature, going into postmodern, there's the idea of the death of the god in literature. The idea that we're not anymore paying that much energy into it, and therefore the god essentially dies. It doesn't exist. It doesn't have that kind of push. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That's what happened with paganism, right? With the death of Pan.
Yeah.
The Greek god Pan. And then when the Israelites went into Babylon, right? Because the Davidic monarchy was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, they go to Babylon. They're living in Babylon for 70 to 75 years. They're not worshiping Yahweh. No one was worshiping Yahweh on a grand scale at that time. They started worshiping the gods of Babylon, so much so that their culture changed. Right, they forgot their history. They forgot their language and their oral traditions, and so a lot of them, when King Cyrus wrote the edict for requiring the king of Babylon to let all of his enslaved people go, and to allow the Jewish people to come back into the Levant and rebuild their temple. When they came back, they didn't have their books. They didn't have anything, right, that they could refer to. And so Elias was basically trying to figure out how do we rebuild and how do we get our culture back. So when they came back into the Levant area, they had to kind of rebirth the worship of Yahweh, because nobody was even worshiping him. He had died out.
Yeah, which then like that, and I think, and I've been playing around with this idea in my head, and I don't know how true it is, but it's related to what you mentioned before in another live, where like the type of Christianity that we have, this type of the way people are reading America into this Bible is a lot. It echoes back into what people had to do back then, like reading their own country and culture into the text, weaving more and more of it into making this kind of a Frankenstein's monster of a god, that it's has all these attributes that don't make sense all stitched together. And then you get situations like, I know this is going to sound rambly, but like I keep wondering if Christians in America in particular really want there to be a doomsday, because everything that we've done on a large political stance that are based off of religious upbringing, like our support of Israel, for example, in its what it's doing to Palestine, that feels a lot like, hey, let's make sure that that doomsday happens because we want proof that we were right. And I haven't found any evidence that it's really there, like written peer-reviewed text that said, yes, for sure, they are doing this because they want doomsday, but it always feels like it. Does that make sense?
A little bit. Like, I'm sorry, can you say it again for me? I apologize.
No, it's like, it's almost as if, like, to feed this tulpa of a god, to keep it going, they need horrific events that are like doomsday events, the ending of several different worlds.
Oh, to keep people involved, like wanting to be in it.
Yeah.
Like the fear mongering.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like the sense of doom that it's always going to be the end times, that we always have to. How many times that I even said this to my mother one day, because she's been constantly telling me, oh, the weather is being terrible, doomsday is just around the corner, and I had to look at her going like, Mom, you fled the Philippines during Duarte, during martial law. You already experienced a doomsday. We went through a pandemic. We've experienced doomsdays after doomsdays after doomsdays. I'm like, no, it's not the end times. And she's like, but it's coming. And I was like, no, it's not. Not at least until like the sun explodes.
They like that, without the fear mongering, right? What would be the point, right? Like you can't stop people from questioning if there is no the fear of retribution for questioning. And then you can't keep people under a specific type of control without the anxiety of there being some big event, like it's saving you from some big catastrophic event that's out of your control as a mortal. People coming in here talking about all the things that happened in the world today, like that, the 60 kids that died on that airplane, it's just horrible. It's horrible. But I agree. So like, even when after Paul died, and like Paul was telling them that the end was going to happen while he was alive, right? And after Paul dies, the world is still here. So the apostles have to keep everybody together. Like, they're like, what, like, people are going to start falling away. They're going to start asking questions because Paul said that the second coming was going to happen before he died. He told us not to get married, right? He told us to live life to the fullest, like tomorrow is the last day because we're at the end. Now he's gone and we're still here. Now what? And so Peter is like, oh, don't Don't worry, because I know they're all laughing at you and mocking you because it didn't happen, but we don't know. One day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like one day to God. So like he's motivating them and trying to keep them, trying to keep them encouraged and believing in this doomsday apocalypse that Paul had prophesied about, and that he said Jesus had been talking about. So after that, they started creating hierarchies in the church, like positions in the church, so that they could continue to teach and remind people of this apocalypse. Right. And that was the only way that they could keep people together, because people had started like questioning shit, and they had started saying that it wasn't nothing to it, because Paul had like revved everybody up and said, here it is, this is it. And then Paul dies and it's nothing.
Oh, there's so many parallels when that's in small doses in like the different types of doomsday predictors we have in modern day, where there's like, oh no, the math was wrong. I was wrong about that date. It's not 2016. It's not 2012. It'll be like, I swear it'll be tomorrow. And then the guy passes away, and then his son has to take up the cult again and like saying, no, my father was right. It's coming. We just, it's going to come in like another 10 years. And it's like, they want to keep that anxiety and cortisol levels so high, because we can't think when it's part of group control. If you can keep a bunch of people at a heightened state of cortisol, they won't be able to critically think enough to be like questioning. That's why like scammers, a lot of times, if you ever been scammed over a phone, they want to rush you, make you panic, so that like you will do what they say without question. And man, and we like were raised with a lot of that. Just, and to think that was like kind of forced upon us, that like the book itself is like written as a guide for how to abuse a bunch of people and mind control them. Fuck.
Yep. It was to keep societies in order. Like the original concept of a god in Babylon, right, was to keep society, to keep Babylonian citizens to subject to the laws that the king had created. And so in Babylon, they would say that the god gave them the laws, and if you disobeyed the laws, then you were disobeying divine order. And so they saw how powerful that was, right? And other nations began to do the same thing. And so it's all about like keeping societies in order. And before, right, God was the government, even in Israel, right? Israel was, their religion was their political system. There was no separation of church and state. The church was the state. The state was the church. So it was all about, as they began to learn how to, the population began to grow, cities began to form, and people were no longer, 20 miles away from the next house, 5-10 miles away from the next house. They started to live like right on top of each other. And so the closer you get, right, and you have people stacked up living on top of each other, then crime increases, right? You get the chewing of your next door neighbor starts getting on your fucking nerves, right? Then you have people stealing from one another, men raping women, messing with children. Like you have all of this stuff happening because the closer people are and the more populated areas are. So they had to figure out something, right? So back then, this was their way of doing it. But like today, that like there's no need for us to have. Well, let me not say there's no need. I don't know. Some people, I like before today, before Ems came up here and told us what he told us, I would say that there are some people who need a God to keep them from killing other people, but the God will tell them to kill people. So like there's really no need to have a God have to govern people when we have structured governments that are well equipped and able to create laws and enforce those laws with police, the military, politicians, right? Like there's really no need for city building, right? And for city living. Now, some people that's why you hear it now that it's just like a personal thing. It's a personal relationship now. It's no longer needed for governing a city.
Yeah, I see that, but like I also the butt's coming from my annoyance with believers who put their belief into laws. I'm like, stop it! It's not used. Put that book away.
Well, that's more so about morality and not ending crime, right? That's got a lot more to do with the individual person and what they feel to be moral, right? Because abortion, that's a moral issue. Homosexuality, that's a moral issue, right? Coveted marriage, that's a moral issue. Like they're putting their beliefs into the laws for morality. It has those things don't have anything to do with crime. You know,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like I could see if they had created a law that says if you have sex with another man's wife or with another woman's husband, that's a crime, or you have to pay the woman for the house that you messed up and the financing that her and her children missed out on because you ruined a home, right? You caused a vow to be broken. Then that right there, that's consequential, right? And you're focusing on consequential things. But to say that it's unlawful to identify as a he she, that's fucking moral, and that's somebody's individual personal ideas. And so they're using it now no longer to govern a city on policies to keep people safe. It's now used for like bigotry and hate.
Yeah. And it's strange because like people will argue like, oh, we're just trying to like make the country more like Christian, but I'm like, it's not. We have a separation. It's not the same as the Bronze Age. We're not using it as our. We're not a theocracy, and I really don't want us to be. Personally, I don't think anyone. I hope nobody really wants us to be a theocracy. It wouldn't work. We're too big of a nation. We're not. Babylon is small. Like if you compare like the US to any of the like smaller nations in Europe or in the Middle East, we're giant. We're just a bunch of city states put into a trench coat. And it's maddening some days when I'm seeing what's going down with the laws. And I wouldn't have such a problem as I'm deconstructing. Like I feel so much anger. That's what I'm like kind of getting at. This man-made creature, this tulpa, is still the Bible and all of it's still messing with everybody. And I'm part of the LGBTQ plus community. I'm losing a lot of family that are moving out of the country. They have to. They're illegal in a lot of the places they used to live. What can I say to them? I'm like, hey, no, stay. It sucks.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I love these spaces though, where we get to like talk about this and deconstruct and like hear other people. But like I'm gonna step down because like now we're finally at 200, and thank you for letting me up here and like for talking with me.
You're welcome, librarian.
Take care now.
Thank you, you too. Hey, Rhea.
Y'all, how you doing?
Good. Trying to get spirits
How
up.
are you?
It
Hmm?
feels so sunburned tonight.
It
Like,
does,
oh,
doesn't
whew, like I need to breathe
it? It's been feeling so heavy all day. Like,
all day. God,
Yeah.
just, man, I thought it
goodness.
was just me. That's crazy.
No, like I wish that I could play music, but YouTube won't let me. But it's been really
Yeah,
heavy.
that's really what's been getting me through today is just listening to music. Like I'm recording episode 3 today of the podcast, and it's been so hard to just like concentrate, and because like it just feels like something is, like something is just weighing down on you. I don't know. But I hope you guys have a better day tomorrow. I hope we all have a better day tomorrow.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm
y'all drink
wondering if
some
we need to
water.
take the night off, like and
So you
just
about to
like
take the night off?
I said, I'm wondering if we need to and like just
Yeah.
woosah because like
Regroup.
it's just and regroup. It's just like
Mm.
it's really heavy and like I don't know.
Yeah. I heard today that not today, but I heard today that the bill passed. My marriage is probably not going to be valid in the next few months.
What?
That is fucking
Oh
insane.
my
Yeah, in
God.
Ohio, I think is where the bill is at, or is it Iowa? It passed their
But that's only in that
their
state though,
state court.
right?
Yeah.
No, it's going to the Supreme Court. Like
But for their state, that's a state law. That doesn't have anything to do with any other state.
they're
Rhonda.
pushing for it to be like it's already passed in their state, but they're saying like they want to move it to be federal. So they're supposed to be considering it. It's and they're
But the
trying to move
Congress
it
will have
up.
to vote on that for it to be
Yeah.
Yeah,
America,
that's what
right?
they're waiting on to see if like they vote on. That's why I say, with everything, with the way everything is going, shoot, I'm not trusting Congress either. I
But I'm
don't
saying,
know.
have they introduced the bill to Congress or
In the
I
just
don't.
house.
Ohio?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but they said like it passed in their state, but now it's going to the Supreme Court. So I'm
That
hoping
means
to see.
somebody's fighting it. If it's going to the Supreme
Yeah.
Court, somebody's fighting it for Ohio though,
Mm.
not for
No,
all
I'm
50
saying, but if
states.
Ohio does it, if it passes in Ohio, then I don't think that
That
was
could
like
set
that's
a
not.
precedent.
Yeah, you
I
get what I'm
think that's what
saying?
she's saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Like once Ohio is able to pass it, which it already has pretty much passed, it's not going to stop any other state from doing the same. So like pretty much we will be confined to staying in one state, which more than likely, will be
California.
Cali. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly how Jim Crow laws
Yep.
started. And then, like, they probably try to get Canada because they know a lot of people escaped to Canada during those times. It's like, fuck that. They're not going to do it again. Like, this is why I say, like, they fucking told people don't worry about history because they know their fucking plans is embedded in history.
Yeah, like it's messed
Defending.
up.
Hold on,
Like
I'm gonna pull up the video that I play. I kept telling motherfuckers to wake up, like pay the fuck attention. They're doing this shit all over again.
mhm.
I
And
said something way like when Trump was in office the first time. I
did you
I
guys
just
hear
had
about
a bad
Guantanamo Bay?
feeling. What you say?
Did y'all hear about Guantanamo Bay?
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I
I
had a
can't take
bad feeling that
I can't take no more bad news today.
some of our rights were gonna be stripped, and I told my brother, and he was like,
That's
"They
what we
can't do
voted
that.
for.
Yes,
The
they can.
Constitution." I'm like, he gonna start chipping away at it. Watch and see.
Yeah, that's exactly how they did it in the Reconstruction era. They pulled black people from, like, black people were in the government. They were
Mm-hmm.
politicians. We had a
Yep.
black library, a congressman. Like, they said the N words have made too much progress and we need to slow them down. And that's
Yep.
exactly what they did with these laws, little by little. And then they started making laws where black people couldn't work in government. They couldn't uh, hold certain positions. And like little by little, the southern states did it one at a time. And then the White House stayed silent while they did it and said they were not going to get involved because it was state issues.
Right.
Right. That's what's scaring me about, like, if Ohio passes that shit, then other states, like, I'm pretty sure they're gonna find a way to make it criminal.
Oh, that's in Project 2025. And
Mm-hmm.
I kept telling people that too, like the very vague language that they have about giving people the death penalty that harm kids. They left it so very vague, and we already know how they feel about drag queens and gender identity surgery. Like if a parent is supporting their child with gender identity, death penalty. Like they know what the fuck they're trying to do, and I kept fucking saying, wake the fuck up. This language is too vague in this damn plan. It's ooh, and then like video after video after video on TikTok is people crying, and I'm like, this is what the fuck America voted for. Like this is what America
Yeah.
voted for.
Yeah, like me and my wife are already like planning on liquidating, and more than likely be out of here, y'all.
I don't blame you. The United States is, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Mm-mm-mm. Wait, did I take my Black History post down? Oh, because of the accounts that was pretending to be me. They were stealing all my content. I had to private
Mm.
my Black History videos.
Dre, I'm in a sanctuary state, but that's my problem. I don't want to be in those sanctuaries. Like, I don't want to be locked
Oh,
up in one
they're trying to
state.
pass a law where the politicians can't even support, they can't
Yeah.
create
Mm-hmm.
laws, yeah, that support sanctuary states. Like,
Right. There's not going to be sanctuary states very soon.
mm-mm. Yep, no. Hold on, let me see if I'm trying to see, because like, and then on this video I was cussing motherfuckers out. I was like, y'all dumb motherfuckers about to let them do this shit again. I was going off because they like it, and it was mainly black men in my comments, and they were talking, because this was during the time where we had gotten the news that they were suing um oh god, why can't I think of the name of the fund that got sued? Well, help me out. What's the name of the fund that was giving black grants, giving grants to black women founders that got sued for affirmative action?
Oh,
I
Oh
know the one
shit!
you're talking about.
Why the fuck can't I think of that? Fearless Fund. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, somebody got
Yeah.
hurt.
When we got news of that, and black men was all in my comments talking about how the only reason why they're doing that is to go against black men and blah blah blah. And I'm like, y'all just dumb as fuck. Y'all don't even see what the fuck is happening. Like, this ain't got shit to do with black women trying to outdo black men. And I made that video, and I was going the entire fuck off, and I laid out the whole history of like Reconstruction and how how they do little bit at a time, and this is the first step, and then you're going to start seeing them pull rights from other people, and it's just going to start in the South, and then it's going to grow out, and the North is going to adopt it, and then it's just going to become law, and we're going to be fucking stuck in that shit until another motherfucking revolution. And people, like, we like to be reactionary instead of proactive. Like,
Yeah.
we like to get fucked and then
mm-hmm.
take
And just,
medicine,
yep.
take antibiotics to get rid of the fucking STD. Like, that's
Did
what.
you see all the other countries that already had like huge protests for America? I said, what the what are y'all
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
doing? What?
Yep.
Exactly.
And you can't see private videos on desktop. You can't go to your private videos on desktop.
I've never tried.
I'm
I
trying.
usually
Okay.
only see my private videos on like my, well, desktop is different. I guess my laptop only that's the only time I see my saved videos. So I don't know about desktop, I guess.
Ah, shit. The PC is well. I can't play the video then because I can't get to my private videos on desktop. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see who is in the box. Is it RT Yogi?
That was an accident. I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How do I keep?
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Hey, Haynes, how are you?
Well, things considered, we're living some tumultuous times, and I know I know you want to bring the mood up. So, the only thing I can consider to partially bring the mood up is to thank you for all that you do. And, the only light in the tunnel that you can see is that there are platforms similar to yours that have interests of the Black community in mind, that we have to be a voice. There has to be a voice. There has to be someone saying something publicly. Otherwise, all is lost. So I thank you for being, you and your team, being that light. I Not to divert, but you kind of brought the topic on the Christian front, about the doomsday. And in the whole concept for me in Reconstruction, or Deconstruction, if you will. Sorry. I grew up with it in like the 70s, and, I was all in Christian, young Christian, trying to do what was right. And there's big money in the doomsday, because I remember we had parties where we'd watch all the old 78 films, Thief in the Night, and the, was Thief in the Night, Distant Thunder. And there's all these different, rapture movies that came out. And, even when the books came out, what is the Left Behind? So there's big money in it. People were making money on the concept of, the rapture. And as a kid, if it rained too hard, you'd be in the middle of the night, say, Lord, are you coming? That kind of thing. And now, from a teen to being a man of a certain age, and, and it's like, my gosh, I hope I don't know I hope I was never a jerk to anyone, because I hear some of the people that come up here, and I hear them dancing, trying to, so I think had a thought that the God that we had created is not like a father, but more like a child that has bad behavior, and you as a parent have to protect and say, no, well, he's just this. And no, he's just that. And so you dance around knowing that your kid is bad, but you protect it. It's so hard, and I remember being, being in the Christian mindset of always being prepared to have an answer, which was really saying, always be prepared to have a counter argument, and when you watch it all, just seems so, I guess you could say, silly, or so meaningless in its totality in reference to who he is, and I'm still working on the whole community aspect of it, because it's like I see all of my people, all my brothers and sisters who are, and who are still involved. And I see the echoes of racism. I see the echoes of slavery. I see the echoes of Jim Crow still that is embedded within the American idea of what they believe God was and who they taught us God was. And I even think about how in the castles in Ghana, that where people would leave from the slave ports, and how people were packed in unto death, while above them hymns were being sung. There's so much to it, and of course, bringing us to today, there's got to be a point where we do wake up. We have
I
to,
agree.
So
I agree.
so
Hey,
thank.
y'all. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gonna go. I'm leaving now. I just want to say thank you, to Thinker and all of you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Yeah, I enjoyed everything that you said. Thank you. That's everything I would have said myself. At some point, we have to stop affirming imaginary friends, or else we're not, like, this problem is not going to stop. Where people, have to you have to now believe that someone is talking to you through some infrared connection, and now you can hear the God's voice, and now the God is telling you can sell your daughter, like that is the only reason you would believe that, is because you think imaginary friends are real. That's the only reason you would believe that. So until we stop affirming people and tell them that their delusions are delusions, we're not going to get out of here.
I agree, and I thank you as well, Haynes. Oh, well, damn. Well, anyway, thank you, Haynes. I appreciate you. W.R. Johnson, how are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Hey,
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 57.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I have talked to you before, but I just want to give y'all praises and thank y'all. And please don't stop. You, Rhea, Lotus, everybody, Uso. I mean, I enjoy y'all. Do not let these people break us down, because you know what? I think Lotus is my cousin or some kind of kidding me, because she go off and I love it. Please, y'all
Loris
keep
is everybody's cousin.
Okay, mama.
So I want y'all to.
But yeah, I'm tripping because Oso got a new name.
But I really enjoy y'all, and it's since what happened, I have to be more protected now, because I told you before, I have Christians come to my job every day trying to make me believe and try to tell me what God gonna do this and I have to tell them, let him do it. Then you want to pray for me for healing? Pray for yourself. If you got on these glasses, you should be healed.
Oh,
Please stop coming to me telling me
it be that
what.
simple though.
Mm-hmm. And then I had to tell this lady, look, you keep coming here and tell me what Jesus gonna do. You need to start praying for yourself. Go heal your family. Go raise somebody from the dead. Because you say you could do all this stupid stuff. You can't do none of this. Well, you know what? You gonna curse yourself to well, I'm cursing myself to damnation, if that's what you want to call it.
I'm tripping because there is a believer in the comments right now that says that you saying that because they have on glasses they should go and get healed, that's a fallacy. How?
No.
How is that a fallacy? Like, literally, when there are 8-year-olds dying because people believe that a God can heal diabetes, it's a fallacy that he is saying that you should expect healing, like perfect eyesight. Like, how is that a fallacy?
It's not.
Like, how amazing is your power if you can't even heal yourself?
Well, thank
I
you.
wouldn't even want you to pray for me. I wouldn't. Just don't pray. That's like with me being empathetic. I wouldn't even want you, if you think you have powers to heal. What is going on with you? How come you still have diseases? How come you just got you just getting over cancer? How come, how come you have to be almost pew-pewed 6 times? All of those, you could have healed all of that. But now
Yeah.
you're telling me that your prayer gonna heal me. I don't believe you. Heal
Yeah.
yourself.
Then they come to me, well, it's at God's will that this happen. I say, if everything is at God's will, you mean to tell me when these little young girls, 6 year olds, get raped, it's his will? Y'all can't tell me that old stupid stuff. I just can't believe that. You mean it was his will to do that? No, that wasn't God, that was Satan. So who created the good and the evil? Y'all cut this BS out. I give them scripture back. I give them that whole scripture because I used to be that Christian, want to be holy, deny, and singing my little Jesus song. I did all that stupid stuff. Like I tell them, it's a ritual, a cult, and a seance. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. That's a seance. I got to be
Yeah.
baptized. You want to break bread and drink the blood. That's a cult. Y'all cut that bull out. But I
Yep,
want to
that's
tell
true.
y'all please keep up this good. I love y'all. Y'all make my day. I enjoy all the content and I'm still trying to learn. And then I want to learn where y'all get y'all information from. So that way when they do come at me more, I could be just like y'all, be on point, just giving them blah, blah, blah. But right now, I just going by my life experience and I tell them it's all false. You can't sit up and tell me I got to pray to this God and he do anything that he don't do anything that you ask. That's a lie. Well, you got to be holy and you got to walk this and that. And I had to tell him, if you ever had God, Holy Spirit in you, you'll be perfect like Jesus was. That means you'll be able to heal or whatever. You can't tell me I caught the Holy Ghost. And now, if you caught the Holy Ghost, you saying it was God, you'd have been healed. So I call it all baloney.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Johnson, and for being a part of the community, and for
Mm-hmm.
introducing yourself. Because man, how long you been in the community? And we didn't know you was this funny.
It's been about 3 or 4 months because I called you when I first started deconstructing, and I was telling you about my mama. Remember, I told you my mama told me she could do all things through Christ, and I had to tell her to heal herself. Didn't heal me.
Oh, I don't remember. Oh my God, it was 3 months ago.
It's been about 4 or 5, 6 months now. It's
You
been
gotta,
about
you
that.
gotta, like, once you introduce yourself, you gotta keep coming up here because you know damn well my memory is horrible.
Well, I'm always on your live and giving you love and sending you little stuff. I need to subscribe, so that's what I'm gonna do, and so I can be with all y'all. Cause I consider y'all my family right now. Cause I love y'all to the moon and back. I'm telling you, y'all give more love than anybody. I don't care what the Christians say. They so evil and wicked, and that's what I call them. Y'all Christian, y'all evil, and y'all wicked. Y'all can't love a person for who the hell they is.
Mm.
And that's the way I look at it. You don't love a person because they just say that. Where you get that from? But you say God is love. God
Yeah,
can't be love.
yeah. Imagine him and Miss Charlene on the panel at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what you remind me of, Mr.
And
Johnson. Miss Charlene.
and
Like I,
sometimes I wish I could be on this panel and be flipping on some of these people with some of the stupid stuff they said. The other day when that man was talking and he acted like he didn't know. Man, if you don't know the Bible, get your butt down. You can't sit up and say, "Well, I believe in God." Then you don't even know no scriptures. I don't remember that. How you come up there and look so effing stupid? I wish I was on the panel then because I wanted to tell you need to get off the line.
We might bring you up.
God.
You might be our first uncle here. We might bring Unc up.
But because I'm
We got
like,
an auntie now. We got an Unc.
because I'm like, well, listen to what you're saying. And one of the dudes, he sounded so stupid, and you kept asking him that same question. He couldn't answer, and he kept giving you other examples, and you did not ask you that. Answer the damn question. She asked you
Hold on,
one
say
question.
ask again.
Ask. She
No,
couldn't
you
ask.
say I like you got an accent.
I love it. I love it.
I'm from Florida. That's why Jacksonville, Florida. So I have that, you know.
I
But
love it.
he couldn't even ask the simple question. He couldn't answer that at all. I'm like, are you really? I don't. I like, and everybody kept saying dropping, dropping. That was the other day when they paid the dropping. I was so happy. I was like, oh, thank you, thank you. I almost called on Jesus. Jesus, you dropping. So now I done my job. I done gave y'all laughter for the day. So I'm going to just keep listening to them good night. I want y'all to get this happy spirit. And I
We
understand.
appreciate you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Unc. I appreciate
I
you.
truly understand. So this have taught me to be aware too, because I'm telling you, every day when I go inside Walmart, I have these little Christian people come in here, different Christian people trying to tell me how I should love God and I should do this. And I have to tell him, if this God is so real, prove it. And if you can't prove it to me, it don't mean a hill of effing beans.
I hear that.
Exactly. That's what's up, Unc. I appreciate you so much for coming up.
Okay.
And
And I
you
appreciate
are the official Unc of this community. All right.
on the
So
physical.
yeah.
Okay, dear. And I
All
will
right.
and I will reach out to y'all more. And I'm just letting y'all know, all y'all, I truly appreciate y'all. And we
Thank you
cannot
so
let
much.
this put us down. Cause I even done had the thought that we make up our own platform or our own website and we do our own thing. We, do what we got to do. Cause we don't.
That's right. Look, I just want to say 100. No, that's right.
Because if they shut down TikTok again or whatever, we should be able to do our own thing. And I
Yeah.
have, and I don't mean to say it in the right. Fuck them. That's just the way I have to say it. Point
Exactly.
blank.
Oh my
Fuck
God.
them. We gonna always do what it do.
hmm Well, I thank y'all again.
Thank you, Unc.
All right.
Have a
Have
good
a good one.
one.
Have a good one, Uncle.
All
Bye.
right. Bye bye.
When they say, "Oh, my people need me," let me get up out. They like, let me get up out the bed.
For
Let me go see
real?
about my folks.
Oh my God, that was so nice.
Yeah. All right. Let's see who in the box.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes and whether
Uh,
you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, please?
Thank you. I am a believer. I'm 25.
Okay. And what
Is
topic did you come up to discuss?
the topic that says God is an idea created by a man.
Okay, hold on. Thinker, do you see the comments?
I'm going to curse one of those Jehovah's Witnesses out tomorrow. What?
Just a lot of people are saying, "Oh no," so just be careful.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to just understand. You saying God is an idea created by a man, so I would love to get explanation of how the human body came up to be as of right now if we don't have a God. For example, we
I
have
mean, like
oxygen.
we are a combination of cells, blood, veins, matter, energy that evolved over time. Like, I mean, you cannot prove that the God that you believe in put any of that together, right? And so that's a waste of my time, right?
So I was gonna ask you a question about the oxygen part. Who created
Trees,
oxygen in
trees,
our lungs?
trees,
So you're
photosynthesis.
saying trees give you oxygen in your
They give
lungs?
you
That's what you're
oxygen every
saying.
day.
Oh, oxygen. What are you talking about?
Say that again. So my question is, how did like oxygen be put in your lungs, and without
Let me ask
oxygen?
you a question. How do you think oxygen got in your lungs?
No,
No,
like
no. Answer
to
that
say.
question. Hey, answer that question for me, please. How do you think oxygen got in your lungs?
So you inhale and exhale, right?
How do you think it got there? How did it get there?
I really don't know. Why not?
Okay, so
Why
why are
not?
you asking me these questions if you don't know?
No,
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 stop. This is a waste of time. If
no.
you
It's
no, stop talking over me, okay? If you don't know how it got there and you're asking me these questions, like, it is a waste of time. Okay? Like, these are conversations that I think are idiotic. I don't have
no.
any interest in them whatsoever. I'm just telling you, I don't. Okay?
So
You
I
just gonna keep
think
on going? You just gonna keep on talking about some shit that I done told you I don't want to talk about?
I
I'm
think it.
not interested in that.
Okay.
Okay? You need to pivot. Like, I don't care to discuss something that you cannot prove, and neither can I prove that
Okay.
there is not a God. You can't prove that there is. All right?
Okay.
And
Okay. So
using
so
what you're
so
using right now. Pivot.
so what makes you say God is an idea if you can't prove God?
Because you can't even prove that you are engaging with a God.
I know God exists, but
Okay,
you're
so
saying
prove that you're engaging with a God.
no.
Prove it.
You're saying God is an idea. I'm
Prove that
questioning you.
you are engaging with a God here in the physical world outside of a human body and not
Okay.
using nature. Prove it.
Oh, so now you're putting a condition onto
Yes,
me
because
for me
guess
to.
what? Yes, because guess what? You
Oh, okay.
can't. You have to use
But you
humans.
put a condition to it, though.
Your God needs a human body to talk, to walk, to be. And then you can look at anything and say, "Oh, the computer is God. Oh, the tree is God." You can't prove that any entity has done anything on this earth in the physical realm.
You are putting like you're saying, oh, don't use nature as if nature is not a part of.
Because you can't prove that your God did shit in nature.
What are you talking about?
You cannot prove that your God even planted one motherfucking seed. You can't. The only thing
Okay,
you can
who?
deal with is
Okay.
probability. Stop. The only thing you can deal with is probability, and that is a waste of my fucking time.
Oh,
Okay?
what?
Now
I'm
you
not.
believe, stop. You believe that you are talking to a God, that a God is using you, right? That a God is doing things for you here in the physical realm. Fucking prove that. Focus on that.
Why are you guys muting me? I'm trying to prove.
Because you keep talking while I'm talking, and you keep trying to talk about shit that I've
You
already told you I
finished
don't
your
want to talk
point.
about.
What? We finished your.
Shut the fuck up.
You
Like
finished your point,
you
Shut
Mama.
know why
up.
you're getting muted. You know exactly why you're getting muted. I don't know why the fuck y'all ask that stupid ass question. You know why you get muted. I don't know why the fuck you come off mute and then ask that dumbass shit.
I love it when you guys get offended over.
Because you don't respect boundaries. I
There's no
told you,
boundary. What are you talking
I
about?
don't want to fucking talk about that. You don't respect
You,
boundaries, and you think that shit is funny, and then your Christian friends in the comments think that
because
shit is
you
funny, and
lost. You
I don't
lost.
give,
You
because you
you
can't
just don't
fucking
keep
prove
doing
shit.
it.
You can't fucking prove shit. You want to talk about shit that you don't even know. You don't know science, but you want to talk about
You
it.
know more science than we
Talk
do.
about the shit you know. Talk about what you know.
You're lost.
Talk about what you know. Talk about what you know, MRE.
Okay, good. So you're saying I'll talk about what I know, and
Yes.
I see you say God is an idea created by a man.
Mm-hmm.
Explain that.
I already did.
Oh my
Answer the fucking
gosh,
question that I
you
gave
did
you.
not explain
Answer
anything.
the question. Answer
One
the question
question.
that I asked you.
You're putting a limit to
Answer.
my answer.
MRE. Do you talk to your God? Does your God talk to you?
I've answered you the same answer. Yes.
Okay, so prove it.
Well, you can have to join me so I
Prove
can
it.
prove it to you
Join where? In your head?
when I'm praying.
Oh, is it in your head? Does he talk to you audibly, MRE? Can
Yes.
anybody? Okay, so when you are praying in your room at night on your knees, right? And
Mm-hmm.
your wife, your boyfriend, whoever the fuck is standing in the room with you, right? And you're
Okay.
praying, can they hear what the God says back to you without
No,
you telling them?
because because okay. Do you want me to answer that
No,
question?
they
Relax.
can't
Can you
hear because it's
relax?
in your head, ain't it?
No. Can you relax?
No. You've already
Relax.
pissed me. Nope, you've already
No.
pissed me off.
Relax.
Nope, you already shut the
That
fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Talk shit.
They can't hear, can they? They can't hear what you're saying, what your God is saying in your head. Y'all, I'm not dropping them right now. They can't hear what the God is saying in your head. Can they? Your God needs your head, your God needs your mind, right? Your thoughts to exist, to speak, don't it?
But remember, you're putting a limit
Answer the
to.
question, doesn't it?
Yes,
It cannot speak without a human mind, can it?
because he is
Oh,
speaking to
but as
people.
can he? Can
He
he?
is speaking to people. He can't speak
Can
to
he speak
animals.
without a human mind?
Like, what do you mean by human mind?
Can he speak without the use of a human mind?
Like, give me an example. I'm not trying. I'm not
You know
understanding
what the
your
fuck I'm
question.
saying with your rude ass.
I don't
Now you
understand your question.
stuttering and shit. Now you stuttering and shit.
No,
You
I'm
you
not
came up here to
saying
cross.
that.
You came up here and crossed boundaries.
No, I
You
don't
let
want to
me
cross
know that
no
you didn't want a
boundary.
civil. You let me know that you didn't want a civil relationship, so you're not fucking getting one.
You're mad because
Yeah, I sure am, because you
you're saying it's
crossed
not
my
true.
fucking boundary.
You're
I don't respect motherfuckers that don't
you're
respect my
mad.
boundaries.
You're mad.
I am mad. I am mad. You
That shows
crossed
that you're
my
wrong.
boundary,
Am
bitch.
I
I
mad? You're
am
wrong.
mad.
You're
I am
mad
mad. Okay, we've established that. We've
because
established that I'm mad. We've established
Well,
that I'm mad. We've
no
established
shit.
the reason that I'm mad. Now answer my fucking
because
question.
you're mad because what you're saying is wrong, and
Answer
I've
my
proved.
fucking question. Can your God talk outside of your fucking mind?
Yes.
Then prove it. Prove it.
Like you're asking for an example. What fucking example would she give you? You would be the one to show us how he
You
can
are
talk
put.
without a
She
mind,
already
right?
put a limit
So
to
give
my
us. No, it's not a
examples. So
limit,
like she
right?
doesn't want
She's
to hear my
literally
examples.
asking you to
I'm not
take the
muting you.
limit away.
You,
That's what
you,
you're not understanding. She's
no,
literally asking you to take that limit away and show how he can talk outside of your mind. Your mind is the limit. You are the one putting a limit on your God.
she
Like y'all,
clearly
y'all don't
says
use your
don't use
brains.
nature. She clearly say that. She
So
what is?
your God is only nature. You can only go as far as nature. Is that correct?
But you're
Like you can.
composed
Your
of
God is the
nature.
tree. Is your
Okay,
God the
good.
tree?
Okay, good, good,
Is
good,
your
good.
God the
I'll hear
tree?
it. Good. Okay. Do you
Is
want
he
me
the
to answer?
tree?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'll hear you said you have cells, you have oxygen in your body,
No, no,
and
no.
if you
That's not what the fuck I
no,
asked you. Is your God
can
the
you shut
tree?
up and I talk?
Is your God the fucking tree?
Can you keep quiet and I talk?
Shut the fuck up, little bitch. Is your God the tree?
Can
You wanted
shut
to
up
go
and I
to
talk?
nature. You wanted to go to nature. Is your
Keep
God
quiet
the
and I
tree?
talk.
Oh, like you know that your God ain't shit, right? You know your God is an idea. That's
Keep
why
quiet
that's
and
why
I
you
talk.
keep on fucking pivoting and shit. You can't
Quiet.
you know damn well that your God is only in your fucking
Keep
head. Your God is your thoughts,
keep
right? And you
quiet.
can't prove
Keep quiet.
shit.
Keep quiet.
That you have an imaginary friend as a grown ass
You
adult.
fucking keep
Keep
quiet.
quiet. And
You
I'll
fucking
talk.
Keep
child
quiet.
man. You are
The
a
fuck?
child man.
Keep
You have
quiet.
an
I can
imaginary
make you
friend
keep
as an
quiet.
adult.
The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I can make you keep quiet. You see how that works? Don't fucking come up here and say
Are
keep
you
quiet like you run
are you
shit.
done? Are you
You don't run a fucking thing
are
up
you
here.
done
Okay, shut the fuck
running?
up. Yeah, you be quiet. You be
You be
fucking quiet. You shut the fuck up, right?
you
Because you have
you
shit else to say.
be
You have
quiet.
not contributed not
Be
one thing to
quiet.
this conversation.
Be
You
quiet.
have nothing to fucking say. You
Be
don't
Childish
even
as
quiet. Be
fuck.
understand the words
quiet.
that are coming out of your dumbass mouth.
Be quiet.
So shut the fuck
Be
up. You don't run
quiet.
shit up here.
Be quiet.
Thinker is having you up
This
here.
is
You
Be
not
don't
gonna
run
go
shit
quiet.
up here.
anywhere.
You
Be
don't
This
run a
quiet.
fucking
motherfucker.
thing.
Be quiet.
He's a
Be
Dumbass.
childish.
quiet.
He's a
Be
childish
quiet.
He's
ass
very
Be
man.
quiet.
childish.
Relax.
He has to
Relax.
move about through life
Relax.
believing that he has this
Relax.
big ass daddy in the sky
Relax.
watching him as he move
Yeah.
about.
Relax.
And then to see his
Relax.
daddy,
Y'all
because he
mad.
doesn't
You
see
guys are
his
so
daddy a
mad.
lot, he has to look at the
You
tree
guys
and
are
say,
so
I
mad.
think that's daddy.
A
Like
grown ass man.
he has to
And
look
he's
at a
like,
You
rock.
guys are so
Dad,
He has
mad.
to look and say, daddy is the
the
rock.
So mad.
rock.
Daddy is the rock.
You're
Daddy
so
is.
mad.
He's
And then
not
it,
coming
like
back.
literally he goes and you hug trees. You hug trees to feel like your daddy is hugging you, right? And then when
Dog.
you're laying in the bed at night, right? You're laying in the bed at night and you're like,
Are you
my
done?
boss makes
Are you
my
done?
life hard. Boss makes
Are
my
you
life
done?
hard. Daddy, give me a hug. And you have to close your eyes like really,
Are
really
you
tight
done?
and squint them, right?
Are you
Believe
done?
it.
And then the heating pad makes your body feel warm and you're like,
Are you
oh,
done? Are
daddy
you
just
done?
gave
Are
me a
you
hug.
done?
And the whole time it's the fucking heating pad.
All we have is,
Basically, okay, 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 okay.
that's
Okay.
all we got
I'm
is
act.
feelings and thoughts.
Okay, you just like you just said all that stuff. How did you
You just
experience that?
explained God. We just explained God to you, Imari. You asked us to like
Okay,
use
so it's
nature.
funny
We
because you're
just
saying God is
explained
an
your
act.
daddy.
You see, you're such a hypocrite. I guess you're a hypocrite. That's all you
I'm not a
are.
hypocrite. I'm
Yes,
not a
you
hypocrite.
are.
I
Yes, you
literally
are.
listen. I did what
Yes,
you
you are.
asked. I did what you asked, right? I brought nature in. I brought other
You
things
are.
in
You are
outside of
being
your
a
fucking
hypocrite.
mouth,
You put a
outside of
limit.
your mind,
You
right?
put a.
I used your heating pad, your bed, a rock, a tree,
You
right, to
so
describe your daddy to you.
the thing you keep muting me. So like, how am I gonna have a
I'm not
conversation?
muting you.
Maybe that's a cue to shut the fuck up, right?
No, you should
If
keep
you're being
quiet. You
muted,
should keep
maybe that's a fucking cue to shut your fucking mouth,
you
right? Maybe that's what that
quiet.
means, to shut the fuck up. I
You
don't
keep
know.
quiet.
I don't fucking know.
No, Rhea, keep quiet.
You're
Yeah,
the
that's
one that needs to shut the fuck up while other
When
people are
when
listen.
Rhea
talking.
when Rhea says fuck, like I can't even say fuck the way Rhea says fuck, but you have really made Rhea mad, like really.
Who cares? I don't care. She can be
Yeah, you
Yeah,
mad.
don't have to care
because you're a
because
Fucking
little
care. We
bitch.
should
you
fucking care.
you've got
Exactly.
your
We
treat
should
ass.
fucking
Sit
care.
there and listen to me as I'm saying to
You're
you.
not saying shit. You have not made sense since you got up here.
You,
You are a
your
grown
host
ass
is
man
being
that has
hypocrite.
imaginary friends.
Shut the fuck up and go hug a tree.
Fucking
Host, you're being
idiot.
hypocrite.
Go
Dummy.
hug a tree. Crybaby ass. Don't come up here thinking y'all gonna cross our boundaries and we just gonna fucking lay down and let y'all fucking do it.
Talking about saying you have to listen to me. No, I don't. You're not here anymore. You're gone.
Y'all are fucking crazy. You are not entitled to my mind, to my time, to my body. None of that shit.
Hello.
Hey Trey, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. I'm good.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I am 18.
Oh, you're too young, okay? Gotta be
All right.
21, okay? All right, have a
Gotcha.
good one. All right.
All right, you too.
I really fucking would talk to an 18-year-old. Like,
But dang, the 13-year-olds sounding like 18-year-olds. The 18-year-olds sound like 40-year-olds. Goddamn.
yeah. You know what trips me out is to see women, like to see a woman in the comments watch a man disrespect women and cross women's boundaries, and then be in the comments talking about why is she so rude. Like, honestly, if I was a woman and I was seeing another woman enforce her boundaries against a misogynistic ass man or a man not respecting it, I'd be like, go, bitch, if you don't fucking go, like I would have her back. Because women, like, we don't get the respect that we deserve, right, with our body autonomy, right, and consent, and to see another woman be like, why is she so rude, like expecting a woman to just fucking lie down and take it, that shit
Because
irritates me.
that's what she allows.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Amen.
honestly, that's why I went harder on his ass, because I'm like, what the fuck, like what the fuck. Like, y'all expect to even see women expecting other women to just be disrespected by men? Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Ain't no fucking way I be in there downing you for you having your own motherfucking back.
If y'all don't take no advice from me, take this. If you are around a woman like that, run. Okay? Find every way to get away from people like that, because they will sell you and you will just be living your life like you. Oh, no, 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 that's my friend. You've been sold. You've been
Yep.
sold. You've been sold.
Yep. Stay far away from their asses. And 9 times out of 10, they look at you and they want what you got.
Yep.
Dangerous.
I'm trying to get the box open, y'all.
You want me to try?
Yeah.
So what does it do? Like, does it load on the studio for you?
It takes forever. Like, it just opened. It just opened just now.
That's crazy.
You got it
Yeah.
open?
Yeah. That person popped out. They're not there. Rocco.
Look at Earl. Earl.
Rocco. Ron Boy? Is it Ron Boy?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, let's go with number one there. I think that's going to be a very important topic.
I'm sorry, not do that. Talking about not Earl.
Earl. Literally, I couldn't get past that. Like, I had something to say, but I was like, Earl. I was like, wait, his name is Earl.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh, y'all are crazy. Y'all
Y'all
are
didn't hear me just say his
crazy.
name
Bro, you might
twice.
as well bow out now. Bow out now.
Call
Just
it quits.
leave.
Turn the
Just
cameras
leave.
off.
While you still have a little integrity left.
Oh
Just
my god.
leave.
Oh man, I'm sorry, John Boy. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
61.
Okay, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I would say I'm an atheist, but I'm really deconstructing at the same time
Okay, and
because
what
I'm
topic
a
did you come up
believer.
to talk about?
Well, I'm just sort of checking out what's going on. I think number one is probably a good one to go with. Your
Okay, go ahead.
um, there's some validity about this concept of maybe being a sinner, and that uh, it's pretty obvious that we're not perfect. But that might be the only valid point about that.
What's a valid point, that you are a sinner because you're not perfect?
Yeah, that's what it all boils down to, I think.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean,
I don't think that makes you a sinner.
well, actually, that's the argument because, say, if you take somebody like Ray Comfort coming to you, asked you, "Have you ever told a lie?" And of course, somebody will honestly answer him, "Yes, I've told a lie." And they say, "Well, what does that make you? That makes you a liar."
And I would say like you're God.
Yeah, I mean,
That doesn't make
but,
you a sinner.
no, but the argument is that if you have one fault, therefore you are
That's not the
totally.
argument. That's not the
Well, I
argument.
mean,
Their
but
belief is that you are automatically a sinner because somebody else
yeah, I
sinned.
know because you're automatically a sinner.
Yeah, but I don't believe that. What you're saying is that it's logical that because humans are flawed that you are automatically a sinner. That's not logical.
I guess what I'm saying is that in order to not be a sinner, you would have to be perfect, whatever that
No.
is.
Nope, doesn't mean you're perfect. Like, first off, you have to know what the definition of sin, or what sin is,
Well,
what the
sin is
biblical
missing.
definition. I'm sorry.
Sin
Please
is
don't.
mis-
Please
sin
don't
is,
Hey! Don't interrupt me. Okay. You first have to know what the biblical definition of sin is, and that is to transgress against the divine law of a God. Just doing things that are immoral, or what someone would call immoral, or even just harmful, does not necessarily make you a sinner, because the God can command immoral things. Like, it's almost as if y'all think that this God's law is all about morality, and it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one aspect that it boils down to. But what if you say sin is called missing the mark?
That's not the definition of sin, though. Like that's what a man said. That's a man-made definition. And if you want to identify yourself by somebody else's understanding, which a lot of people in society do today, then that's definitely your choice, right? Like I don't identify by any of it, but that's a man-made definition. And then you have to identify what mark are you missing? Whose mark are you missing? Like you could
Well,
send it. Like
that's the thing,
your wife could set a standard for you,
right?
right? And then if you miss her standard, right, then you sinned against your wife.
That's right.
Okay, so then you are choosing to live your life based off of somebody else's standards and somebody else's guidelines for you. Therefore, you could be a sinner to, I don't know, however many gods you assign yourself.
Yes, that's the way it works.
That's the way it works for you, friend.
Yeah, yeah. That's how you know that this is an idea, because your definition of God is going to really, that's going to determine what activity, what, the context of it.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
How you define God is going to define the context of what, you
Are
know.
you on number one, or are you doing what I God is an idea created by man? Which one are you doing?
Actually one, but it's all related to God as an idea created by
Not
man.
really. Not really.
Well, it's related. I mean,
You're relating them. They don't have to be related.
yeah,
You're relating them, but you're saying that because, like, just to make sure that I understand what you're saying. You're saying that because people can define sin however they want, right? And multiple people can find themselves with multiple gods, right, or multiple guidelines that they have to go by or live by in life, and they end up becoming or being identified as a sinner to different guidelines. That's why you believe that God is an idea created by man. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, it is. I think it fits in.
And that makes sense, right? As like for a if you were answering that question, right, that would make sense as a point to say, like, here's why. Here's one of the reasons why I think that God is an idea created by man, because
Yeah,
the what is the idea of sin that everybody think, right? Like it definitely can be a talking point for topic number one.
yeah.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Ron Boy?
I think, yeah, you can go from there, but yeah, um, I see the relationship of the other two to the first two, because deception,
Wait,
define
wait.
that
You only
too.
get to do one topic.
Okay, well that's fine.
Yeah.
Let's
Do you
go
have
with
anything
one.
else about topic number one?
No, that's gonna be the premise of any argument though that you get from anybody.
Well, that's not true, Ron Boy. This is actually the fourth night that we've run this live, and that is the first time that anybody's done or said what you have said. So that's not true,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
You came in on day 4 of this conversation, and you made an
yeah,
assumption after we've had I don't know how many conversations about that topic.
yeah, yeah. I haven't been following everything about it, but a lot of things boil down to that.
For you, absolutely. And that's why I said, right, like that definitely could be a talking point for why you believe, right, or why you think that God is an idea created by man. And it's a talking point that I would agree with you on, right? But that's where you've arrived in your thinking, right? In your
Yeah.
process of thinking. It doesn't make it true for everybody.
No, it
Right.
doesn't.
That's why it's important to have these types of conversations so that you can understand how different people think and you can get different perspectives, right? Like
Yeah.
I think one of the fucked up things about religion and about the idea of a God is that because when one person feels that they've gotten a revelation, they feel like everybody needs to think the same thing. right? This is
Yes.
what it is. This is the truth,
Yeah.
and let me go tell everybody the truth, and everybody needs to see it this way, and that's the issue, right?
Yeah. You see it a lot. You see it all the time.
Yeah, because like you just did it.
Yeah. Yeah. But,
And we don't even know, like a lot of times we may do it unconsciously, right?
we
Because
do.
that's the way, like we've been indoctrinated into society, right? In that way, and we may not be aware, right, that we're doing that. But
Yeah.
definitely I think that is how a religion has been structured, that when somebody gets a revelation from what they believe to be a god, and they're like, this is the truth, let me go and spread this gospel, let me go and spread this truth, and everybody that denies my truth is a sinner. Everybody that
Hmm.
denies
Yeah.
what a God gave me, right, is against me, is against my
Yeah.
God, therefore a sinner.
Yeah. That's how. Yeah. I see that. Um. What about the idea that a book can be flawless? Is that even a possibility?
That a book can be flawless? Are you no?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like,
Well,
can it not have grammatical errors?
it can. Yeah. And that's just one example. But I
But
mean,
there can be a book without grammatical errors, right?
yeah, that can be. Yeah.
You're asking like if the Bible is it possible for the Bible to be 100% true?
I've come to the conclusion that that's impossible. It's an absurd proposition.
Yeah, like for one, because it has a lot of authors, right?
Yeah, the claim is that that it's all combined, but you've had you have so many centuries of thought that's been hermeneutics that's been put together to consolidate that volume into one coherent piece.
And that's it's and you're absolutely correct that it's impossible for that to be perfect, right? And to be flawless, because you're dealing with, first off, when you use scripture to interpret scripture, right? The idea of that is supposed to limit um you know mistakes and misinterpretations, but it all it did was introduce the ability to interpret and reinterpret the text however you want. And so when you have multiple people thinking that they're all speaking from a spirit, like a Holy Spirit is speaking with them and giving them a revelation, right? Then I mean, you can't help but to have different interpretations and misinterpretations. Then, like, you have, just take the text as is, right? There is, even without all of this hermeneutics, the text has different ideas for what different men throughout history, how they have, engaged with the idea of a God, and how they believe that a God has engaged with them. If we look at Moses' God and Jeremiah's God, Moses' God says, put up an altar and offer burnt offerings and sacrifices on that altar, and that's where I will meet you, right?
Yeah.
But Jeremiah's God says, I never said that to your ancestors. I don't want sacrifices. I don't want burnt offerings. I only want obedience. So that was the type of person that Jeremiah was, right? Jeremiah was a really touchy feely type, lovey wooey, whiny type person. And so his God is like, I ain't tell y'all that I want sacrifices. I asked y'all to obey. That's all I wanted. Y'all did whatever y'all wanted to do. Moses' God was a fucking military leader.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So you have different personalities in this book. And so it's impossible for it to be flawless.
Yeah. But one thing you point out that is you can always point out what is in there and what is not in there. There's a possibility to do that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You can always point out what is actually in there, and you can point out, what is not in there.
I'm confused. I don't know what that means.
I mean, like, um, what happens is you can point out a Bible verse that says something that's totally wacko, and what somebody would have to come out to come make an argument. They'll say, "Well, it doesn't really say that," and you can
You're
always
saying
kind of.
that I think what you're saying is that you can argue any point in the Bible. Like if you want the Bible to say
Well, you can
something.
try. You can try to defend what it says, but at some point you got to acknowledge what is actually there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are you elevated? Are you okay?
No, he's saying that believers can continue to try to defend, right, what they believe, but at some point they just have to accept what the text says, and then they're not going to be able to always defend it. Like they
That's
can
right.
try. He's saying they can try to continue to defend it, but at some point they have to just reckon with the text and just accept the text for what it is.
Thinker.
Yeah.
It's amazing the way you.
Right. Those are not the words I heard.
But that's what he said.
Thank you. I appreciate the interpretation.
Yes, she can interpret all kinds of speak. Christians speak, and I guess atheists speak that we don't understand.
Yeah.
No, that's what he said though.
We're not on the same page a lot. But see, the Christians got a view. They have idea what they think that the atheists believe, and sometimes maybe the atheists have the same misconception about what Christians believe too. I think there's a divide there that causes a lot of argument.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
And hopefully these
misunderstanding.
types of conversations will, uh, kind of close that divide, right? So that
Yeah,
people will
well,
stop wanting to harm each other.
yeah.
Yeah. Did you have anything else?
Not really. I just think that, you know, yeah. Um, I think there's definitely something fallible about being human, though. That,
Yeah.
and you might call that sin in a way, maybe.
No, I think you're
Well,
choosing to call it sin. Like
well,
our
yeah,
fallibility could be a beautiful thing because it allows for us to grow, right? Like we're not
yeah,
like if we were infallible, there would be where the fuck else what else would we become?
yeah. That's right.
Right? We learn from our mistakes, right? We should,
Yeah,
but because we have this idea that came from Christianity or religion that we were, oh, you were originally created perfect. No, the fuck you weren't.
yeah. That's the false narrative. You see, is that at one time we were in a utopia. The Garden of Eden. And it never rained, and there was no death, and this is the premise that you're asked to accept as a
And it's
fact.
harmful. It's
And it's
harmful
wrong.
as
It's totally
hell.
wrong.
Yeah, because it makes you not accept who you are as a human. It makes you not like you fight with your own fallibility, right?
Yeah,
And
it's true.
you're told from the very beginning of time that your flesh is wretched. The humanness of you is horrible and bad. You were originally perfect, and now you have to spend the majority of your existence on earth trying to get back to that state of perfection, which is a state that you'll never fucking reach because you are fallible. You're
And if
never
you
going to
don't
reach
reach it, you're going to
perfection.
hell.
Exactly. And I think it has a reverse effect on the human mind, right? And when Paul says, he said, I don't know why I do the things that I'm not supposed to do. And then the things that I'm supposed to do, I don't do because I like doing the things that I'm not supposed to do because I think about the things that I'm not supposed to do, right? The
Yeah.
more he's like, the more I concentrate and meditate on the law, I fucking do the things in the law that I'm not supposed to do, right? So if you're constantly telling yourself, I'm a sinner, I'm horrible, I got to get perfect, like you're gonna feel like that goal is like never ever reaching, and you're just gonna keep on falling, keep on like you just it's ridiculous. Like it's just there's a reverse effect on that. Like just allow yourself to be human, right? Learn from your mistakes and do no harm. Like set the intention that you know you don't want to like go through life and cause harm to yourself. You don't want to cause harm to other humans, and you don't want to cause harm to the home that you live in, the earth, the animals, the trees, right? Move about in such a way, right, to minimize harm, right? And then eventually you reach some type of, you know, acceptable balance.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have
Yeah.
anything else?
Yeah. It's the whole. It's all based on. There's a lot of um the this concept that scripture is infallible is a big issue on a lot of this.
Yeah,
It's the root of a lot of things that
I
you
agree.
hear.
Yeah, I agree because it's not infallible, right? There's millions of interpreters, billions of people who want to be seen as an expert in it, right? There's status attached to it. There's wealth attached to this book, right? Being able to interpret the book, teach the book, and people thinking that, oh, the book is so hard for me to understand. I need somebody who has the mind of God, somebody close to God who can explain this book and tell me how to live my life. And then they're willing to give everything to that person because they feel like that person has the answer or access to the answer that they feel like they can't get themselves because that's what they've been told. But Ron Boy,
Yeah.
the chat is going to cuss me out if I don't bring up another guest. I enjoy talking
Okay.
with
Well,
you.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Well.
you so much. I hope you have a good night. Okay.
All right. I love your podcast here. It's real good.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Bye. Have a good night.
Bye bye.
Not the TikTok jailhouse number talking about you, right? Are you saying that I'm right that y'all go cuss me out? Or was you saying I was right about the other thing? I can't say your name because it's a TikTok jailhouse number. Was you saying I was right about y'all gonna cuss me out?
Mama ain't mad at you.
He said you right, huh?
Grandma ain't
Oh,
mad
the
at
other thing. Okay. What you say, Maria?
you. Grandma's not mad at you. Grandma just, grandma not mad at you. Okay, baby.
No,
Grandma
sometimes
not
people
mad
just
at
need to be heard, right? You know, sometimes people just need to be heard.
you. Grandma just hurt.
Let's see, where did Earl go? Here, Rhea.
Earl.
Her name is Earl.
Y'all want to laugh at my name? I don't know why you want to laugh at my name.
It's too
Okay.
early, Earl.
Okay. Whatever.
Lala, was you waiting to say that?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine a baby Earl. I don't think I've ever actually talked to an Earl before.
That's so old ass name.
That's my middle name. So
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, it's just
No,
it's one of
it
those
is a funny
names.
name. Earl is a funny name.
mm,
I know a Earl,
mm.
but it is a funny name. So how old are you, Earl?
I'm 62.
Okay, and I assume by your comments that you are a believer.
Yes.
Okay. What topic did you come up to discuss, Earl?
uh, that I couldn't pass by and see this here without stopping. God is an idea created by man.
Okay, why is it that you couldn't pass by without stopping, Earl? Like,
Because when I
hold on,
said
let me finish, Earl. Let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay,
no, I thought you were
I'm gonna tell you why I'm asking that question. Okay, because I figure, right,
mm
that if you know that your God is not an idea created by man, right, and you've engaged with this God and you've got your experiences with this God, and you know that you would look at that and go, them fools is crazy, and then keep going. But you said I could not see that and keep going. So I want to know why.
It's because it's my job not to allow the voice of God to come out and tell you that's not true. What you have written there,
So you have the voice of God in you.
God speaks through me with His word.
Oh, okay. So God speaks through you through his word. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
Yes.
whenever you speak, you are going to
When it
use the
concerning different.
word of God, right? Is that
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Earl, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
When you have conversations with your God today, is it about things that are of today, or is it only about the Bible, the
No.
times,
No. No.
the
No. No.
biblical times?
No. When I pray to God, I pray to God, and that might be the end of it. But if He gives me a thought, whatever, when I come upon some situations like this here, He gives me what to say.
He gives you what to say. And so the God that you believe in today, can you ask him why he condoned slavery?
No, I cannot ask Him that.
Why not?
I do not challenge God.
No.
God,
I didn't. Did I ask you to challenge him? I didn't
that's a
say.
challenge.
Hold on, Earl. I did not say go to him and say, "You dumb motherfucker, you condone slavery. That's
Oh
the
my
stupidest shit."
God.
I didn't say for you to do that. That would be challenging your God, right? What I said was, can you ask him why he did that? That's what I said.
So you think He really He condoned slavery?
Wait, so you don't think your God condoned slavery?
I would see that people came through a lot that believed in God. Those who believed in God
No, that's not what I
came out
asked
on
you,
the other side.
Earl. That's not what I asked you, right? What I asked you was, do you think that your God condoned slavery?
Okay, I don't think what God didn't do. God
No,
didn't.
I didn't ask you what he didn't do. What I asked you was, did he condone slavery? Because remember, you
I don't
said,
know God's heart.
Earl. Remember, you said that
I
you
know
could
God's
not
heart.
pass by. You said you couldn't pass us by because
Hmm.
you have a duty, right? To use the voice of the God that's in you to come in here and tell us that what we have on this post is not true through the word of God.
Yes,
Right? Okay. So the voice of God that is in Earl right now does not believe he condoned slavery. Is that correct?
I don't know how to answer that. There, I don't know what He condoned.
Well, then is he in you
It
right now?
happened. I know slavery
Well,
happened.
you said, hold on. You said that this voice that's in you, right, speaks through you
Hmm.
through the word of God, correct?
I know it was foretold.
No. Hey, listen to the questions that I'm asking and please answer the questions that I'm asking. The voice of God speaks through you through the word of God. That's what you said, correct?
Hmm.
So therefore, does the voice that's inside of you know his own word?
I do not know everything that God has thought like I would know my own son.
But if it is it God's voice or is it your voice then?
I'm speaking.
But whose voice is it? Whose thoughts
No, this is a
whose
voice.
thoughts are you speaking?
I'm speaking it through the thoughts that God gives me from the Bible,
So these are God's
from His
thoughts.
Word.
These are your God's thoughts, right? That you're speaking for him.
Okay, so I can tell you about slavery if you really give me a moment.
No. Listen, I'm trying to understand how the voice of God works through you right quick. We can go to the Bible here in just a second, okay?
Hmm.
All right. What I'm trying to understand is that when you say the voice of God is speaking through you, right?
Hmm.
Whose thoughts are being given to you? Are these your own thoughts or are these your God's thoughts?
These are coming from the biblical precepts of God.
They're coming from but you don't know the Bible like that.
Hmm.
You don't, because you said that your God didn't condone slavery, right? And then you said I don't know. You said I don't know if he condones slavery or not. So it can't be coming from the biblical precepts. It can't
I,
be coming from the God. It has to be coming from you and your the level of knowledge about biblical slavery that you have. Like you can't. Let's be honest. Like you can't speak for the God on things that you don't know. Is that correct?
okay, what I can tell you about the biblical slavery,
No. Can you answer the question that I asked?
I can't answer the question.
You listen.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask the question again. Okay.
I can't answer the way you want me to answer.
Listen. Answer the question that I asked. I didn't ask you to answer away. At least answer the question. Okay. And the question again is, can you speak about things, right, for your God that you don't have biblical knowledge of?
No.
Okay, so you have to have actual biblical knowledge, right, before your God can speak through you.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when your God is there with you, inside of you, when I asked earlier, do y'all talk about things of today or just biblical things? You said that
No.
no, right. Like, so you don't talk about what's going on in the world today,
No.
and you don't talk about what's in the Bible that you have not yet read.
When I'm in meditation and reading the Bible, God is speaking.
Hello. And you don't talk about the things that's in the Bible that you have not yet read. Is that correct?
No.
So therefore, the limited conversations that you can have with this God is within your own limited knowledge, within the confines of the limitations of your current knowledge.
Let me put it this way. I do not have a conversation with God like I'm having with you right now.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask you that. What I'm asking is where your information comes from. Like when you have a conversation with your God, right? You're not actually getting revelations, right? You're it's knowledge that you already have, thoughts that you are capable of having about that subset of knowledge that you already have, and then you're calling that the voice of God.
No. No.
Then
When I
why isn't your God able to give you information that you don't already have knowledge of?
okay, when I pick up my Bible, there's 66 books in there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from whatever book I read, if I might read 4 different books out of that Bible at one time or whatever, God is going to reveal to me if He wants me to know something. So
About what you
when
just
it's
read,
time to speak on that, I can speak on it with authority.
about what you just read, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so again, it is the God only speaks to you about information, right? That is within this subset of knowledge that you have, like a data server, right? Like you, let's say that you are a AI, right? You're an AI model, a language model, and your data is stored on a server, right? A specific server. Your God, right, can only talk to you about the data that is on that server. That's what you're saying. Like you can't get data information from other servers. Your God doesn't have access or doesn't give you access to that. You don't get revelations, right?
No, I just do not pull. He doesn't give me revelations. What's going to happen in San Diego?
I didn't ask about what when I say revelations, right?
Yeah.
So like you're sitting down one day, right? And you're chilling, and then the God goes, Earl, did you know that I condone slavery? You don't get those type of revelations.
No, no.
Okay. All right. So
Why would he do
the
that?
voice of God that you're getting, right,
Why
is
would
coming
God
from
treat me like I'm
Earl. The voice of God that you're hearing, right, is your thoughts that you then say, oh, this is a thought based off of what I just read, therefore, and then you like get a feeling in your stomach, and then you're like, oh, this is what God wants me to say.
Mhm.
Okay. What does God want you to say about slavery today?
Okay. For one, that was something that it was happening at that time that the children of Israel had to go through for them to know that he was God and that he would always be on their side. But until then, it was going to be a great famine, and they were going to go to a place to trade for food. But it gets stuck over there. It's called Egypt. And once they got stuck over in Egypt, they couldn't come out for 400 years. But they kept crying. They kept crying. They kept praying to God. Pretty much, how did you forsaken us? God never answered them. They didn't think. And the very man that was in Egypt, that was raised up in Egypt, Moses, raised up as an Egyptian, had to leave Egypt and go back to Egypt and lead the children of Israel out because God said, I want you to go in there and tell Pharaoh to let my people go. At the same time,
But I'm asking you about slavery, not the Exodus. What did your God tell you
that was
about
slavery.
that is the totality of the slavery that your God told you about?
There's other slaveries that happen.
Okay,
That was
what else? Tell me, what else did he tell you?
He didn't tell me nothing about the Holocaust.
I didn't ask about that.
Okay, what other slavery are you talking about?
Well, what other slavery did your God tell you about?
In the Bible, that's the only slavery he talks about.
Yeah, are you sure?
I am very sure that
Do you
anyone.
want to go back and ask your God first?
No, I don't need to, because see, I
Okay.
know everybody wants to put their own spin on it, but it's
Hmm.
not what you think it is.
Okay. Well, let's go. Let's go to it. Turn to your Bibles, Leviticus 25,
I
44 through 46.
already do that.
Okay, so tell me about it, Earl. Tell me about it.
Who are you talking about? The Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites?
Tell me about it.
What they always want to use.
Okay, so tell me about it then, Earl.
You talking about the ones who were disobedient to God, and this is exactly what you get?
Who were disobedient? Who were disobedient?
Oh, you talking about the people or the little people? I say little people. I'm just making light of it. You talking about that the Jewish people or the Hebrew people or Israelites had as slaves so that they could keep them for 7 years.
Mm.
You talking
And,
about them?
and who were they?
I don't know. I don't know the names.
No. What did you say? Who could be kept for 6 years?
7 years.
It who could be kept for 6 years?
These slaves.
And who were they?
They were some people. I mean, they probably. I don't think they were Israelites though. They were from other tribes.
They were from other tribes of what?
They weren't from the tribes of Israel. More like Moabites, the Hittites, and Jebusites.
Are you sure about that? Is this what your God is telling you right now?
No, no,
Well,
no.
no. I want to know what your God told you about slavery, Earl.
Okay, see, this is what God is not going to do right now. God is gonna get what the information He's given me through the 25 years I've been doing this here.
Hmm.
Okay, He's gonna say, okay, you ought to know some of these things, you know,
He's gonna say
and
that to who?
and when you're being challenged by Satan,
Wait, Earl.
uh,
Are you calling me Satan?
like I said,
Wait, Earl.
yeah.
Are you calling me Satan?
Who else would challenge?
Earl.
Because I know you know the Bible.
Earl, can you continue speaking for your God?
Because I know you know the Bible.
Can you continue speaking for your God? What else did your God tell you about slavery?
What else do you want to know? I mean,
I want to know I want to know everything that your God has told you about slavery. Now, I'm going to tell you something, Earl. A lot of times when we ask believers to show us their God, they'll say it doesn't work that way. But Earl, you and I both know that there are several times in this Bible where your God has shown His hand when His prophets have asked Him to. Right? I could think of one or two instances where He just did the shit just because. Right? And so you trying to tell me right now that your God told you to stop in here, Earl, and mind the business that does not pay you. Stop talking while I'm talking, please.
I didn't say
You know,
that.
stop talking while I'm talking. You said, right, that you saw this post and you could not pass it by because it is your duty to come in here and use the voice of God and tell us how wrong we are. Now, you believe that you are talking to Satan. And you believe that Satan is challenging your God. And I am asking you, Earl, unless you are going to make your God bow down to Satan and bow the fuck out, finish telling me what your God has taught you about biblical slavery.
My mic got muted. How did that happen?
I have no idea.
No, you said, tell me to tell you about what?
What else did your God teach you about biblical slavery?
Oh, slavery. Slavery. Well, there's a thing where those that might just hunger and thirst for righteousness shall be filled. There's something. What is it? He said, "Those that were last shall be first." What else is that there? Blessed are the
Earl,
poor in
Earl,
spirit,
Earl,
for they shall
Earl,
be
Earl, Earl,
what?
Earl. I don't know what I think your server got unplugged for a second. Are you back?
No, yeah, I'm back.
Okay, listen for a second, okay? I'm about to put a more clarifying prompt in, okay?
Mm,
Did your God set the structure for the same slavery that happened in the antebellum South?
mm. I don't think so. No, no,
Is your God telling you that He didn't do that?
no, no. See, a lot of times people do think this, and an error that God makes things happen wrong for people to suffer when it's not. It's we people who make others suffer. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
but
all.
but what I'm asking you, right, is someone set the structure, right, for other humans in society to see themselves as superior than other humans.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And then they set the structure for those humans who they consider to be savages, non
Mm,
chosen individuals to be owned as property for
right,
life,
right,
right?
right.
And then they set the structure for those same humans to be passed down as inheritance to other humans' children like commodity.
Mm.
And that's just horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, they did that also. That was supposed to be happening in the Bible, but that doesn't give a clear indication. Did they use Did everybody use it? Now
What do you
somebody.
what do you mean? What I'm talking about the structure being set. That was someone's grand idea, right? Like someone thought in their mind, hey, slavery is happening in the ancient Near East.
Okay,
Hold
okay.
on,
I tell you.
Earl, let me finish talking, please. And then you'll understand what I'm asking you, okay?
I know what you're asking.
Earl, allow me to finish speaking, please. What I'm saying is there was a mind, right, that thought to themselves, slavery is happening in the ancient Near East. This nation here is allowing people to go free in 6 years. This nation allowing people to go free in 7 years. This nation 3 years. This nation allows people to work their way up to the top and become political leaders. This nation allows people to work their way to their freedom. And then this nation should allow people to be enslaved for life. They should not allow people their freedom. Somebody thought that. Do you know what mind thought that?
No, I don't.
You don't know the mind, the grand mind that thought up lifetime chattel slavery.
No, because like I said, what people do not realize, they take it to the left of what God started, what God allowed for a time, and that was only for that time.
No. I'm not asking about whether it's for a time. I'm asking whose grand idea was lifetime bond servitude based on the fact that you are not a part of a specific group of people. Whose idea was that?
That was mankind.
Are you sure?
Mankind has dominion over the earth.
And your God didn't tell you that that was his idea?
Now, okay, God has never told me that was his idea. I never read it into my way of thinking. That's his idea. That's what he wanted.
Mm-hmm. So your God had a prophet that he communicated with, somewhat similar, like you're saying that he communicates with you today, correct?
Well, no, not the same.
I said somewhat similar.
Okay.
And who is that prophet?
He spoke to many prophets. He spoke to.
But he had one in this Bible that he communicated laws to, and he spoke
Moses.
often. What was his name?
Moses.
Mm-hmm. And so Moses gave 3 different types of legal codes in this book, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when Moses speaks for your God, is it Moses' words or is he speaking what your God told him to speak?
Moses on the 10th coming again? No, come on now. On in the 10 Commandments itself.
I'm not asking about the commandments. When Moses spoke and Moses says, "Thus says the Lord God," and then Moses speaks, is he speaking on behalf of Moses or is he speaking on behalf of your God?
He's speaking on behalf of God, but you won't let me finish.
That's okay. I'll let you go off on a tangent here in just a second, okay? So remember the scripture that I asked you to go to that you started laughing about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to read that scripture, and then I want you to stop me when you hear structures that sound like the antebellum South, okay? We cool? Okay?
I can already agree with you on that.
No, wait a minute. I'm going to read it, and then I want you to stop me when you hear similar structuring of slavery in the antebellum South, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. You don't hear anything yet?
Mm-mm.
Okay. They may be your property. You don't hear anything yet?
Mm-mm.
Okay. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property.
Now I hear.
Okay.
Now.
These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
There you go. There you go.
Hold on, Earl.
Now we get it.
Earl. Now, I hear you praising God. I hear you excited about the fact that the Israelites were not allowed to be treated as slaves. Is that what that there you go is for?
No, that's not what I'm excited about.
What are you excited about?
I'm excited about that what people have never put together. What God is talking about here in Leviticus, it was for that time and that time only.
That's fine. That's fine. We don't have to don't focus on that. What we're talking about is the mastermind behind this type of supremacy oppression. Right? What type of mind thought of this type of structure, right, that was then used to do the most heinous shit in North America? That's what we're talking about right now, the mind. Okay?
The male.
No, remember, this isn't the mind of a man. This, Earl, this is the mind of your God. Because Moses, listen, Moses is speaking on behalf of your God. So these are your God's words. This is your God's plan. This came from your God's mind.
And you're going to tell me all of that travel, over it took 1,800 years for it to travel all the way over here to the United States, which was not even a part of the world at that time, as we know it, as they knew it.
Earl,
Yes.
are you not holding this Bible in your hands while you sit in the United States? Are you? Are you holding the Bible in your hand today?
The Bible wasn't even in the United States.
Earl, that is the dumbest shit that I've ever heard anybody say, to say that this Bible was not in the North during the time of slavery. Now, are you holding this Bible in your hand today in the United States?
Yes.
Okay, so just like you in 2025, Earl, is holding this book in your hand and you are applying things in this book to your life today in 2025, so did the people in the antebellum South. And because, Earl, your God thought of such a heinous plan in his heinous ass mind, people in the antebellum South used your God's thoughts, the mind of God, to do the most heinous shit to your ancestors.
Can I ask you a question in the middle of that?
I can say fuck as many times as I want to, Earl.
How can I ask you a question in the middle of that, though?
Sure.
Do you know how to spell?
Of course, Earl.
Spell woe.
Spell what?
Woe.
I'm not going to take a request from you. What do you want to know if I know how to spell for it, Earl?
Because the way that you're using your language against God, I mean, you might be talking to me, but
Earl, I will say fuck as many times as I want to.
No.
Earl,
what you say when you use God's name.
Earl, I will say fuck. I will say goddamn. I will say I don't give a fuck. I will say heinous ass mind. And I will say your God has a heinous ass mind.
Okay. That's where I say whoa to you. Because you
Earl, that's your God. You are the one that fears this God. I don't. You know, it's the mind of the people that worship this God. And so let's focus on that, okay? Because that's the point. Earl. That is the point. Right? Your God has a heinous mind. And because people, Earl, stop talking while I'm talking. Because people believe in your God, they do the things that your God did in this book to other humans, Earl.
I just want to say, only gonna say some word to you. But stop. Talk about some word to you. What do you think you're doing?
Are you there, Earl?
Oh, you have to unmute. I sent you an invitation.
Yeah, I'm back. I didn't tell you the war. I just told you, hey,
No, you expected me to be afraid.
you know
That's
what?
that's your thing, not mine.
You're not. So
Earl, can you please focus on the conversation? Like your fear is just a disruption here, okay? All right. Like we can't focus on we can't Earl, we cannot grow, right? We cannot grow in our
the fear
thoughts
of God is the
because
first
you
sign
are
of
in
wisdom.
Earl, you are inserting fear here and interrupting people growing and critically thinking. Can you take that shit on somewhere? Keep it to yourself, okay? Can we get
Stop
back to the
talking when she's
conversation?
talking.
Can we get back to the conversation, Earl?
Oh, you have to unmute again.
I've unmuted it again. Is that it?
Are you done?
That's nice. That's nice how you did that.
Ew, can you stop chewing? The fuck?
I'm sorry. That's nice how you got this on this page. How that writing from the Bible. How you do that?
It has a green screen, Earl. It's technology. We've come a long way.
Are you not able to focus on the fact that your God came up with the structure for lifetime slavery that enslaved your ancestors, Earl?
What about killing?
Earl, can we talk about the fact that your God came up
Can't kill
with
his brother,
the
did God? Did God come up with killing?
Earl,
Earl? I understand right now that you don't want to talk about this. I get it. And at any moment, Earl, you can say, "Hey, this makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about it." And in the moment that you do that, I'm going to know that you saying that your God had you come in here because of the post that we had up was also a lie, because your God would have known, right? If your God is all knowing, your God would have known, right, the type of person that I am. Right? He would have known where this conversation was going to go. And then either your God did not prepare you, right? Or you lied.
Mm.
But at any moment, if you say, "Hey, this is too much for me. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm going to respect that boundary and we'll be done."
Well, I tell you what you did do. The atheist got up there and he was able to say what he would, what he may want to say, a lot of times without interruptions and with almost a hand clap, a high five. But when I come in here with the word of God, you want to challenge me.
What word of God did you come in here with, Earl? You came in here with the word of Earl. You
No.
haven't you haven't said anything. You haven't spoken anything. Earl, stop talking while I'm talking. Damn. You stopped talking. Now it's my turn to talk. The problem is that
I
you want
bet
to
you're not
talk while
married, are you?
you don't let me talk. This is my stage. You ain't in your pulpit.
You're not married, are you?
Uh, what Earl, do you realize that you're doing the thing that a lot of egotistical but hurt ass men do? Your
I'm
God
going
didn't prepare you to come in here. You know what, Earl? I might not be married right now, but your God did not prepare you to come in here and deal with a woman like me. Did he run or did somebody take him down?
I didn't take him down.
I think he left.
Well, I guess we know the power of Earl's Holy Ghost.
That's just being y'all.
The word of Earl.
Neil,
All right. get out of here with that.
Earl, you're a crybaby and you're a runner. You came in here and said that your God told you to come in here and tell us that we're wrong, and then you ran. And if I'm not mistaken, like you called me the devil, you called me Satan. But in your book, it was the demons running away from Jesus, not Jesus running away from Satan. Neil, how are you? Neil, on Discord, are you there? Are you able to unmute? There's a push to talk button.
It never asked me to do that push to talk thing. How come it works for us?
Hmm. I think maybe it's Android phones that require it. But Neil, if you're not able to come off mute, we're gonna have to remove you from the Discord and then try again. Okay? Oh, never mind. I see what's happening, y'all. I got a message. It says this server requires members with moderation powers to have multi-factor authentication.
Oh.
I gotta enable that. Hold on. I don't fucking know how to do that. Hold on. I don't think I can do that while I'm on live. Nope. I got it. I can't do it while I'm on live. I have to use my authenticator app, and I can't. Yeah. So we're not gonna be able to do that, Earl. I mean, Neil. Okay. How do I get back to the Discord? I'll figure that out. All right. Maven, are you able to take him out of the Discord? Because I can't get back to that page now. Let's see. Never mind. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. All right. If you're waiting to come up and you are in the guest box on TikTok, can you please comment? D said everybody gonna be called Earl today.
For real. I'm just gonna start, when they start crashing, I'm gonna be like, Earl.
Oh, you don't have mob powers? Okay. Let's see. Who's waiting to come up? Did somebody comment?
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
If you're in the guest box and you are waiting to come up on stage, can you please just comment so that we know who's in the guest box on purpose? Help us out so that we don't go through the accidental request. Reese, as sweet as you are, you know that, I'm just me. Right? Like, yeah. Hey, Reese, how are you?
Good, good. What's up? What's up?
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I was just looking at the God is an idea created by man. Like before, actually, I was looking at number 2, but I just God is an idea created by man. But how would that explain Jesus?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Jesus is the most famous person on the planet, and came to Earth, was sent by God, and so how does, if God is an idea, how does that explain Jesus? Like rising from the tomb and all that stuff.
I think Beyonce is the most famous person
I
on Earth.
I think Spider Man is real. Like
I love
Spider
the
Man is
song Halo.
Spider-Man?
pretty. Yeah, Spider Man is in China. Like
You know,
Spider Man
oh,
is really famous, right?
Beyonce is in
And
Uganda.
you know who's in China. Spider Man is in China, but Jesus is not.
But I'm telling you, you can go to a village in like freaking middle of nowhere and they know Beyonce.
That's true. But Beyonce is human, right? Spider Man is an idea.
Yeah, but Beyonce
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah,
gotten any
true.
Grammys. Did you see Jay Z at the Grammys? How Taylor Swift keeps getting Grammys right after left, and Beyonce hasn't gotten one. Isn't that bullshit? I'm just saying that's bullshit.
Somebody said, did you attend the last tour? Beyonce is something. Human, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So I think, is deception for the greater good justifiable? See, I see deception as being something that we don't know is happening when it's happening, because if we did know that it was happening, it would be like
No. You can only
delusion.
do one. You did the God is an idea created by man. Are you done with that?
Oh, I didn't know that that was a topic. Yeah, yeah, sure. I'm done.
Well, that's the one you started talking about, right?
Yeah, just because the thought came to my head just as I was coming on. But it
Oh,
doesn't matter.
that's not the topic that you wanted to do.
I didn't realize, I thought it was just like your premise, because there's one, two, and three.
No, it's a topic.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't care. I don't really
No,
care.
do you want to switch to
I
the
could
number
tackle them
two?
all, but I'm not real good at my Bible references. So,
Do you want to switch to number two?
sure.
Okay. What's your answer to that?
Okay. So, I think the very nature of deception is, when we're being deceived, is that we don't know it's happening when it's happening. Because if we did, it would be like delusion. And so I think deception is exceptionally bad, like worse than a lie, because because it's like an intentional lie to get something out of it, whereas a lie doesn't necessarily have to be that way. But so I don't see deception being for the greater good at all.
Not even when the God you believe in uses it.
I don't think he does say that it's for the greater good. I don't think, because the devil comes to lie, cheat, and destroy. So deception is lying. So I don't think that God does want us to believe that the greater good is deception at all.
But your God uses deception in this book multiple times. So my question is, not
I don't
even when
believe
your
that's true.
God does it.
I don't believe that's true.
I mean, you can not believe it's true. The book says it.
I don't believe it does.
It. So when he uses Jacob's and Rebecca's deception to bless Jacob, Jacob's name is literally deceiver.
What do you mean?
Jacob's name means deceiver in Hebrew. So he took the deceiver, right, and made him the father of the Israelites through deception.
I don't think that necessarily means that he's trying to say that deception is for the greater good. I mean, is there
I'm sorry.
any?
Hold
Is
on.
the word
Hold on.
is the word
Hold on.
even in the Bible?
Hold on. So, what was the purpose of Jacob getting the blessing from his father Isaac?
So, all right, this is really bad, but I don't even know the story. I don't even know what the story is. What's the story about? Like,
So why would you come up here to deceive us then and talk
I'm
about
not.
something that you don't
I
know?
just said the deception is when you're trying to get something out of it. I'm not trying to get anything out of it. I did
You
not.
don't have to be trying to get something out of deception.
I
Like
don't think
you
deception is in the
literally hold
Bible.
on, Reese. You literally right said that that's not what it is, right? As if you know, right?
Mhm.
I don't think I don't agree with you. That's not what it is. Like as if you know, right?
Well,
That is very deceptive. So like if someone comes to you and they're talking to you and they're asking you questions about your God and you answer as if you've actually read the book or if you actually understand what it says, right? You are deceiving that person. You're giving them misinformation. That's deception.
So are you saying that I should have known the Greek or Hebrew translation for every word in the Bible?
You
No,
should have
you
just known the
said
story at least.
exactly. You said you don't know the story, yet you try to say that that's not what happened in the story.
Because no, I didn't say that that's not what happened in the story. I
You
said
said I
I don't
don't.
think
You
this
said
I don't think
you
the word
said I
deception
don't
is
think
even
that's true. You said I don't think that's true.
right.
I
I
don't
don't think
see where
it's
God used that for the greater good, but you don't even know the story.
right, but I know God.
No, you don't. If you think that your God did not use that deception, right, to bless Jacob, then you don't know your God. Your God literally
That's not what the
sent
Bible says.
your God literally. Yes, it does say that. And then your God literally sent lying spirits, right? He sat in his heaven, right, and had a meeting with spirits to come up with a divisive plan to convince Ahab to go up and fight against Ramoth Gilead. And he ultimately partnered with lying spirits to go into the bodies of Ahab's prophets and make them false prophets, to lie to them, to tell them that if he goes and fight Ramoth up at Ramoth Gilead, that your God was going to give him the victory. Also, your God could kill him.
Okay, but lying and deception are two different things.
What was Ahab deceived?
I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe that God is
Then you
using
don't know your
deception
book and you
for the
don't
greater
know
good.
your God.
No, I'm saying I don't. He's not using deception for the greater good. So the
How
question,
do you know that? What happened? Why did he want to kill Ahab?
I know that he's not using deception
Why
for the
did he
greater
want to
good.
kill Ahab?
I don't know, but that doesn't
So then you
matter.
don't know, and you are up here to deceive us, to
No,
talk
I'm
about
not.
some. Yes, you are. You
No, I'm
don't
not.
know the story.
You're not proving that deception
You
is
don't know
that
the story. You
you're
don't
not
know the
proving.
story.
So
You
what?
don't, Reese, stop talking while I'm
You're not
talking.
proving it
Stop
though.
talking while I'm talking. You don't know the story, right? And you're talking from your own thoughts, your own feelings, right? And you're speaking as if they are the gods when these are literally yours. That is deceptive. Do you know how to come off mute, Reese?
Oh God. Okay. All right. I was talking the whole time. Yeah. No. Deception. I have discernment. Okay, and I know how to tell a lie from the truth. It's a lie that God is thinks of deception as being for the greater good and that he's justifying deception. The devil comes to lie, cheat, and destroy. God does not come to lie, cheat, and destroy. God is good. His heart is good. Okay? He
So,
is not
Reese,
if you were
Reese,
to say,
Reese,
look,
Reese,
everything wait, you're
Reese,
interrupting me.
Reese, do not ever fucking do that on my stage. I don't give a fuck who you are. Don't ever do that on my stage.
This is not the first time you've come up, though. This is not the first time you've come up here. I don't know why you acting like that.
Are you going to continue to do that? Because I don't know who you think you are.
Okay. I'm sorry. I got a little bit out of control. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, like we're cool, but we're gonna respect each other while we're on the stage, and you know the rules of the live.
My bad, my bad.
In Genesis 20, when your God goes to, when Abraham goes into the land of Gerar, and he deceives the Abimelech king and withholds information about Sarah being his wife, right? And causes the Abimelech king to almost commit adultery. And your God says that he's going to kill Abimelech if he doesn't give Sarah back. He then strikes the wife of the Philistine king and all the enslaved women with barrenness, right? And he strikes the Abimelech's body with sickness because Abraham lied. Okay? Now, your God went to the Abimelech and said, he is a prophet, give his wife back. Did your God use that, right? Did your God take the side of Abraham when Abraham was being deceptive?
Genesis 20, which verse?
The entire chapter.
Entire chapter. I no, I don't think that that's what there's. I don't think that I don't interpret it that way.
How do you interpret it, Reese? Go ahead. Don't even take time to read it since you don't interpret it that way. How do you interpret it? Since that
No,
I assume that you already have read it and you've
no.
already interpreted it previously. So tell me now, like, how do you interpret it?
I interpret it as he's. This is talking about family, and I didn't hear you mention family.
Yeah. What part Reese is talking about family?
The whole thing.
Yeah. Tell me specifically, like what verse in
Okay.
there?
Number 3, married woman. Number 4, he's my brother.
Wait,
Number
whose brother? Whose brother was?
okay.
Who's saying that?
Now Abimelech had not gone near
No,
her.
Reese. I'm asking you a question. Who's saying he's my brother?
Abimelech.
Abimelech is saying he's my brother.
She's my sister, and didn't say she. And didn't she also say he is my brother? No, that was he. Abimelech is talking about Sarah.
And what is he saying about Sarah?
I've done this. He's saying that Sarah said he is my brother.
And why was Sarah saying that to Abimelech? Don't read it, Reese, because you said that that's not how you interpret it. So you've read
Because
this
she's
before.
innocent.
No, why was she telling Abimelech that?
Because she's what? He said he's talking to the Lord.
Why? No, she's not. Why did she say to Abimelech that he is my brother? Why?
Because there was a reference to sex or whatever. I guess that she
No.
has taken.
Do you see how deceptive this is? Like, you haven't read it, you don't understand it, right? And so for you to say that that's not how you interpret it, just because you have a specific idea about a God that you believe in, right? Whose Bible you don't necessarily know or study, right? You can't accept what the true nature of the story is saying.
God,
So you say after not even understanding the story or having read it, you say that's not how I interpret it. One, you haven't interpreted it. That's deception. That's deception, Reese.
it is not.
And then hold on, stop talking while I'm talking, Reese. When I'm done, you can talk. And then when I ask you to show me what you've interpreted, you pick out words. You pick out one word here. Oh, I see marriage. I see the word brother. Right? Oh, that's family. And then you literally made up an entire thing that said, oh, they're talking about sex. When she says, oh, he is my brother. No, they're not. You haven't read it. And this is what I'm talking about. When people, when believers, right, go out and they tell people, oh, you need my God. My God is this. My God is that. Like, this is y'all's own thoughts. You ain't even talking about the same God in this book. Because y'all don't even accept the God that's in this book. And then y'all expect people to just accept what you say is fact. And then you expect people not to question what you say is fact. And y'all be wrong as hell. That's deceptive.
Is it my turn now? Deception by its very nature means you don't know it's happening when it's happening. You don't know you're being deceived. So number 1, you wouldn't even know that I was deceiving you right now because that's impossible. That's the whole nature of deception itself. And number 2, I believe that you are telling a lie because I don't believe that God at any point at any time in the Bible.
I don't give a fuck if you believe that I'm telling a lie. And you are calling me a liar while you're sitting here deceiving people. And just because a person can detect deception or the very act of someone attempting to deceive them does not mean that deception isn't present.
The very nature of deception is that you don't
And
know what's
are you
happening when
saying
it's
that
happening.
deception cannot be detected?
You can
Are you,
tell
are
if
you
you're
saying that a
deceived.
person can't tell when another person is trying to deceive them, or when another person is attempting to be deceptive?
You cannot be deceived.
Are you saying that deception cannot be detected?
Not until after it
That's
happens.
not true. That's not true. And you
Well,
are you are
what's the
attempting
what's
to
the what's the difference between deception and a lie?
deceive all of us in here into thinking that you have read this text and that you understand it. You are lying.
Deception is an intentional act. There's a difference
And
between
you are
deception and a
doing it
lie.
intentionally, Reese. You know damn well you haven't read this text. You
I
know
know
damn
damn
well
well you're
that you
not
have.
wrong
You know damn well you don't know what this story is about. You are attempting to deceive. You know that.
I already told you I didn't know what the story was about.
Reese, you sat there and said that's not how I interpret it.
Yeah, but I told
How
you
you going to interpret some shit that you haven't read, Reese?
because I know I know that
No, you
I
don't.
know the theme of the Bible,
No,
and
you don't. No, you
God would
don't.
never.
Reese,
You're just
you are
talking about the greater
lying.
good. You're talking
You
about
are
the greater
lying.
good.
You
You're
are
lying.
lying, Reese.
You're lying.
No, you are, Reese. It's okay. I can accept you calling me a liar. I can accept that shit. The very, because here's the thing, right? I can go to the book, right, and I can point to the stories in the book. I can point to the words, right, to the historical context, right, and that will back me up. You can't fucking do that
Show me where the word deception is.
in the Bible.
Show me in Genesis 20 where the word deception is.
Let's see. Then Abimelech rose early in the morning and called his servants and told them all these things. And the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us? How have I sinned against you, that you have brought such great guilt on me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What were you thinking that you did this thing?" Abraham said, "I did it because I thought, surely there is no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, this is the kindness that you must do me. At every place to which we come, say of me, he is my brother." That is the lie. Then Abimelech took sheep and
That's not
oxen and
God.
male and female. I didn't say it was your God. I said your God allowed it. The question that I asked you was, did your God take Abraham's side when he lied to the Abimelech?
It's
That was
not.
the question I asked you.
It's not for the greater good, though.
Then what was it for? Just to fucking take the side of a deceiver?
I mean, the story clearly is not reflective of the whole greater good wanting to calling for deception. It's not.
Why did he do it? Why did he threaten to kill Abimelech? And why did he
I don't know. You tell me. You know
yeah,
the Bible better than I do.
no, you said that that's not what it's for. So I'm asking you, why did he threaten to kill Abimelech? Why did he make the women in the kingdom barren, right? And when Abraham was the one who lied, when Abraham was the one who deceived Abimelech.
Well, that's what they're discussing in this very story. They're telling each other why they did that.
I
So
said, why did your God threaten to kill Abimelech when Abimelech didn't do anything wrong?
I have no idea. You tell me.
You're the one who's saying that it's not for the greater good.
You're not
It's that
proving
it's
it
not.
is.
You're the one who's saying that it's not because Abraham is a prophet, because Abraham is his chosen. So if not, If not because Abraham is Abraham, then why did he just allow a liar to deceive someone and threaten to kill an innocent man?
I don't know. I have no idea. But
Is
you're
that
not saying that.
just because Reese thinks that her God is just all good, right? And everybody's just supposed to believe Reese and say fuck what the text say, right? And believe Reese when Reese can't even explain why Reese is saying that this is wrong.
I am not saying that people should believe me at
Oh
all.
yes, you are, Reese. You called me a liar.
I am saying what I believe.
If you call me a liar, Reese, right, then you should be able to prove that I'm lying. So why did your God threaten to kill an innocent man
That is not the topic
without
question.
addressing what Abraham did to put that man in the position that he put him in?
I have no idea. I don't know the Bible inside and out.
Oh, yeah, but now you don't know when you got up here and said that's not how I interpret it. Now you can't interpret it.
I could interpret it, but you're not
So
interpreting
interpret it.
anything
I'm
for the
asking
greater
you
good.
to now. Why did your God threaten to kill Abimelech?
Well, I'd have to read it. You told me not to read it.
Uh, because you said that that's not how you interpret it. So that we assume that means you already read it, Reese.
No, I told you I didn't read it.
So how can you interpret something? How can you
Because
say that's not how I interpret it if you've never read it?
because I don't believe at any point in the Bible, I've never heard ever that God is
So how
wanting
do you know?
exceptions
So
to do
you
for the greater
automatically
good.
know. So Reese, before you read something, right? You automatically know that you're going to interpret it a specific way. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I automatically know that statement
So
of
there's no
using
need for you to actually read the book then, Reese, because you have your interpretation in your head before you read.
No, I definitely need to read it. Probably a lot more than I do.
No. You already have your interpretation, like you said, right? You already know how you're going to interpret it before you actually read it.
Well, I know that God does not want us to lie for the greater good. Lies are not meant to be for the greater good. I know that. I think everybody knows that.
So, Reese, when your God says that if a prophet speaks a word, right, and that prophet is deceived, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet.
Well,
Ezekiel 14:9 and 11. Ezekiel 14:9 and 11. Your God says, if a prophet speaks a word and that prophet is deceived, I'm the one who did it. That is your God saying that I will make a prophet speak a false prophecy. And the reason he's saying that he would do that is because he does not want the Israelites going to other gods, right? Other prophets of other gods, getting guidance from them, and then coming to him and getting guidance as well. And so he said, the next time y'all do that, I'm going to answer you myself as the prophet, and I'm going to deceive you. I'm going to
yeah,
speak
that
a false, listen, I'm going to speak a false prophecy, a lie, through the mouth of the prophet to deceive you.
I was going to say he must have had a good reason, and he's a jealous God.
Hold on. So he had a good reason for lying?
Look,
Wait,
I have no
Reese,
idea.
I'm going to, Reese, step by step. He had a good reason for lying? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying whatever he does, it
Reese, because
must be
this
for a reason.
conversation is
Yeah.
about to be over. Listen,
Okay.
he
Okay.
had a good reason for lying? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? So
Yes.
he had a good reason to deceive?
Yes.
Reese, read number two, and then hop down.
Is deception for the greater good justifiable? For the
Thank you, Reese.
You're welcome. Bye,
Have a good night.
guys. You too. Love.
Goodness gracious. Rhea, you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can. You gotta go somewhere.
No?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah, I still don't think she got it. I still don't think that she even understood what she said when she dropped down. Like her saying, "Oh, he must have had a good reason." Like it still did not click that she's saying that deception for the greater good is justifiable. Like she didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't think like she ever really does when she comes up here to even ask us the question like, "What about Jesus?" You've come up here a few times. You've listened to these conversations. I don't know where that come. I don't think she would have gotten it anyway.
And then like the amount of times they get up here talking about that's not how I interpret it. I interpret it. Like I hope people are paying attention. Like these believers come and like they go to people and they tell people this is the way you have to think, and they can't justify it because they barely even read the damn text.
Mm-hmm.
And most of it is their own thoughts, right? And they got people out here thinking they have to live a certain way or think a certain way, and you're literally carrying taking on the identity or the personality of other humans, like trying to force yourself into the confines of another human's motherfucking mind, and then you end up like all fucked up inside because it ain't you.
How do you interpret something that you haven't read?
Exactly. And then try to gaslight the fuck out of us and say that she wasn't trying to be deceptive because I don't think she thought that I was going to ask her to give the interpretation.
That part.
Tie dye, are you asleep? Is he asleep? Is it is it Tadai? Tadira? Okay. If you're in the guest box, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Starlight, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Rhea.
Before I say that, I just want to say, it's somebody in the comments that I bet he thinks he spelled world correctly.
Is
I
it
bet,
Positive World?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
bet
was up here
he,
yesterday. He's a whole ass crash out.
I bet he think that's how you spell it for real.
Yeah, he's a whole ass crash out.
I'm crying.
Thank you for the
Anyway,
$4.99 super chat. What the fuck homesteading adventure. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Rhea.
sorry. Starlight, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Christian, deconstructing, atheist? Which one?
So I'm deconstructing. I've been up here before, but I've been following this very live for like the past few days. And the second question, I've kind of been turning in my mind since then: is deception for the greater good justifiable? And I was looking at it from a human perspective, which is normal because we're human and we're operating on a human plane. So I was saying like it happens in the police force when they try to get confessions, they kind of tell little lies and stuff to get people to say things. So I'm like, yeah, if we do it, or even with children, we kind of little tell them little things so that they could, probably do the right thing or so on. And then I was like, yeah, well, if we do it, then maybe this God that they speak of, even though don't really believe in this God anymore, I'm like, maybe their God is justified in doing it because it happens in human life. But then I had to come back to my senses and I was like, but if this God is all knowing, omnipotent, omnipresent, and all of these great things, like he has all this power in the world, why does he have to operate like a human being, so to speak, and use deception to get a good outcome? So I think I don't know why it took so long in my mind for me to come up to that conclusion, but it really makes no sense because even I was thinking if God had this power, like for example, the example of the Pharaoh, when Pharaoh didn't want to let the people go, he was able to use his power to harden Pharaoh's heart so that he could continue to punish Pharaoh. But then in other examples, he's like, he allows certain things to happen, or he uses manipulation and so on and so forth. So this Bible is telling us that God is this all-powerful being, but then he has to use lies and deception and manipulation and tricks and tests. Like, why did he have to work alongside Satan actually to test Job, right? To manipulate him, to make him think that to make him think that he was being punished by God and so on, just to test his faith. If you're all knowing and all powerful, then you should have known by looking into Job's heart that he was a good person. There should not have been any of this great punishment, which I think was very wicked of a good God to do, so as to prove to I don't know who that Job was this good person. So I think what happens is a lot of the times we what we have been told, because even when I was in the religion, we were being told, don't judge God by human standards, or God's understanding is higher than ours. But what I'm saying is, if our morality, there are things that we could put in law that shows a certain level of morality. Why is it that God is allowed to do it and we cannot question his morality, but we are supposedly made in his image and likeness? But he uses such extreme levels of deception for this supposed good, because we don't know what this greater good is that he's talking of. So yeah, I kind of had it turning in my mind for a while, and I just had to tell myself, well, if this person is all powerful, then he just can't he can't be doing anything for the greater good. He can't be doing evil for the greater good, because he's supposed to be able to change anything without causing harm or causing deception or lying or so on to each other, because he is supposedly this all-powerful being. So that is the conclusion that I eventually came to, and it in topics and questions like these have helped me to further to allow my rational brain to take over and get rid of these ideas of this God, because the more you ask yourself these questions and the more you look into such topics and you try to understand it, the less this God makes sense, and the further I get, I'm able to move away from it. So I really appreciate these topics.
Of course. And like that's the one thing about deconstruction is like the one thing I want to drill into a lot of people, and I hope people take, is like you have to be kind to yourself, because it took time for you to be indoctrinated as much as you are. So it's going to take time to undo all of that, right? So like, you automatically trying to find an excuse for all of that, it's not like, it's not crazy, right? Like that's normal. We see it every day, people coming up to make excuses for what they believe in. But then, like you said, your rational mind kicks in to say, well, if there was a God and he was all powerful, I'm pretty sure he should be able to do XYZ without having to, cause havoc and
Right.
evil things and stuff like that. So it's, you have to be kind to yourself because it makes sense. But that, knee jerk reaction to apologize for it is indoctrination. And, you're working towards getting out of that. So just continue to ask the questions that you're asking. Like you sound like you're, on track to continue to ask questions about the things that you hear. You're not just believing it just because people are saying it, right? Like you're seeing that these qualities that are supposed to be divine are all very much human, right? Like why
Right,
would
exactly.
God need to call himself jealous and stuff like that? So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I just want to
that's
say that
basically it.
Reese's deceptive ass is blocked.
Oh,
Like,
please. Thank
yeah,
you.
she's like, oh, you can't be deceived. You can't be deceived unless you know that you're being deceived. Like, clearly my ass was deceived because I just saw a comment that she put in the thing, and then her motherfucking ass is back on a different fucking account. Reese,
Oh my
I
God.
don't want you here anymore. I'm gonna block you again. Don't fucking come back. Don't come back.
Mm-mm.
You don't know how long I've been waiting on that block. Oh man. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh my God. I'm gonna just say my last point. I'm just encouraging all others, because I see a lot of people in the comments kind of pushing back. I'm just saying, it's not an attack on your, I don't think it should take this conversation as an attack on your beliefs, but it's an opportunity to think, to question things, because if this God is all true and all great and all knowing, then he should, how do I say, he should be okay with us wanting to understand him better and ask questions, and he should not see it as challenging him, because even as a parent, when, well, some of us, not all of us, had parents like that, but our parents encourage us to understand the reasoning for some of the decisions that they made for our benefit. So if this God is all good, asking these questions should not be should not be seen as a challenge to this God, because they're telling us, oh yeah, I'll pray for you and all this crazy stuff. I'm like, just think, just ask yourself the questions, because the more I ask myself these questions, the more I see these questions every day on the live, and I think about it, the further I move away from this idea of this God, because it makes less and less sense. His behavior is of a irrational human being. So don't see it as a challenge to your God, but like as a questioning to further understand. And I think the more you understand what this God is, the more you realize that he probably, well, not that he probably, that he actually is an idea created by man. For what reason, I don't know, but the persons who created it may be able to tell us whenever, if ever.
I don't think they will. I don't think they even know why they did it.
Real quick, you guys.
Yes.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, but we have like 12 minutes left to help Thinker with her gift goal. I've been putting it in the chat, but she
12
has a
minutes?
gift goal of the Paddington hat.
It's only
So
12 minutes
please,
left.
please help her reach it. Yeah.
so I'm gonna step down now, and allow someone else to speak.
Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate your
Thank
contribution.
you, thank you.
Thank you, Starlight. Have a good night. I
Thanks. It's
wasn't trying to
actually
rhyme,
morning
but
here. Thanks.
oh, it's morning. Okay. Man, you got to be a sad motherfucker when you begging somebody to give a
For
fuck about
real.
blocking you. It's like
Dang.
you just don't matter. Like you're not bothering us enough to make us hit block.
Like,
Like we
you
don't
thought
give
it
a
was
fuck. Like
important.
like
Just want
Reese.
the
Like the
goddamn
fact that
attention.
Reese mattered more than your ass. Like that's fucking nuts. Like we like seeing your crash out.
Thank you guys.
Like, you're participating. Good job. Good boy.
It's funny as fuck.
Like, you're still here. You're like, you literally have to, your phone is now stuck on this live because you want to keep commenting. You can't do anything else.
Like the guy that was up Exodus Effect this morning was like, he was like, I don't even listen to you live when I come in. I just come in and I turn it down and I set it next to me. I'm like, that is the weirdest shit ever.
Wait,
Like
he
what
said
the
what?
fuck? He said that he comes to the live, turns it down and sets the phone next to him. Like for fucking what, bitch? Like that's some weird shit.
You know he lying. You know he lying.
A damn lie. Like, what?
Nessa girl, how are you? Like he's just weird. Thank you, Just Kim, for the $3 super chat. I appreciate you. Nessa girl? Oh, she's asleep. All right, y'all. If you're in the guest box and you are waiting to come up, can you please comment? If you're in the guest box, we have 10 people waiting. Probably about 2 or 3 of y'all are actually in there on purpose. JC 004. I don't think you're in there on purpose. Check it and see if TikTok accidentally put you in the guest box and then remove your request for me. That way I know who's actually in here on purpose. Thank you. Thank you, JC. All right, so I'm gonna clear the guest box out because I guess I'm not getting any response. Oh, let's see. If you don't know, what happens if I don't know what I am? I don't. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by what happens if you don't know what you are? All right, if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I literally think like the fact that nobody addresses the mental illness in this book, like seeing the mental illness, like it sometimes like it's heartbreaking, you know. And so I try to approach when I'm talking to a believer, especially like a respectful believer, like one that is engaging honestly and authentically, right? I try to approach them with as much care as possible, because this religion has really done a number on the minds of the people. But when I see crash outs, like it doesn't, I don't feel empathy for them. I get upset because I know that they are like, they've allowed themselves or have chosen to become the thing that makes society a living hell for a lot of people.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
a lot of people are legit brainwashed, but then some of them are just the exact character. They're matching their, you know, their belief here. They're matching their personality to the God here.
Yeah.
I despise apologists. Stand them.
Man, what you said, like the apologists know they're deceiving. They know they're being deceptive.
Yeah.
And when, like they, like the fact that they have classes that teach you how to apologize for things that they never thought that they would have to apologize for, because they told people not to read or focus on the Old Testament. And now that, you know, people are taking the entire story into consideration, they now have to teach people how to manipulate and gaslight people and to still accepting this God and their doctrine. And it feels like abuse. It feels disgusting to me. But also the fact that they just don't give a fuck. Like they have this attitude of just like carelessness, and it's just, I don't know, it's disgusting to me. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that's why they want to have the whole conversation of what do you think is good? It's objective. It's coming from God. No one knows what's good. You know what's good. You know what's evil. You know that if you were to do those things, they would hurt people. But you just want a God that will cover you when you do it, right? You just now have a God that sympathizes with your bigotry and your hatred. So you no longer have to be a horrible person. You're covered under Jesus. So
Just like the lab rat guy that was on stage this morning, you left, but he was in here trying to justify slavery. He said he had a black wife from Morocco, that he said, so he understands slavery. He said his wife she has a negative attitude about slavery. And then he said that his wife had a Moroccan slave, and she was and in Morocco they're very poor, and
he's
that,
lying.
I know, he said that this was their way, the government's way of helping those people. I said, you are up here to fucking justify slavery because you want a slave. I said, and
Oh,
the fact
he's
that you're
lying.
tokenizing your wife, like, oh, I don't even think he had a Moroccan wife. I think he was
No,
lying.
no, I'm saying like if he had a black Moroccan wife, if he went to Morocco and got a black woman, she was the slave.
Oh,
She didn't own no motherfucking slave. She was the slave. He lying like fuck. He bought that woman. If he went to Morocco and actually brought a black woman back, a black woman, she was the slave.
I think he was lying anyway, but I think he's trying to justify slavery. And I asked him, I was like, "You want a slave, don't you, motherfucker?" And he was like, "This is how." He was like, "This is the only way I could think of to justify it." He was like, "This is how you help them." And I'm like, just thinking about, the bill that H bill House Bill 1884 or 1484, where every undocumented immigrant that gets caught automatically gets life in prison, which means that they become automatic slave labor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's like,
Yeah.
"This is the only way I know how to justify it. This is how they help them." And I'm like, this is what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, they don't care. Like, they don't care. And he was talking about how he chooses to identify as a sinner, and he knows that he sins, right? And he said he doesn't really believe that he's been forgiven for his sins. And I said, the reason why you choose to identify as a sinner, the reason why you're okay knowing that, you may not have ever really been forgiven, is because, like, you want that reassurance that, oh, it's okay. I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner, right?
Right.
I can do bad things, and there's this God that's going to forgive me. I have mercy. Like, they don't give a damn. Like, if they got the opportunity to vote to have slaves, to make immigrants their slaves, they would fucking vote yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Who is going to be funding Guantanamo Bay?
Mm.
What? Who is who? People. Yeah. They know what they're doing. Like, who's gonna be funding that place? Mm-hmm.
That shit is crazy. We're headed right back into fucking antebellum South, and this time it's going to be undocumented foreigners. Shit is
Real
crazy.
quick, I don't know if it's just me, but I sent you a screenshot. I'm unable to give you. It says this gift is not available.
That's weird. Uh,
Yeah, you
maybe.
know, sometimes they discontinue a gift, and then, like, if it's still on your thing, they just won't let you gift it. But you should be able to just switch the gifts out.
Okay, let me switch it. Hold on. Sprinkle, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I don't know what I am anymore.
Oh, that's what you meant by that question.
Yeah.
I would say if you don't know, then you're most likely like in the process of figuring it out, which is deconstructing.
Okay, so then I guess I'm deconstructing.
Okay. Did you come up to just to clarify that question, or did you want to have a discussion about one of the topics while you're up here?
Well, number one, what makes you a sinner?
Okay, go ahead.
So, I mean, like, when you're a Christian, you're taught that, you basically you're gonna sin. But like, I don't know how that can be said anymore, because just like you showed earlier, even God was deceptive, which that falls in line with our 10 commandments with thou shalt not bear false witness. So I don't know how anybody could be a sinner when God basically sent himself, and he was supposed to be like not one to do that. Like, he's supposed to be the creator of all of us.
Yeah, and like I was telling Ron Boy earlier, I think a lot of people have the wrong idea or the wrong understanding of what sin is according to the Bible, right? According to the Bible, sin is to transgress the divine law of the God of Israel, right? And that law was the Mosaic law. Today, sin is more moral, right? And that was done, one, when Paul says that the law is abolished, and that now the law is more inside of man, right? And he talks about um, the Gentiles, and he says that the Gentiles are a law to themselves, right? Which means that their morality, right, their consciousness convicts them, right, when they do something morally wrong, or morally immoral, against the idea of what Paul is trying to say God's goal was for mankind, right? So when he says that they do things that the law requires, and Paul believes that God was trying to get men through the Mosaic law to this place of, good morality. So he's like, the Gentiles don't have a law, they're a law unto themselves, but while they are this law unto themselves, they're still doing the things that is required of the law, and that's to love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? Morality. And so that was the switch from sin being sinning, the definition of sin being sinning against a written set of laws versus, doing things that are moral, which also is why the Christians talk about the Ten Commandments so much, because they call it the moral code, the moral law, right? These 10 things. If you do that, then you're not a sinner. And so when I talk to Christians and they still identify as a sinner, it doesn't make sense to me, because they go by the moral law, right? Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt honor thy mother and thy father, thou shalt not covet, right? Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And then, of course, the 4 laws about the God, loving the God, not having another God before the Sabbath, and then there is one more about the God that I can't remember. But if they're not doing any of those things, then why are they still identifying as a sinner? And 9 times out of 10, right, it's because some man, some church father or some theologian or some pastor has said wearing red dresses is a sin, right? Or has added homosexuality to the concept of a very vague definition of what sexual immorality is, right? Or has identified premarital sex as a sin, simply because of what a Roman emperor said in like 500 CE. So like people are identifying as sinners today, from what I can see, right? People are identifying as sinners today because they're sinning against some humans' guidelines or standards for what they constitute sin to be, all because there is a misunderstanding of what the Bible defines as sin. I know that was a lot, but did that make sense?
Yes, that made perfect sense. Because like the way that I was taught was they focused on the Ten Commandments. They didn't focus on the original laws. So that is one big deception that is taught to Christians. And it makes it biased when you're making any choice, because like, you're supposed to go to church. I have a hard time going to church because of the way that you're made to feel like you're always doing something wrong. And like I try to be a good person, like as far as my morals and what I do in my life. And so it's hard to live up to those expectations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but I just really wanted to thank you guys for what you do. I mean, it's an eye opener.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you for being part of the community, and for coming up and participating in the conversation as well.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good night or morning wherever you are.
Thank you. You too.
All right. All right. If you are waiting to come up and you're in the guest box, please comment and let us know so that we miss the accidental request.
You can really tell how some people were talked to in their house, right? Like you can really tell how like people were talked to, how they were brought up by the way they just demand shit. What you mean let me up? Let me join. Is that how you fucking say hi, hello, how are you? Can I come in? Let me
It's
join.
it's how they get ignored. Heaven sent. Hi, how are you?
I blame your mama, not you. I blame your mama.
Good
No, why
morning,
you can't
ladies.
blame the
I'm
daddy?
wonderful.
Oh, and the daddy. Mm-hmm. Cause I'm not just gonna assume that he's there. Okay. So I can't assume that.
Heaven sent hi. How are you?
I am wonderful, ladies. How are y'all tonight?
I am doing good. Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Agnostic atheist.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
I like that second one. Is it justifiable to let people live in their fantasy world?
Well, that's not what we're talking about. That doesn't. That's not what that says.
Deception and the greater good of justifiable.
Is deception for the greater good justifiable? So we're not talking about is it justifiable to allow people to have faith. That's a totally different topic. That's not what that
Well,
says.
give me a scenario and I'll see what I can understand. Because
Yeah. So like for example, people will. We were talking about apologetics, right? There are stories in this book. There are historical contexts that go along with the stories in this book that don't necessarily align with the doctrine that a lot of uh, Christians believe or teach. And when the truth comes out about that specific story, or something that debunks that doctrine, apologists go and they create these really vague arguments that say that kind of avoid the data, and they try to create points of plausibility, right, to at least allow them to hang on to the same doctrine, and they don't care if it's true or false. All they care about is it plausible, right? And it's a way of being deceptive through data in order to hang on to a specific teaching, right?
and like indentured servitude instead of slavery,
Yeah.
where they push the story that away, because that bothers me quite a bit. I don't like them changing anything in the Bible, because even if they went by their Bible, it says not a tittle, not a dot supposed to be changed. So that bothers me. If they're gonna go by their Bible, they should stick with it, in my opinion.
Yeah, like the changing the interpretation or reinterpreting things based off of what they believe, right? Like, so there's a difference between doing it to be deceptive, right, and doing it because they actually believe that they're talking to a God, right, and they actually believe that they've gotten some revelation. But there are some people who do it just for the sake of not wanting to budge or grow or move beyond a specific belief that they've been holding for a while. For example, there was a guy that used to come in the lives a lot. He was in seminary school, and one day we were talking about the relationship between David and Jonathan, right? And there are specific Hebrew words that are used when discussing David and Jonathan's relationship that lean more so towards intimacy than just platonic love or platonic interest between each other. And so as we're studying this together on live, I asked him, does this change his perspective on LGBTQIA, or was he going to choose to continue to be a bigot? And he very just blatantly said, I'm going to choose to continue to be a bigot.
Oh, that's sad, because the laws were about the power structure, not the same, not a man being with a man. It was about power structure. You didn't put a man below you, because men were the top of the top.
Yeah,
that's why women went underneath in the
that's
bedroom.
that's what like, if you know the story, there's a story of Lilith, and like Lilith was the first woman that was created for Adam, right? And
Yes,
they got
absolutely.
to fighting over who was going to be on top, right? That's that initial power structure battle. But and then like with Sodom and Gomorrah, the men wanted to sodomize the two male angels. It was about, power structure, about lowering the status of the men, right? It had nothing to do with lust in them,
No,
just
absolutely
wanting to
not.
be with men. Yeah. So like even just talking about things like that, like they will refuse, right, to accept that information, or at least address it, so that they stick with the idea that homosexuality is wrong,
And
and that, I'm sorry, one second.
go ahead.
One second. Yeah, so they stick with the idea that homosexuality is wrong, and they're actively choosing to be hateful towards a specific group of people, and doing it using deceptive tactics like through plausibility or creating doubt, right, in the minds of the person, and causing them to reject actual truth for the sake of hanging on to a specific idea.
Yeah, that's very problematic, and because they'll keep doing that through the centuries, and they have done that through the centuries. And as we advance and science advances, they make up new stories. Well, this is what he really meant for this time frame, without actually looking back into history and seeing what their laws were, how their lives were ran. What their lives were ran completely different 2,000 years ago among goat herders.
Yeah, it's definitely weird for us in 2025 to be trying to live our life by the cultural norms of late Bronze Age humans. Like it's definitely weird, and people fight to not evolve beyond that. And as humans, we should want to evolve. Like the world around us has changed a lot, and we ignore what contribution man has made to the earth, right? The buildings that we see, the landscaping designs that we see. We'll go to a park and we'll see the park, the way it's laid out, and the beautiful trees that were chosen to be
Yes.
planted there, right? The the architecture, and we'll be like, God is so good. But really someone sat down at Parks and
Someone did
Recreation and
that.
designed that park, right? A
Yeah,
human designed that park.
if you look at my profile, I'm like, don't worship God, but bless humans for doing human work. Humans are what makes things. You don't give the doctors credit. You're thank God, you were healed. Oh, well, the doctors and the nurses didn't do nothing, did they? I mean, I feel a lot of people are blighted because we're so busy worshiping this God instead of putting faith in our humans that are around us. It takes a community to raise a child. It's humans. It's honestly humans. And they lose faith in humanity because they're putting it all in God.
Yeah, like it trips me out, right? Like I'm gonna go back just a little bit. Like I don't understand why it bothers them so much, right? To even just think about a man loving a man, or a woman loving a woman. It flips them the entire fuck out. But what I don't get is, if it's not them, right? Like you know what you like you like
Yes.
the opposite sex, then just fucking like the opposite sex. Like, why does it have to bother you so much that to see another person like and love what they like and love? You're not in the bedroom with them, right?
What they don't
I'm
comprehend.
sorry, one second. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm very neurodivergent. Okay, I don't like when people interrupt me when I'm talking, and I try my best not to interrupt when you're talking. Okay, I know some people have conversations where they just interrupt each other. I can't do that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. What I was gonna say was, like, when they're kissing, you don't feel it, right? You're not even there, right? It doesn't mess up anything in your life, right? Like, I really would like for Yoruba Gold to come up, because I want to understand what the issue is. And I know 9 times out of 10 they say procreation, right? But you're not taking care of the kids that the man or the woman who you won't let them be who they want to be with, and forcing them to go and procreate with another human. You're not taking care of the child. And then if they don't take care of the child, you complain, right? You don't want people to be on assistance, right? If they can't take care of the child, you don't want them to get help, but you want to force them to procreate and make more humans. And then on top of that, you aren't even the one who would be the one that human would be a laborer for. So you're not benefiting from it. The only people that would need more humans created are those that need more laborers, and that ain't you. So I'm trying to figure out why you give a damn so much about a man loving a man or a woman loving a woman, and why you're so concerned with procreation. Like, what do you benefit by more humans being on the earth? Like, if you would come up and have this conversation with me, I really want to know. And a serious conversation. Like, I really want to know why that even matters to you to that degree. Or is it just that you just think it's gross or something? No, I want to talk to Yoruba Gold because he was the one going crazy in the comments about it. Would you come up and have a conversation with me? I can monologue all the fuck I want. You're here to hear me talk. It's my motherfucking space. I don't have to fucking ever stop talking if I don't want to. If you don't like it, you can scroll. Think about the fact that you chose to click into my live.
I was about to say, like, did you put in a request or something? Like, are you sponsoring this live? I don't think so.
They're weird as fuck. Like, the things that they complain about. Like, you don't have anything to do with two people wanting to love each other. And you sure as hell don't have shit to do with what the fuck I'm doing in here. Like, y'all spend your time on bullshit. Just like you can be living your life and they could be living theirs. You could be living your life right now on some other motherfucking life that you agree with, and leave us the fuck alone. Y'all are like little meddlers. Like, I don't know, like the slave patrol or some shit. Do y'all realize that? You're like the slave patrol.
Yeah, I told y'all, we talk about these ancestors that did partake, right? They got kids. They had kids. Okay? They procreated. So don't be surprised when you see these kinds of people. They've been around for a bit.
Are you gonna come up, Yoruba, and while you figure that out, like while you think about it, talk to your God and see if he wants you to. Heaven sent, go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your patience while I address that, because I always want to know, like, what pushes a person to be that damn bigoted, right?
Oh, no, ma'am. Please bite their legs off. I've been a breeder and I fly both ways, so I get it. I don't understand them. I wish I did. It's like they can't understand beyond their own life experience, and it's sad. I've had a wonderful conversation with you ladies, and I'll see you another time, I'm sure.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. It was a pleasure. I hope you have a good morning or a good night wherever you are.
2.5 hours till work's over.
Okay. Well, enjoy the rest of your shift. Is your gold in the box? So you don't want to come up, Yoruba Gold? Are you there? Is he still in the comments, y'all? What is my system frozen? What? There is no comments going by.
No, what?
Huh?
I see the comment.
Is Mary the last person that commented on your screen?
No.
What? All I see is Mary. Now
Mm-mm. No,
I
it's
see. Now I see. So
okay.
nobody's just commenting right now. So Yoruba Goat, are you gone? Did he leave?
I don't see him.
Damn, y'all like
Let
you
me
flip. You can't
check.
flip out about homosexuality and then when someone says, "Hey, come up, let's talk about it," right? And then you run. I want to know like why you're so obsessed over that, like why you reacted the way that you did, and what effect does it have on you and your life? Like that's what I want to know. Like why do you focus on that more than you focus on like lying or murder, right? Or thievery. Like why are you so laser focused on homosexuality? I really need to understand this. Okay, he's gone. All right. If you are in the guest box and you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? We trying to have some, good conversations in here, but them motherfuckers be running like a motherfucker. Kaiser Sosa. Even the YouTube has been stuck on Jimmy Swaggart. On Sabito's comment about Jimmy Swaggart for a while. Maybe people are asleep. I don't know.
Hey,
Not when Gonzo, not when people's beliefs interfere with the safety of other people, right? That it's not your beliefs, your choice. When they write their beliefs into the laws, right? What they consider to be, moral or immoral, about who someone can love, right? Or who someone can marry. It's not your belief, your choice, right? Because they've made it everybody's belief when it becomes a law. uh is it Kaiser Sosa?
yeah, Kaiser.
Kaiser. And can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
21.
Good morning. Can I get your how old?
21.
21. And what topic did you come up to discuss? Wait, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Believer.
Okay. Um, are you excited? Like you're on fire, huh?
Who, me?
Yeah. Why did you say it twice?
No, I don't know. Like,
Okay.
I don't
It was
know.
it was
I'm
a
a
joke.
believer
Is
though.
it okay? What topic?
Um, I wanna first of all ask a question and then speak about the topic on the
I
screen.
don't I don't I don't answer questions from
Okay.
the comments. Like, so hold on. Like you could answer it. I mean, ask it. I may answer it depending on what it is, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm not guaranteeing that
yeah.
you're going to
Okay.
give an answer. Okay.
Because the title is God is an idea created by man, right? And I'm gonna put myself in your shoes and think like that. And
Wait, is that the
my question
topic you're
would be,
choosing? Is that the topic you're choosing?
for the moment, yeah.
No, not for the moment. You can only do one topic. Okay.
Oh, on
All right.
one topic. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
then.
Go ahead.
I will ask you. So if the Bible is not real and it's a man-made and etc., etc., in our like human life, how do we define good and bad? Like in your worldview, good and bad does not exist as a fact. It's just a bunch of opinion, right?
So, is eating shrimp good or bad?
Shrimp?
Mm-hmm.
Like the I don't know, nothing. It might be good, it might be nothing. If you're allergic, it's bad for your health.
So you
If
don't
it's
know. You don't know if eating shellfish is good or bad.
oh wait, shelf wait, because English is not my
Shrimp.
first
Shrimp
language.
is shellfish, right?
I didn't.
Shrimp.
I didn't. My English is not my first language, so like, say shrimp, like the food.
Well, I mean, you did say maybe you are allergic to it. What did you think I said if you didn't think I was talking about shrimp?
Food. I heard shrimp, shrimp. Then you said
Yeah, that's what
shell.
I said. That's
Oh,
a
okay, 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 okay,
shellfish.
okay.
So is eating shrimp bad?
Nope. I don't think so. No,
And how did you figure that out?
because it's food that we can digest and it doesn't attack my personally. It doesn't attack my body, but it might be bad for someone else.
So you know what's good for you, right? But
For my health, yeah.
you don't know what's good for somebody else.
In this case, about the shrimp, yeah,
Right, because that's a moral thing, right? Or like a personal thing,
yeah.
right?
So it's subjective, right?
It's very subjective.
Yeah,
Except in your Bible, did you know that there is a commandment against eating shellfish?
yeah. But if
Hold on.
the Israel,
You asked if the Bible is real, it's not real, or real. I forgot what your question. So
no, my question was my
hold on.
question was
Don't
okay,
interrupt me,
okay.
Kaiser. Don't. You asked, right? You asked me if it's not by the Bible, how do you determine what is good and what is bad, right? Now your Bible says that eating shellfish is bad. That you can't eat shellfish. But today you're saying that shellfish is that a type of shellfish called shrimp is good for you, even though the Bible says it's not. So just because at one point in time humanity thought that eating shrimp was bad, right? It could have been that because they are in the fucking desert, right? They're in this a place where the weather is hot and dry, right? They didn't have refrigeration back then, right? And people could have been eating it, not knowing that it was spoiled, making them sick. People could have been eating it and been allergic and not known because science and medicine had not evolved, right? Technology had not evolved, right? It could have been creating viruses or sicknesses that were spreading from human to human at that time, right? And as humanity evolved, as humans began to gain more knowledge and create, they learned that eating shellfish was not necessarily bad for everyone.
I can reply. Like I can answer. Hello.
That's when you speak. When there's no
Okay.
sound coming out of my mouth,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
that's when you speak.
Um, my answer would be the law was made for the Israelite, and no, I'm Christian, so it was made for the Israelite and not for the people that follow Jesus Christ. That would be my first answer. And
Well, I'm sorry. What are you answering? What are you answering?
you said eating shrimp was a bad thing according to the Bible, and I'm telling you that was the Old Testament,
Oh my
not the
God!
New
Did you
Testament.
not understand the? Did you not understand? Okay, let me take a step back because you're 21 years old.
Mm,
Okay, you asked me a question.
yeah,
Okay, you
yeah.
asked me, how do you know what's good or bad if it's not for the Bible? Okay, the Bible. I use the
No, wait.
Bible.
Okay,
That's what you asked.
okay. I'm not going to interrupt you, so you can continue.
The Bible had, at one point in time in history, the people, right, had a set of laws that says don't do this thing. But as people grew, as time went on, knowledge was acquired, technology was developed. What they once saw to be a bad thing was no longer considered to be bad for everyone. Okay. And so how people determined what was good and what was bad was time, experience, knowledge, and it's individual, because what's bad for one isn't bad for everybody.
Okay, as I said, I understood what you said, but still, the Old Testament, we have a bunch of laws where were made for some people. God,
Can you stop doing that? Can you please stop doing that? Like that noise that you're making. Please stop
my bad, my
doing
bad,
that.
my bad.
Thank you.
And so, for us Christian, at least, those laws don't are not required anymore. And so that would be my answer for you saying, "Oh, the Bible said it was bad, and now people are still doing it." Because yes, we read the entire Bible, but there are some part of the Bible where it's just telling us what happened, and we don't have to follow those laws anymore. But back to the main topic, I will ask you. So
But why are you telling me that? Did I say that you have to follow those laws today? Well, like what's the point of you telling me
okay,
all of
okay.
that?
So why are you asking me? Okay, even
Like it's almost as if, right, everything that, like, you asked me a question that you can't comprehend yourself, right? Like the fact that you just went to like a very textbook type answer, like response, because you heard me mention the laws in this book, right? It's like you just totally disconnected from the fact of me using that as an example, right? I didn't say to you that you were obligated to follow those laws. Like, why did you ask me a question that you can't engage with?
I'm really convinced that I understood the
You did
question.
not. No, you didn't.
Okay, what you're saying is
I'm
the
not saying
Bible
it
said.
again. I did it twice.
Okay, fine. What I'm trying to ask you is, you believe that everything is subjective, like moral is subjective. So something that might be good for me might be bad for another person, right?
Mm-hmm. No, or another person might not see it as good or bad. Not necessarily doesn't mean that it is true, but they might not see it
But
as something that's immoral.
how do you find true? Like, what is
I already
true?
explained that to you. I already
But
explained that
wait,
to you. There
but
is
wait.
no objective morality. Like I've already explained to
Okay,
you,
okay,
right? I've already
okay.
explained to you how
Yeah.
people over time, right, have determined when something is good or bad, right? On a mass level, when they try to like create laws or a mass moral standard, right? Even that is subjective, right? And those have changed over time. We see that, right? There's not been an objective moral standard.
Okay, so my question will be, we live, I don't know, you live in the United States, I don't know. In the United States, there are some things that are illegal, right? That in other countries are not. Maybe like murder, or example, some countries, some tribes in Africa, they unalive albinos. So by your point of view, if in their word, what they're doing is good, and it's not like a bad thing universally. You don't believe, because you just said you don't believe as the objective truth. So what is happening in those countries or whatever, it's not bad, or it's not bad, because that's just my opinion. It's a
That's what
good
it
thing in
is.
that
Like
state.
that's what it is. If the law, like, they don't have to follow, you know, my what I consider to be moral, right? In other countries, women can't talk, right, unless they have their husband next to them. They believe that that is a moral standard. I don't agree with that. They don't have to live by they don't have to care about what I think is moral. Like, we can protest and help and put pressure, right, to change things.
Okay.
but it's still subjective. Like, it's no different than your God, right, saying do not kill, but then he militarizes an entire group of people and send them into an entire a land to kill humans.
Okay. God sent people to do stuff, but if God, if not a human,
It
the
doesn't
sin.
matter. It doesn't matter. You're going to justify your God telling humans to kill other humans,
Wait,
and which means that it is subjective and not objective.
but wait, it can be in my logic. I'm saying I'm using my logic now as a believer. God is the Almighty and created everything, so He's the one that put the rules.
Who talks for your God? Do you hear your who talks for your God? If your God wanted you to kill somebody, how would you know?
Um, from the scripture of the Bible, I believe that the Bible is
No.
fact.
If your God wanted you to kill somebody today, if your God wanted to say, Kaiser, go to such and such and kill them, how would you know?
Wait, I telling if God want to kill someone and want to
If
send
God wanted
someone,
you as a human
yeah,
to kill someone,
God
how
as a
would you
human.
how would you get that message? How would you know?
If it was God, I would know. If it's not,
The
like
question is
you,
how. The question is how would you know?
oh, I don't know how.
Thank you. You don't know. So
Yeah,
in this book, right? When the Israelites are getting the commands, right? The army is getting the commands to go into another land to kill other humans. Who
yeah,
are they getting the command from? Did they get the command directly from the God? Did they
yeah.
hear the God, or did they hear a human say, "God said do this"?
You talking about the Bible?
I can't do this.
Cause if you're talking about the Bible,
I can't do this. He's too young.
no, it's not about we too young. It's
Yeah,
it's
your
really
mind is
simple.
too. Your mind is too young.
No, but let me explain it. Let me explain it real quick. God,
Answer my question. How did
what?
when the Israelites, okay, when
Mm.
the Israelites got the command, okay, to go into another land and kill other humans, who did they get the command from? Did they get it from their God, or did they get it from a human?
Prophets. We in the Bible we have a
Is
lot
the
of prophets.
prophet God or a human?
It's a human.
Okay, so you got
Yeah,
this group of Israelites who are an army
yeah,
being told by a human that a God said go kill other humans.
exactly.
Right? Now, how are you going to say that what a human is saying to you is an objective standard from a God? How do you prove that?
Um, First of all, I shouldn't prove it, but I can prove it by
Why shouldn't you
what he
prove it?
did.
Why should you not prove that a human is actually hearing from a God if that human come and tell you to kill another human? Why should you not try to prove that they're talking to a God?
Cause the Israelites were the how do I say it in English? They were the how do I say the country of how do I say it in English? I don't know how to say it in English, but God said that the Israelite was His people. So basically, the since the day from Adam and Eve is being like
No,
that.
we can't. I can't. I'm sorry. You're too young. Okay.
But wait.
No. You're too young, and I'm gonna get frustrated. You're not even making sense right now. You're
But
not
okay,
tracking the
the
conversation.
last thing.
No,
Can I
no,
ask you the last thing?
no. Absolutely not. Okay. You're too young. You're just not ready. Okay. I don't even feel comfortable continuing the conversation with you. You're not tracking. Okay. I'm gonna take you down. All right. Have a good night.
Was
Exhausting.
that person underage?
Nerve wracking.
He was 21. Huh? Yeah, that's why I said normally 25 and up. For the last couple of days, the 21-year-olds have been representing those right there, like that age. I mean, that mindset in a 21-year-old. Those are the conversations that make me want to increase the age back. But I'm not gonna punish every. I'm not gonna do it because there has been more 21-year-olds for the last couple of days who have been able to track and critically think. So I'm not going to do it. But those be irritating the living shit out of me. Yeah, some people are just more mature. And I'm just going to have to do a good job at like identifying when I need to end the conversation early on. If you are in the guest request box and you are waiting to come on stage, can you please comment? And then I couldn't take the spit in the mouth. I like that was irritating me too.
Mm-hmm.
Who's waiting to come up?
Hello. Hi, thanks for letting me up.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. I was listening to your dialogue with the last speaker. That was really painful.
Yeah. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
My age?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in my 40s.
Okay, give me just a second. Rhea, do you feel like doing another?
No.
Okay. All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in me.
Okay, so I'm not interested in talking about you. We are discussing the God of the Bible, so I'm going to move on to another guest, okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, have a good one. All right. If you are in the guest request box and you are your own God, kudos to you, but I'm not interested in talking about you as a God. So that's not what this conversation is about. We also aren't interested in talking about the universe as a God or spirituality or anything like that, okay? If you're in the guest box, I thought I did see a couple of people who had commented. I don't know. I'm just going to... Keith? Keith? Okay. Like how can somebody have the thought and say, y'all believe in nothing becoming everything, and that's literally what their claim that their God is.
Exactly.
Like he literally, like what?
They
The
will tell
book
you he's outside of
that I
space and
think.
time. Like he doesn't actually exist, but he does exist, and he
Mhm.
get like, come on now.
Like what the fuck? And then like RC, how are you?
Hi, Thinker. How's it going? And hello to you as well, Lala and Ria.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
It's going good.
So,
What topic did you come up to discuss?
well, since I'm still a 1 month old nerd, I'm going to go by the overarching thesis statement, which is God is an idea created by man.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, I actually like that you have this one as the weekly prompt because I really think this one really kind of is one of the core concepts as to not only why there's so many different religions and culture, but also why there's so many pissed off religious people, especially today, especially those in the comments and like the people who harass us non-believers. And the reason why I say that is because this actually kind of like calls back to the idea that these ideas of gods and entities and whatnot are really just a reflection of people's super egos. Do you watch Dark Matter?
I've seen only one. I've seen his reverse Christianity.
Okay. I would encourage you to watch more of his material because there's actually like a video of his that I watched a few years ago where he addresses the topic of the theist mentality of like, like when someone rejects their God. And so he, in this video, I remember him giving a scenario where it's like, let's say like, you're talking to somebody, and like you have this friend, and like, you're really describing them, and you're like, oh, like I got this friend Gloria, like, she's amazing, she has all these amazing qualities about her. And so this person that you're talking to says, oh cool, I'd like to meet this Gloria. But then, like I get upset and say, well, why don't you just believe that, that my friend Gloria exists, and she has these amazing ability, she's amazing talents and whatnot. And the main reason why I would actually get offended by that is because I am Gloria as well. Gloria is an extension of my superego. And so again, like I'm probably completely butchering up the example there, but what I'm getting at is like God is an idea created by man, and when they see people like us or like other theists or whatnot rejecting their particular God, they feel like that they're being rejected.
Yeah, it's become an extension of their identity.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is like, I don't know if you've heard us say in here that they each have a different Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, and it's like the God. They don't. It's unconscious though. Like they don't. I don't think they realize that they've created their own God.
Yeah.
And that it's a part of them. It's an extension of them, and their God typically mimics their personality, right? That like kind of like they birthed a child, if
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense.
Yep, exactly. It's like that's them, like that's theirs. And so and I think it also helps kind of answer one of the questions, like, well, all these prophets and like and all these like like disciples and whatnot, why would they die for something that that didn't really exist? Like, why would they die for this Jesus guy that that they knew like didn't really walk the earth or whatnot? And I say, because this even if like say one of the disciples like right here and I was like, oh yeah, I knew Jesus, he was blah blah blah, I would still want to ask, okay, so can you introduce me to this Jesus? um Again, like they would still die for this Jesus guy, because this Jesus, whether he was real or not, it was something that was very important to them, like part of their identity, part of their mentality. And you see people literally kill themselves, for their God all the damn time. And it's like, wow.
Yeah. I don't know that a large group, I don't know that a large portion of them would be willing to die for their Jesus.
I like to think so as well, but it's like, in these times, I don't know. I wouldn't put anything past anybody right now.
I think that there are some of them that would be willing to. I think that there are some that would be willing to kill for him, but I don't think it's a large number. I think a lot of them would. I think a lot of them would chicken out. Like if you think about it, like when they did the earlier religious wars, right? One of the ways, like, it was Christians fighting against Christians, right?
Yeah.
Over how they believed in this God. And one of the ways that they were able to get them to convert to a specific belief was to put a bag over their head, one hole in the eye of the bag, put a weapon to their head, and tell them to denounce their belief, right, in Jesus, and to convert to the way that they believed in Jesus. And a lot of people denounced it. A lot of people converted that way.
Yeah.
And it was Christians doing that to Christians, not non-believers doing that to non-believers, not Christians doing it to non-believers. It was believers doing it to believers, and telling them, forcing them to accept their doctrine and to denounce the doctrine that they had been teaching and believing in. Yeah, it's all about safety. I agree, Prudence. I agree. That's why I said I don't think that there are large numbers of people that would die for this, for their belief in this God.
Again, so I like to believe that as well, because it's like it's one of the whole points of, like I stated earlier, it's like it's one of the, well, I didn't exactly say this sentence, but I did allude to it. One of the whole reasons why these different cultures and why these different, like, creeds and communities have their gods and their faiths is because it's supposed to help give them some sort of societal structure to, to guide them. And I know I'm just stating the obvious, but it's uh oh crap, what was that one with that thought? I'm so sorry.
I do think like in other cultures, like I think in Islam, there might be a higher number of people that would be willing to die for their God in Islam. Like we see it today.
Yeah, in fact, I think somebody actually in the comments. I know you don't like me reading the comments. I'm so sorry about that. My eyes accidentally glimpsed over there. But yeah, like there are things like like kamikaze pilots. Look what happened with 9/11, and it's
That,
people.
but 9/11 wasn't people dying for their God. Them people didn't know they was finna die.
You oh really? Well, I
You're saying that the people inside of the World Trade Center knew that they were getting ready to die for their, and
no,
they made a choice.
no, it's not at all what I was saying at all. I meant like the people like who hijacked the planes.
No, yeah, that's why I said there are people who are willing to kill for their God. What I'm saying is, I don't think that there is a large number of people in the Christian community that would die for their God. That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a large group of people that would do it. I think that they would, make a different choice. I think
No,
that there are some, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that large of a number.
okay. Well, that's a very very fair point. I'm so sorry. I thought I heard somebody was packing up a lung in my house.
But I do think that there are people who would go as far as, killing for their God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that, and I think the number, while it may not be a very large number, I think it's large enough that it's problematic. You know, yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, there are people who are absolutely. I mean, I have friends like in the who used to be who used to like be in Iraq, like they I've like like friends who were in the military who said that yeah, a lot of the reason they had like um they met a lot of people like like their brothers in arms or whatnot, what you call them. It's like their war buddies who one of the reasons why they joined the service in the first place was because they wanted to basically shed blood in the name of their god. You know,
Mhm. Yeah.
there's even like video footage of like some of like the drill sergeants and some of like yeah, we gotta get them in the name of Jesus. You know, like wait, like it's yeah, there was like some leaked footage like that back then,
Yeah, and
and
plus they've been like primed, right? They've been told that it's going to be them, right, in this book.
yeah.
And while ignoring the fact that like no atheist groups are going out unaliving Christians.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely, and I mean there are some people who will try to say it's like, oh well, what about Stalin and Pow and like Stalin, sorry, and Mao and like Hitler, even though Hitler wasn't an atheist. Oh. Again, like people think, oh, Antifa is going around, like killing people left and right, as Fox News will try to spin it.
I don't. I've not seen any atheist movements against Christians.
Absolutely, neither have I, and there are people out there trying to say that there are, absolutely, but again, hopefully most people understand that that is definitely not the case, that atheism is not a creed, it's not a religion, it's not like a cult or anything, it's just we just don't believe in your god assertion, that's it.
Did you have anything else, RC?
Um, No, actually, like this is like kind of like like on a whim. So if there's like anybody else in the box, please by all means shoot me down and send them up.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good morning.
Thank you, Thinker. Great to hear from you again.
All right, same here. Kalechi, I'm not interested in talking about you as a god. They're like, I don't care. I'm not interested in that. Hi, Prudence. How are you?
Hello, hi.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 13.
13?
30.
30?
30.
Oh, okay. Are you a
Yes,
believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, God is an idea created by man.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to make a short statement on that, on what I think. I think when we are trying to understand religions, we should come to understand why I think people believe. People believe mostly because they need safety. It's a biological thing more than it is anything else. We need safety in groups. And also, when we're worried about our safety, some of the most common things to do is mentally we feel compelled to do, to build up practices that we feel like, okay, if I've done this thing, then I feel safer, right? Feeling
Did she
like your
cut?
God
Did
is
she
more
cut out?
powerful,
Did she?
or
I'm sorry. I think you cut out. I didn't hear anything. Did she cut out
oh,
for anybody else?
can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you repeat what you said?
I don't know how much you had had.
I didn't hear anything. Like
You
you're
had
cutting.
nothing.
No, like you're cutting in and out.
Oh, I was saying that religion is what people do to feel safe, right?
Oh, I heard that part. I heard about the
It's
like.
more of a biological, yeah, it's more of a biological need, similar to wanting to be in big groups so that you could feel safer. And then after that, the next layer is to feel safer. People sometimes come up with practices to feel safer, similar to compulsions that people with legitimate mental health issues would come up with. Say OCD, the way people would wash their hands repeatedly to ward off the feeling of being anxious
But
about
I think
something. It's
you're
similar to
talking
how
about. Yeah, I think you're talking about religion, though, right? We know that religion is created by man. That topic is saying that the God is an idea created by man, and they're not the same.
yes, I'm getting to that. The reason why I feel like starting with religion is a good place, but let me just say, you need a God to be made up with the ideas that you think are important for your safety. They need to be super strong. They need to be better than every other person's God around you so that you can feel safer, right? So I was trying to tie that idea to how people have compulsions to make them feel safe, right? And that one of the compulsions that or listed as the things you're supposed to do for the God that you believe in. Praying, sacrifices, maybe animal sacrifices, and many other things that religious people do. So I was trying to liken that to how somebody who's suffering from a mental health illness like OCD, for example, would have the compulsion to wash their hands or walk on the right side of a pole or a street light or something like that to feel safe. That is exactly what that anxiety after believing in a God manifests as. It manifests as prayer or needing to pray, or the anxiety that comes with someone else questioning your God. That is why a lot of Christians get really irrationally angry when you question that God, because they think that by you questioning their God in their presence, you are endangering them specifically. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I do get what you're saying. I just feel like that's a different topic, right? And I think you might be responding to what RC was talking about, right? And I don't typically carry over discussions from previous guests. While I do understand that you're giving justification for why a person believes in a God, right? It's just not the topic that we're discussing. But I agree.
Oh, well, I
I
must be
understand what you're saying, and I
associating.
agree.
All right.
Are you there?
All right.
I think her internet dropped out. I understand what she's saying, but I just feel like it's off topic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cosmos.
Yes, good morning for me. I don't know how late it is at your place, but let me just say good day. I just heard you say I to, to start. I do not agree with your statement. God is an idea created by man
How
because
old are you?
myself believe in a
I'm
higher
sorry,
self.
Cosmos. How?
Yeah, sorry.
Um, did you just say that you are your higher self?
No, 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 no. That's not what I said. But
Do you believe in the God
continue.
of
I'm
the
sorry.
Bible? Do you believe in the God of the Bible, or do you believe in like a universal like God?
Well, it's not that easy
Yes, it
to
is.
say
It
it at
is
that
it the
way
God?
because
Is it? Hey,
there's a lot of
the Cosmos.
sorry.
The conversations in
Mm-hmm.
here are about the God of the Bible. And I did make an announcement that I'm not interested, not that I'm invalidating, I'm just not interested in those types of conversations, okay? So that we are discussing the God of the Christian Bible in here. So if the God that you
Okay.
believe in is a completely different type of God, that's that's I don't have an issue with that or anything. It's just not the topic. Okay. And I would like to keep the
I understand what the
conversations
topic
on
is.
topic.
Yeah, but I understand what the topic is. You're asking if God is an idea
The
created by
God
man.
of the Bible, the Christian God.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the God that you believe in?
No.
Okay. So you would be off topic. Okay. Does that make
Off
sense?
topic.
Yeah. Like you don't believe in the God that we are discussing. Okay.
Okay, but I can ask you a little
No.
question. Do you
No.
believe in a God?
Oh. John.
Hello?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Hi, good. And yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, I'm 33 years old.
Thank you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I am a believer in Jesus Christ,
Okay.
the Christian God.
Okay. Are you in the tub?
Am I in the tub?
Yeah, I hear a
No,
lot of water.
sorry, I was feeding my cat.
Oh, okay, okay.
I
Um,
do.
give
My
me just
cat
a
was
second.
meowing, and it
Okay.
will wake my wife up.
Okay. I need to read this super chat. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Emir says God is an incomplete idea. Even in the spirit world, it would have to be made of something physical. Even its physics, we don't know. It would exist in some form, like an old man, or what form is it? That's a good question, Emir. Um, John, which topic did you come up to discuss? And then if you could do us a favor, like the noise is kind of loud. If you could minimize the background noise, so that it's not loud in my headphones, and then so the chat can hear the conversation. Okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Which
Yeah,
topic
my
did you
bad.
come up to discuss? That's okay.
The one that what I mean not what makes a sinner?
Okay. Go ahead.
Mhm. And I would say what would qualify someone as being a sinner would be someone that would do the absent of what God considers good.
Is it what he considers good or what he considers law?
Well, good would imply law, so that's
So
just a
is
precept.
slavery good?
No, I don't believe slavery
Well,
is good.
then, in your God's law in this book, he did
Hmm.
command them to buy slaves from other nations, to enslave them for life, and to pass them down to their children. So, if it's in his law, then would that be considered good because it's in his law?
Okay, all right. So, what would you consider as
No, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer that question if you
No,
don't mind.
not you can't answer a question with a question, right?
Yes, I
If
can.
it's
Yes,
no,
I
you
can.
can't. No, you can't. If it's in his law, would that be considered good? Because you said sin is what God considers good. Can you answer that?
Yeah, then yeah, if God says so, then yeah, yes, it's good
And then you would also think that it's good
to
to own slaves because your God
own
said it's
slaves.
good. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that he said to own slaves. It was Are you at all familiar with hermeneutics?
Yes, I am. And so you
Okay.
said that he didn't say to own slaves. Then what did he say?
Well, we're talking about indentured servitudes.
No, there were three different types of slave systems in the ancient Near East in Israel. And one of them,
What were they?
yes, one, don't talk over me, please. One of them, yes,
You
was
talk over
indentured.
me.
Don't talk because this is my life. Now you can either participate or I could take you the fuck down. It doesn't matter to me. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Because I prefer not to deal with rude people. Like I don't have to.
I want to continue this conversation,
Then
but
you're
am
going to
I?
respect my life. You're going to respect my rules. You're not going to talk over me. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
There were three different types of slavery, institutions of slavery in ancient Israel. One of them, yes, was indentured servitude. One of them was corvée labor. And then the other was chattel lifetime bond servitude.
Okay, and which one was permitted by God?
The indentured servitude and lifetime chattel bond servitude.
And can you prove that within Scripture?
I sure can.
Okay, thank you.
Leviticus 25,
Mm-hmm.
verses 39 through 46.
Okay.
I'm not done.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I don't need you to tell me to go ahead. I know how to run my life. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. So here the God is saying, do not make any of your fellow brothers or sisters serve as a slave. So he's identifying and acknowledging that slavery, that there is a difference between what he's about to tell them to do and what exists in the world at that time.
And
I'm not
may
done.
I
I'm
wait?
not
Wait,
done.
hold on.
I'm
This
not
is a
done.
clarifying question. It's a real important.
No, go ahead. What's the clarifying question?
Okay, and through what interpretation are you interpreting the Bible
I'm
through?
just reading the dang book. I'm not interpreting anything.
Do you believe that there is?
Hold on. When I'm done, right? If you want to use your Holy Spirit to interpret the text, then I will let you do that. Okay?
I won't use that.
Well, you asked for interpretation. So are you going to use the Hebrew? Do you read Hebrew?
No, I don't.
What are you going to use to interpret?
Apostolic succession.
Okay, I'll let you do that, and I'll let you do that in just a second. Okay. All right. Can you go on mute? All right. So he says, do not treat your fellow Israelites as a slave. They shall remain with you as a hired or bound laborer. That means that they are a worker. They are not an indentured servant at this point. They are a sakir, and they are to work for you. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee, which means that either they are to do 6 years or 49 years, every 7th year or every 50 year, you are to release them. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. So while they are under working for you, you have authority over them. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So they can't have a slave master because God is their master. And this is for the Israelites. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. And then he says, as for the male and female slaves, whom you may have, right? So he says, you may have male and female slaves from the nations around you. You may acquire them. And there are different ways that they could acquire male and female slaves from foreign nations. Now, in the ancient Near East, there were multiple nations that participated in the institution of slavery, right? Babylon had debt slavery. Babylon's debt slavery was 3 years, not 6, like Israel. And so the Israelites could travel to other nations like Babylon and purchase debt slaves from other nations and bring them back to the land of Israel and make them their permanent slaves. Okay, so these people will no longer be released in 3 years if they would if they had stayed in Babylon. They're now lifetime slaves of the Israelites. They could also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. So the sojourners that were living in the land of Israel, like the tenant farmers, they could become lifetime slaves of the
Okay, can we
Israelites.
take this
Let me
point
finish
by
talking.
point?
Let me finish. When I'm
This
done,
is gish
then you
galloping.
can come in. When I'm done, then you can come in. Okay? I
This
already
is a
told you. I already told you that when I'm done, I'm going to allow you to do your interpretation. Okay? So the tenant farmers in ancient that lived in the land of Israel could become the lifetime slaves of an Israelite and their children. If they had children in while they were living amongst the Israelites, then those children automatically became the property of the Israelite master. Okay. And then he says, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you. So you can pass them down, right, as inheritance, like you can will them to your children when you die. For them to inherit as property, so they become your children's property. So you're passing down your wealth to your children after you die. These you may treat as slaves. So if we remember up here in verse 39, he says, do not make the Israelites serve as a slave, right? And then he says, do not sell an Israelite as a slave. So he sets a distinction between his people and how they can be treated when it comes to this, to labor, and foreigners. Okay. And then he says, but as for your fellow Israelites, he states it again, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. All right. So we see here indentured servitude, right? And chattel slavery, lifetime chattel slavery. Go ahead.
Hello?
Harold, it's your turn. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, through what interpretation are you using for this? Can anyone answer that question?
What was that question? Did that make
What
sense?
I've already answered him once. Like, I don't know why he's asking this shit again.
you said it was my turn, and
You're
I'm
asking
asking
the
you a
same
question.
question I've already. You remember you stopped me and asked for clarifying. I've already answered this once.
Yeah, and but
I'm not
are you
answering it
using?
again.
So you're just using your own interpretation. You
Yes.
don't want to go through apostolics.
Hey, if you want to use your interpretation, go ahead and interpret it, please.
Interpretive?
Go ahead and interpret it.
Yeah, the words, like the words that we just read. Go ahead and give us your own interpretation.
I don't see any part in that. I don't see any problem with that.
You just asked her to show you where in the scripture it talks about long-term, lifetime slavery. Here it is.
Yeah, it's not lifetime slavery.
So it doesn't mention that you can own them for life and pass them on to your children.
Hold on. Can you do your
Wait, for life?
interpretation? Hey, John, can you please do your interpretation and show us like what this text is actually talking about then? Can you do that? You said that you would use your interpretation.
It's not my interpretation. It's
What
apostolic.
is your interpretation? Don't tell us what it's not. What
My
is it?
interpretation. It's not my interpretation. You're
Can you
you're
just
making a category error.
interpret the text, please?
Okay, so what you're saying is complete bullshit. Okay, you don't know how to read the Bible, and I'm sure because like you're a
That's the
woman.
interpretation.
Ria, it's okay.
That's the interpretation.
It's okay, Ria. It's okay.
No, it's fine.
I
Yeah,
Fucking
understand the
it's cool.
weirdo.
projection.
It's
Can
cool.
you
It's all
interpret it,
good.
please? I understand. I understand that I don't know how to read it. Can you interpret it, please?
I'm not. I never said anything about you that you can't be able to read. Obviously, you can read, but you have no apostolic succession to interpret the scripture. And I'm going
Use
to tell you
it.
why.
You do it. How
Jesus
about you
Christ!
do it? You
You want to
obviously
shut
have
up?
the
Hold
You
on,
want to
Ria.
shut
He's
up?
you
trying.
Can you
Ria,
obviously
shut up?
have it. So
Can
then
Ria.
you
why
shut
don't you
up?
fucking do it?
Can you
Ria.
shut
He's
You
up?
trying to
sound
Shut up!
dumb
crash
as
out.
Shut
fuck.
up! Shut
He's trying to
it!
crash out,
Shut your
Ria.
mouth! Shut
That's what
up!
he's trying
This
to
is what
do.
he wants. You have
Yeah. Don't
nothing to
don't give it to him.
contribute.
Don't give it to him,
You have
please.
nothing to contribute. You sound dumb.
You sound dumb.
Are you going to interpret it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So it is talking about indentured servitude because it only talks about who we have captured.
Yeah. Show me that. Where is it saying that?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez. You're
Mm-hmm.
embarrassing. Your whole existence is an embarrassment.
Yeah, he wasn't worth the crash out. Like, he was full of shit. Yeah, he was straight full of shit.
Of course you ran.
He wanted us to crash out so he could say, like, he wanted us to like go into that so he didn't have to do the interpretation. That's what he wanted.
Uh-huh. I don't care. I'm gonna cuss you out either way. You can still stay here. You still getting cussed out.
Yanni. Yanni.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Give me just a second.
I am so sorry. I listen to you every morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Respectfully, and I appreciate your show. I did not mean to do a request. I'm sitting here inspecting my plant and my phone was in my hand and I must have accidentally hit the request button and you have my apologies.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize. It's great meeting you. Thank you for accidentally coming
You are
up.
so welcome, Queen.
Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of the
I
day.
so appreciate your show.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
You do the same. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Rhea, do you see that Cosmos dude in the comments now saying that we are possessed? Like, first off, you don't believe in the God of the Bible. You believe in the universe, right? And now, whose demons are we possessed by if he doesn't believe in the God of the Bible? That's
The
what I'm
ones
trying
he
to
made
figure
up.
out. Huh?
I said the ones he's about to draw up, the ones he made up. He about to sketch it out real quick.
You did say we are possessed. Don't lie, whatever your name is. Like, you did say that. I read your comment. And you said you don't believe in this God. Y'all be saying stuff and then you don't stand on what you say.
What you mean I didn't say that? Like we can't scroll back. Oh, now you believe in God. You're not
Now
God
he believes.
anymore.
Yeah. Now,
Oh, now you're okay.
yeah. Now it's our fault that we didn't let him speak because he got up here talking about he didn't believe in the God of this Bible.
Right, that's our fault. Don't do that no more, thinker.
Damn, this damn motherfucker be jumping around. Henry?
The living fucking God, man. Praise the Lord, man. How y'all doing today? Y'all happy seeing the Lord or y'all ain't very happy seeing the Lord or the God? How y'all doing?
7 in the morning.
7 in the morning? It's almost 11:30 right here. So how y'all doing?
Yeah, we don't need all that.
I'm doing
Right.
good. I'm doing good, Henry.
I feel love.
How old are you?
Love a sister, man. Some sister can be so damn rude. Some sister can be so damn rare. It's all good. It's all good. We take it.
Like,
How
you
y'all doing?
came in like you want her to cuss you out? Like, do you have a fetish or something? Like, you're trying to get her to cuss you out? Why?
No, I'm just saying, praise the Lord. If your
No,
God,
you want her to cuss you out. Like, that's why you're poking at her.
no,
Mm-hmm.
you might be getting me wrong, but I just came here to say hi to y'all because I saw y'all say the Lord is good. That's
No,
for
you
sure.
didn't hear us say that. What do you want? What do you want?
Weirdo.
What do you want?
Anyway, I didn't come here to fight nobody. I just came here to praise the Lord. I know it's TikTok. This is not a church. It's a
Henry,
TikTok.
Henry.
Yeah.
God damn. What do you want? What topic did you come up here to discuss?
I came up to know what God do y'all serve
That's
because we
none of
have.
that's how about it? That's none of your business. Which topic do you want to discuss on the board? If not, I'm gonna move on to a different person.
I didn't come here to discuss
All
nothing. I
right,
just
have a good one, okay? Bye. Was he getting ready to dance?
Yeah, they do
Oh
that.
shit! I
People
didn't
give
know
him
that.
money, and then
I
people
didn't
give him
catch
money.
it. I had disconnected him before I saw him getting ready to
You
dance.
wanted to catch that?
No, I be seeing them dancing like the little thing, like like if they're gonna dance, like throw them some coins and then take them down.
Uh,
You don't see
Thinker,
the lives.
no,
You don't see the lives
no,
where they be dancing.
no,
The shit,
no,
like the shit
ma'am,
be funny as
no,
fuck.
ma'am, no, ma'am. Mm-mm.
That should be
Mm-mm.
funny. I don't
Mm-mm.
care. That should be funny as hell.
No.
That's how they. Hey, they gotta eat too. Shit, fuck that. At least they ain't just coming up here saying "throw me coins." He dancing. Fuck that.
You coming up on the panel already thinking you finna dance. I mean, did we have an agreement?
You girl,
Yes,
you
we
ain't
did.
never seen. You ain't never seen those lives. Well, I understand that they don't speak English, right? I get that, but you've never seen the lives where there's like five of them, like, and they're all dancing. Like you've never seen that. Like the shit be
Yeah, but they be
funny.
I don't know, man. I can't watch those because I'm just like, damn. I mean,
I
but
be
those are
cracking up.
scheduled. They plan those, you
I
know.
know, but they be cracking me the entire fuck up. I ain't mad at them. Let them get their coins. I ain't mad about that.
They might be jumping around. You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
They be jumping on the chair like that, like the man. They just be doing the most. And then when they be trying to do the Dougie and shit, man, that shit be funny. Doc, how are you, Doc? Okay.
Okay, she was cooking it up in there. What kind of doctor are you, girl?
I don't know if I bring him back up, y'all. He in the guest box. Y'all gonna throw him some coins real quick. I'll leave him up for 60 seconds. Okay. Y'all throw him some coins. I can't gift. I don't have the ability to gift with TikTok Studio, but if y'all throw him some coins. You got 60 seconds, Mustafa.
If y'all throw on some
You got 60
brother, check
seconds.
down, please. 1 minute,
60
check, please.
seconds. Go, 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 go. I don't see no coins going. Y'all gonna give him some coins? Go ahead. Do the Dougie. Where what is he at now? 250. Can we get him to 500, y'all? And then I'm gonna take him down. 500 coins, and then I'll take him down. We almost there. Teach me how to Dougie. Thank you. You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Love you, thank you. My sister, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. We almost there, y'all. 125 more to go. Almost there. 50 more. 50 more to go.
Sister, brother, one big gift, Alfan. No money,
There you
khane ke
go.
liye. Please, one big gift, Alfan.
Well, you got 500 coins. Thank you. We appreciate you. I hope you have a good day, okay? Bye. He got one move. He got the same. Heretic said work from home. Heretic.
That's work from my side. Shit.
He got the same move. Oh my gosh.
I just want y'all to know I want part of that. Okay.
No, Mustafa,
Mm-mm.
that's enough. Don't get blocked
Oh,
now.
he coming back.
Now
Mm-hmm.
he we gonna have to block you because
He's gonna be
that's
back for
enough.
sure.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 39.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
God is an idea created by man for sure. The first one, what makes you a sinner?
Okay, go ahead.
God made us a sinner.
You said God did.
Yeah.
Um, is in this scenario, is the God man?
Whatever it was that when I was 15, when my father died, so I'm originally from Kenya, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So when I started deconstructing 24 years ago, it's because I was crying when my dad was suffering from cancer. And I'm going to church carrying my little sisters. And I kept asking questions like, why do I have to go to church? Who is this God? And when I go to history classes, they tell me this. Science classes, they tell me that. And I was rebellious about the church. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
So when my father died, I don't usually share this story, but I'm usually here every night. I'm usually down there on the comment section, and today I felt compelled to come up here and share my story about deconstruction from Christianity because me being from Kenya and living in America for the last 20 years, I started deconstructing even before I left high school in Africa, you know. And for once, I met a group of people that actually understand me, you know. And it's you. I'm usually looking at you, Ria, and Lala, and I'm always cracking up in the comment section like, finally, I meet my gang, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful feeling, and I appreciate y'all.
Well, thank you for sharing it, and we're happy to have you here. You have a very nice voice as well, by the way.
Thank you,
For your
sis.
loss.
So, man, I have so much to say, but I don't think today is. I've been sipping today, so I think I will just share the little bit that I just shared, and I will just go back down out of respect, and I can share some more some other time. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good. I look forward to it, to hearing more about your journey.
Thank
And
you.
welcome to the community, and thank you for introducing yourself.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
Right. Ether was like, okay, I woke up like this. You can tell when he wake up in the morning, his voice is like, oh God, Rhea Henry's back.
Oh, hell.
One love. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good morning. It's morning time here. Well, early in the morning.
Are you a believer? Are
Can
you
you hear me?
Yes. Hmm.
Oh,
Are you a
I'm
believer? Are
sorry.
you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Am I a believer? Am I deconstructor or what?
Or are you an atheist?
That's a good question. When it comes to the fact of believing, I'm not a believer.
Okay, so are you an
Other
atheist?
things, um, as far as that believing thing, I guess so. That's the opposite of believing, right?
Well, you don't necessarily have to
And I'll
be. You
explain
don't.
myself.
You
I'm
don't.
more of a person
I'm
that's,
sorry. Hello.
huh?
Yeah. No, you don't
Yes.
necessarily have to identify as an atheist if you don't believe. Like you could just be a non-believer of this, the God that we're talking about. It may be that you believe in other things.
Well, I try not to put a lot into the word believe. I'm still searching and looking for more of truth and understanding.
That's fair.
So I'm an
What
explorer when it
topic?
comes to things like that.
Okay, that's cool. So
Mm-hmm.
that means that you're probably like in the space of like deconstructing and trying to figure things out. Like you're breaking things down. You're asking
Mm-hmm.
yourself, hard questions. So, when you come on the stage, you do have to pick one of the topics on the post and discuss that topic.
I guess it would be deconstructing. Is that one? Or is it is a deception for a very good? I don't understand the second one though. But I'll just say that I know I'm not a believer. But
Okay. If you're not interested in one of the topics that we're discussing, I'm going to move you back down to the comments. And when you do have something of value to add to the current conversation, you can come back up. Okay.
okay, I'll do
All
that.
right. Thank you. Have a great. Hey, Angie, are you in the guest box on purpose? Let me know so that I don't skip you. Angie P. Let's see. U.S. Natural is back in the box on accident. Uh, Rhea, do you want to talk to Henry?
I don't think so. Is he coming up here any different?
I don't know. He's back in the box.
Was he
You
in the
said,
comments earlier?
huh?
I said, was he in the comments at all or no?
I didn't see him comment in the comments, but he's back in the box. I know he's coming up here for you though.
Nah, I'd rather not. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Rhea said no, Henry.
What's
Big
going on,
Phil.
y'all?
Hi, how are you?
What's the word?
I don't know. Can I get your age,
Um,
please?
you said what?
Your age for TikTok purposes?
Yes, 36.
Thank you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Um, I'm a believer.
In the God of the Bible?
Yes.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
It's deception for greater good justifiable.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are, well, first, I need your what do you consider, deception?
The act of intentionally um, causing someone to believe something that is false is true.
Okay, good. We're on the same page. Now,
And lying.
you said, and what, lying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, when you say greater good, does this mean that everyone is going to benefit?
No, it depends on whatever the greater good is.
I do believe that it would be justifiable. And I say that because when in terms of people, I don't think what people believe is correct isn't always what's correct. Also, what people believe is good for them isn't always good for them. And when you're dealing with anything that involves like time, if you don't have time to like convince a person that something that's good for them is good for them, what other option would you have?
Can you clarify what you're saying?
Okay, in a scenario to where you, I don't want, I want to choose my words correctly. I'm gonna say go along. You going along with, right? Because that's why you would be lying to get the desired outcome. You going along with this thing is a matter of life or unaliving, right? There's not a lot of
What
options.
thing? What do you mean?
Anything in the scenario, say,
So
okay,
here's the thing. Like, why would you need to, if the scenario has to deal with like death, right?
right,
Why would you need to deceive a person to get them to care about dying or living?
because again, every people don't always think the things that are good for them are good for them,
Yeah, but you're saying
and
that
vice
it's
versa.
life. Yeah, but you're saying it's life and death. So give me a scenario that deals with life and death.
Okay, um, oh, perfect scenario, right? When it comes to parenting, you might tell your child a small white lie, right?
Like what? Give
Um,
me a scenario. Like, don't
to
be
demonize.
vague.
Okay, all right. Say your child is really, really wanting something from, let's say, a cabinet, right? That they don't have the ability to reach. Okay, you know that as long as they want this, they're going to attempt to get this thing. They're going to attempt to, by any means necessary, get this thing. Right. So you might tell them that thing isn't even in there. I moved it somewhere else. So at this moment, if you have to handle something else, you don't have to worry about them trying to climb up and falling down and breaking their arm. Like, if for the greater good would be them not hurting themselves. Right.
I
You
mean,
told them.
I would not do that. I wouldn't do that. I would, if I was worried, right, about my child climbing up on the cabinet to get something, I would simply move it. Like, there's no need of me lying to the child, especially if the child can just open the fucking cabinet and still see it there. Like, there's no point in lying.
Again, if you in this scenario, you're not directly in front of this thing.
What do you
So,
mean I'm not
again,
directly
say
in
you
front of? If
have
they
to.
can see, if they're climbing up there, right, they obviously can see that it's there.
That's
So,
not.
like,
It's in the cabinet.
if
So
it's in the
they
so why are they trying to get in the cabinet if they don't know it's
because
there?
the same way people they believe. Again, I'm referencing this
So
to
they're
desired
believing
outcome.
that. So who told them that it was there for them
They
to
may
believe it's there?
this might be the regular place for this thing. They may have seen you
Then
put it
why?
there
Then
earlier.
just move it and just like tell them that you moved it. Like, why do you gotta lie about moving it?
Again, if in this scenario you're not directly in front of this thing, you're down the hall, you're doing something, you hear them in
I
there, and you
I'm
know
sorry.
that
I
there's
just
possible.
wouldn't. I'm sorry. I wouldn't.
You
There's
go
no need to
upstairs.
lie. There's no need for me to lie there. That's an unnecessary ass lie.
That sounds
Right?
lazy.
How is it lazy?
That's lazy.
So we don't
If you
understand
know, if you're
multitasking
literally
as
just
women
down the
with
hall
children.
and you know that this is something that could harm your child, you go and move it. That's all you have to do is
The
move it.
thing isn't harming the child. Them wanting that
Okay,
thing is
then
harming the
move
child.
it.
Again, in this scenario, now we're real people, so we don't have to act as if we don't know. Children do things when you walk away.
I've never lied to my child to make them not want something, and I've
So
raised
you may have
four.
never been in a scenario for the
I mean,
sake of the argument.
children want a lot of shit. And every time we go to the store, they want shit,
Yeah,
right?
Right?
no.
And
You
I
might
just
say,
simply
"Hey, I
say
ain't got
no.
no
There's
money,
no
so
need
don't
for
put
me
it."
to lie to them. I just simply say no. Or when we before we go in, I say, "Do not get in here picking up stuff."
Right.
Right? And they obey. Right? And then
So you
sometimes, like,
completely
if
changed the
they get in the
scenario.
store, hold on, no, I didn't. You're talking about a child wanting something. Right, and the thing that they want could cause them harm, and you're saying that because you are not with that child, or you can't keep that child from wanting this thing, you demonize the thing, or you lie, right? You tell what you call a white lie to make that child think that the thing is not where it is, and all of a sudden they're going to stop trying to get the thing.
I mean, in many cases, if they don't know what a thing is, then they probably won't.
Then
If they
just
believe you,
fucking
now
move it.
it's up to whether they
What?
believe you or not.
That's an unnecessary.
That's
Like
not
that. That's
true.
unnecessary.
So we
Like
haven't.
you can literally tell that child, "Oh, it's not there anymore." That want does not go anywhere. They're still gonna want it. Just
Yeah,
like
they're gonna want it, but they're not gonna
that's the
attempt to
exact
get it.
same thing as moving it, right? Why would you lie about it when you can just move it? You can actually move it in real time. Then you just lie about it
So
instead?
are you not paying attention to the scenario,
I
or
am
you
paying attention.
just
What is
acting like you
stopping the
didn't hear what I
mother
said?
from walking down the
I
hallway and
just
moving
told
the
you.
thing?
She may be. Listen, bro. We have children. She may be
That's what
tending
I'm
to.
asking you.
This is a
What's
split
stopping her
second
from
thing. We act
going to
like we
that
haven't seen
cabinet
videos.
and moving that thing that's gonna hurt the
If
child?
you're
What's
asking me
stopping her?
questions, you have to give me the ability to answer them.
I've
Hold
That's
on.
only
not
I
how
just
asked
this
you
want to
shit
one
say,
works.
question.
I'm
Diabiblical
answering the
said,
question, but you're talking
Rhea,
still.
Diabiblical said he used to hide behind the skinny lamp during hide and seek.
Yeah, but anyway, um, we talking about real life scenarios.
Yes, in
The
real
mother
life.
could be
I'm
tending
asking
to.
you in real life,
Again, I'm
what is
answering the
stopping her
question.
from
If you would be
then
quiet, you'd
then
hear the
then
answer.
start the answer with my question. You're talking
That's what
about
I'm
it in
doing.
real. I'm literally giving you the scenario in real life. In
Yes,
real
in
life,
real
what
life.
is stopping her from walking down the hallway to move the shit?
So you
Answer
never
that
heard of the.
question.
I'm answering it.
Like,
Be quiet.
damn. Baby
Again,
girl, you don't get to do that here. Answer
if
the
you,
damn question.
I am.
Don't talk to her like she's your child or
He thinks he's in one
like
of
she's
his
your
red
wife.
pill
Yeah,
platforms.
yeah. Do not fucking talk to her like that.
Like the fuck? I'm not one of your little
I mean, why
chickens.
would you continue to ask me a question and
Because
I
you're
can't
not
answer?
answering the question that I asked
I
you.
am. I'm
You
saying
keep
in a
trying
real
to
life
bring up,
scenario,
oh, this is
if
a
she
real life
has another
scenario,
child,
as
she
if I
could be
did not
down the hall
already
tending
clarify
to.
that. You're answering a question that no one asked you. Oh, real life scenario. I already gave you that. This is a real life scenario. So, what will be stopping a real life woman from walking down the hallway and
And I'm
moving the
trying to
shit
tell you,
that
I'm
is gonna
telling you,
hurt the
I'm
child?
giving you
Go
the
ahead and answer
scenario.
that. You don't need to tell me that it's
I'm
real
telling
life.
you. I'm telling you now. We have other children in this scenario. Because in real life, people may have more than one fucking child. Duh. Maybe she's down the hall tending to another child. Maybe she's down the hall taking something out of the fucking dryer. That happens in real life.
This is
We act like we
insane.
haven't seen videos of
If
people
you a
coming around the
lazy
corner
parent,
and
just
they
say you're
child is
lazy.
standing
If
in the
you're lazy, just
refrigerator
say
or
you're
some shit.
lazy.
This happens every day in real life.
No,
Why are
it
we acting like we
doesn't.
don't get
No,
that?
it doesn't. If you're a lazy parent, say you're a lazy parent. That's it.
That has nothing to do with lazy parenting.
Quite literally
It has
does.
everything to do with children sometimes will get into things because they want something. You might walk around the corner, you didn't. Children are sneaky. You walk around the corner, they in the refrigerator. That don't mean you lazy. That means that child was sneaky
Okay,
in that
let
corner
me ask you a
and they
question.
didn't want you to
Hold
know.
on, let me ask you a question. So let's say you do this lie right to your child, and it works for a while, and then you're one day you fucking forget to actually go in there and move it, and then your child right sees like your wife is cooking, the cabinet is open, and they see the shit sitting exactly where you or your wife lied and said that you moved it from, and now this child in their head says my mom or my dad is a liar.
Exactly.
I can't trust anything that my mom or my dad says. Now what?
Okay, so in that scenario, you made a mistake. They found out. It's that simple.
But it's a mistake that you did not have to make. You did not have to lie. In
No,
that
okay.
scenario,
Any
you
mistake that you make
literally
is a
did
mistake that you
not
didn't have to
have
make.
to
Why
lie.
would you say that?
All you had to do was move the shit.
You
Actually
keep going
move
back
it
to this, and I
instead of
gave you a
lying
scenario to where
about
that wasn't
moving it,
feasible. So
right?
now what?
There's no point of lying about doing something when you can just do it. Just actually move the shit. What is the point of
Jesus
lying?
Christ! I just gave you
Like
a
what?
scenario where that wasn't feasible.
But do you
Are you
realize that?
listening?
Do you
We
understand that?
passed
Hold
that.
on, I'm talking. Like, do you understand that you are answering the question? Is deception for the greater good justifiable? Right? And
Yes.
but you gave a scenario that you did not think all the way through. You didn't think about what the consequences of that deception would be, right? And that would be there are consequences of losing trust in your kids or you yourself teaching your children that lying is okay, and therefore you raise a child that you can't trust. And so when your child gets to the point to where it's time for them to go out with their friends, right? Like they have friends and they can stay after school for basketball games or whatever. And they call you and they say, Dad, can I stay after school for a basketball game? And you say, are there going to be any little boys around? And she said in her head, right, what my father doesn't know won't hurt him, right? And she says, no, there's not going to be no boys around. And she knows damn well that the reason that she's staying after school is because there's a little boy that she likes that plays on the team. And they've decided to meet each other behind the bleachers or some shit, right? Like you've taught a child that lying is okay.
Okay, so
No
to that
reason.
effect, everything that we do could have a consequence. For instance, by your same logic, right? Punishment. If you punish your child, by that same logic, you could be teaching them that things that go wrong, if somebody does something wrong, you should punish them. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have some form of punishment for negative actions.
Wait, are
That
you attributing discipline to lying? Are
no,
you
I'm
comparing
saying
discipline? Are you
by your
comparing? Wait,
logic.
hold on. You are comparing the act of teaching children, lessons, right? That there are consequences for their actions. The act of disciplining to lying. Is that what you're doing?
No, that's not what I'm doing. And I
That is
know
what you're
you know
doing.
that's not what I'm
That
doing.
is what you're doing. You're
What I'm
saying if
doing is
you hold on, don't talk
comparing.
while I'm talking. Don't talk while I'm talking.
You asked me a
Don't
question.
fucking talk while I'm talking. If you say, right, that because you punish a child, right, when they do something wrong, that you are teaching children, if that this is your response to you lying in front of a child or to a child, therefore
No,
a child thinks that lying is okay, you use this as analogous, right? You use punishment, right, to try to make it analogous to you lying to your child and teaching your child that lying is
no, that's
okay.
not what I did.
That's exactly what you did.
I'm addressing your logic. Your
Exactly.
logic.
You know what analogous mean?
Okay, hold on, wait. I'm not addressing the lie. I'm addressing the logic you use
That's what I
after
mean when
you
I
address.
say
Okay, okay,
analogous.
okay. I get that. Follow what I'm saying.
No,
You
you
said
follow what I'm saying. You
after.
stop. You don't run my stage, okay? All
It's not
right?
about running.
That
It's
it
about
is
if we
very
having a
very much so.
conversation.
Stop talking while I'm talking, okay? And you don't run the stage.
Ma'am, please stop power tripping. We're
Okay,
having a
bye.
conversation.
Guess what? This is the last power trip you'll see of me. Goodbye.
You thought you're in the wrong place, Bam. Red pill overlord. You're in the wrong place.
Hey, Fee.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
It's been a wild, crazy ass night.
I've been awake for the last 2 hours listening. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, dude was basically just conflating discipline with punishment. Like, yeah,
Exactly.
discipline is not, and I saw where he was going because he was like, if you discipline your child, then it's going to basically tell them they get the right to do the same thing if someone upsets them. But that's the difference between discipline and punishment. If y'all stop beating the shit out of your children, you'd realize that.
Yeah, you're justifying a unnecessary lie. Like what? Like
Yeah. It was just a really bad analogy, but I think he was kind of locked in to the point that he wouldn't even be able to see it.
He wouldn't even, yeah, he wouldn't even listen. And then he forgot, like he lost the whole fucking plot because his whole thing was that you do this for the greater good. Denise, how are you? Okay, Denise.
Oh no. Oh hi.
That's
How did I get in here? Good
no
morning.
worries. No worries. We'll take you down. Have a good day. Okay.
You as well. Thank you, and I love you. Thank you. I don't know you, but I love you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
I love you
Fee.
too.
Thank you. Thank you, Ria. Lala. Hi. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
you pumping that iron. I
That's
feel
what it
that.
sounds like. She's at the gym. She getting it
That's where I
in.
need to be, okay? But I'm gonna stay under my blanket. Don't worry about it.
My daughters have been trying to get me to go to the gym for a minute. I hate working out though. Oh my gosh.
For real. It's like, damn. Why do I do all of that?
Yeah, I don't want my chest hurting. You is natural. You're back in the box. I know the last time it was an accident. I don't know if this time is on purpose. Sarita, you've been in the box all night. I don't know if that's an accident. Angie P, same for you. One Love, you are back in the box. And I don't know who this person is. Thank you, Maven. Club Jeffrey, Club what? Club Letha? What the hell? What is that? What? What? No, not Club. Coolio. What? What's your name? How do I say your name?
Tulole.
Say it again. Oh, say it again.
Tuloleto.
Okay, hold on. Slow down, because I want to get the clears.
Cool.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let me go low.
Okay, say it again.
Tulo.
Kulo. Am I saying it right?
Tuloleto. Yeah.
Kulo.
Yeah. Oh.
You're separating the culo and the like
So
the
kulo, like that.
yeah.
Okay.
Like try to merge those.
Okay. And then say the last part for me
Yeah.
again.
Not. All right. Leto.
Letu. Okay.
Yes.
Kulo letu.
Leto.
Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
How are you?
It sounds sweet, and I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy for my brain. How are you going? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've spoken to him before. Did I try to say your name the first time I spoke to you?
Yes.
Y'all know my
Yes.
memory is bad, especially if you take months. You cannot take months and come up here. You gotta if you come up here, you gotta come right back. Boom, come right back the next night. Like y'all know my memory is horrible.
That's not for everybody now. Okay? That is not for everyone. Okay? Please.
It's been 10.
Huh? It's been how long?
It's been 10 days since my last fix.
It's been 10 days.
Yeah, not months. I've only seen you guys for about 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
So to answer your question,
Okay.
I'm deconstructing. I'm still on the way. I was a believer. It was not by choice. Now I'm consciously deconstructing. I also feel spiritually guided. Everything that I'm spiritually guided towards is in itself deconstructing. Even if I'm coming across information that I used to believe in again, it seems that I'm approaching it with a different perspective that seems to be more towards deconstructing away from belief and more towards sovereignty, being sovereign or neutral, and then deciding if there's something else after being neutral or not. So where am I right now with deconstructing? My choice and my mind and research, if out of all the names that are present and in all the holy books, if it was put to my temple with a clock that I have to choose a name to align myself to, then the name I would choose is Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek. That's where I'm focusing my energies on. That's where I'm mostly attracted to. If I want to
Why
feel
is
that,
that?
because as above so below, we live in houses. I'm compelled to feel that even
Wait,
our
is
spirit
this the
needs.
guy that was talking like super deep for you? Is this the one that was?
Yeah,
Is it?
the one that like just like he would have like a regular conversation, but then when it was time to talk about the woo, You
Oh,
couldn't understand
that's
him no more.
him. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out like why. So you said that you're deconstructing and you're trying to figure out if you're going to stay like in this neutral place or be sovereign. But it sounds like, I don't know, for some reason you're saying that if you had to choose a name for yourself, it wouldn't be um Kuloletu. You're going to change your name to Melchizedek.
What I was saying is that out of all the names that we have been fed, all the books, all the holy books, out of all the names we've been fed and taught about, and if I had to choose a name to believe in or to align in, or a holy teacher or holy master or whatever you want to call it, if I had to choose one out of every single name that we've been taught about in history, religious or spiritual or atheist, the name I would
But
choose
why are you
to
telling us
align.
this? That I guess I heard you say that once, right? Like I understood. I guess, but why are you telling us that? Like we didn't ask about that, right? Like why are you telling us that you would choose this name for yourself? Like what does that have to do with deconstructing or the topics that's on the board? I'm really trying to understand.
Okay.
Like why are
What
you
I'm
telling
saying,
us this?
what I'm saying is that if I had to choose a belief, I would
Mm-hmm.
believe in Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek.
Yeah, but why are you telling
And
us that? Like we didn't ask that. Like that's not a topic that we're discussing, right? Um, what's the purpose of us receiving this information right now? Is what I'm asking. Does that make sense? Like we're not talking about um, names that are in the book. We're not talking about changing in it. Like why are we? Why are you telling us this right now? I'm not saying I'm not trying to be smart either. I'm trying to understand the purpose of this information right now. Does that make sense?
okay, yes, it does make sense. I'm understanding that the question is, are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Oh, you're answering that question. Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like what's happening right now? Okay, so you're telling us that you're deconstructing, but if you had to choose a belief, it would be the order of Melchizedek. That's what you're saying?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. But so right now though you're just deconstructing. And like okay, and so what topic did you want to discuss on the board?
Okay. Could I go for one? What
Okay.
makes you a sinner?
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, let's go for three, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So on three, all right. Where am I right now? Um, I feel, no, I don't feel. I think that Jesus and Satan is the same thing. More towards Jesus being a creation, the only one brave enough to open the seven seals and have a look at what is the fate of Satan and edit those prophecies.
So you're saying Jesus edited the prophecies that are in the Bible?
Yes, to soften the blow, the fate of the actions of Satan and his indoctrinations. Also, for it to be a hypnotic magnet to draw energy towards the entity name of Jesus,
I'm
whilst
sorry.
also
I'm sorry. This like
energy.
so. Do you remember when you were on the stage a couple of days ago? I told you that I cannot um have conversations like this, right? Like you're trying to be very very, I guess, spiritual right now. Um, and what you're saying, like it doesn't make much. It's not the articulation isn't coming through, and it's hard for me to understand what you're saying, right? Or tie it together with the current conversation that we're having in here, right? So the topic number 3 is about false prophets, right, and biblical prophecies. Okay, and so when you're saying that Jesus changed the prophecies in the book of Revelations, you don't have any thing that you can back up that says that, right? That there's nothing in the Bible that even says that. So it sounds like this is something that you're getting from like your own belief, or like I guess your own meditations and things like that. And that's all well and good, but like that doesn't help us in here, right? Because there's no resources or evidence or anything to back that up. Like we can't fact check you. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense that no one can fact check an atheist as well.
Yes, you can.
You know, like how, okay,
You
the
can.
what I mean by that is this. If the Bible or any other holy book that speaks of a supernatural existence, for lack of a better word, and you are a person that disputes existence of any of these beings, using a book to say whatever's written in all these books does not exist. If there was no book to dispute, would you still be an atheist? Would you have anything to disagree or object to?
Do you think that we are atheists because we disagree? Or do you think we are atheists because we have not been convinced?
No, I don't know who is an atheist, but I know
Right,
the
but do you
question
think
was like,
atheists are atheists for the sake of just fighting over a book? Or do you think they are atheists just because they have not been convinced of a God?
no, I think atheists are atheists because they are disconnected from any history book of their origins.
Which is a history
They
book. You're like what is Shakaki? What is it? I forgot the damn name of it. Is it Shiitake Records? I can't think. What is it called? What is it called? The records?
Akashic.
Akashic. Yeah, you're talking about the Akashic records?
No, that's more higher dimensional. We are talking high dimensional records.
What
I'm
history
talking
book? What history book are you saying atheists are disconnected from?
from any history books of their origins, because to me the Bible is a history
The
book.
Bible is not a
It
history
tells
book.
you whom.
It's not a book of history.
And it's definitely not your history.
Oh, I'm part of the Bantu tribe,
The
right? The
Bantu tribe is
Bantu
not in this
tribe.
It's
Bible.
not in that Bible.
Not in this Bible anywhere. Tell me one Bantu word in this Bible. Is there Bantu language in
You
this
want
Bible?
That's the first mistake, thinking that truth is linked to words.
Is there Bantu culture in the Bible?
Yes.
What culture?
Umuntu. This is a Bantu saying. Umuntu ungumuntu ngabantu, which is a person is a person because of people.
Where is that in
Just
the
to put it
Bible?
in.
In that Bible.
Where is that in the Bible?
Okay, what is the message of the
No, no,
Bible?
no, no, no.
Love
I
your
asked you.
neighbor.
No, 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 no. I asked you, right? Where is that saying in this book?
If you are asking me to represent a Bantu tribe in English words or
Not in English
Latin
words,
words
and
or
the
whatever.
culture, the ideas, right? Where is that saying in the book?
What is the law of the book? It's the commandments, right? So if the commandments is the code of conduct of which what makes the Bible holy in some people's eyes, we as a Bantu do not have a book, but our culture mission statement is Umuntu ungumuntu ngabantu, which is equivalent to love your neighbors, you love yourself, and all of those
And
all of
so
those
did
commands.
Babylon. So did Babylon have that same concept? Are you Babylonian as well? Did
No,
the
no, I'm not.
Babylonians take that from the Bantu people?
What? I'm so
What
confused. The Bantus have existed way before your Bible was even thought of. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys?
what I'm trying to say is that our culture, as well as other cultures, have an existence.
Why do y'all need this book to be your history? Why this book? Why aren't y'all going and saying the Vedas is Bantu history? Why this book?
Right, because the perversion is the perversion of the order of Melchizedek.
What? No. Listen to my question. Why the Bible? Why aren't y'all trying to claim the Vedas as Bantu history? Like, why specifically the Bible?
The Bible is not being claimed by us. I was trying to
You're
explain
literally
that
saying that the Bible is
our
Bantu culture. You're literally saying it right now. So why is it important for this story in this book to be Bantu culture? Why not the story in the Vedas?
no, the Bible is not Bantu culture, but the Bible is talking about a history of different peoples, but it all goes back to the sons of Noah. This is where the Bantu
Are the
come
Bantu
in.
the sons of Noah? Okay. Why this story? Why this story? Why aren't y'all claiming any other story?
I'm trying to explain that the Bible
Can you
is
answer my question, please? Why this story? Why do y'all need to be Noah's children? Why this story?
when it comes to being a human being. Are you a human being by the color or by how you interact and treat people?
If you can't answer the question, I'm gonna move on. I told you I don't do all the supernatural woo woo talk. I asked you a very direct question.
We are not claiming the Bible. Our lifestyle is
Why
basically,
do you need to be the people in the book? You just said that Bantu history, Bantu culture starts with the children of Noah. Why do you need to be the people in this book?
If you say 407 years ago, I'm going to think or just drop you. Because what is happening? That's not a hard question to answer.
Are you there? Are you going to answer the question?
I take that as a no.
Okay. It's crazy. Like the
He thought he thought if he used the word deconstruction, then maybe it would make sense
man, and he's not deconstructing. That's the
at
crazy part.
all.
What's up with you, Lex? Oh, Lex is knocked out.
Lex is asleep.
I'm gonna tell him. Josie the Crusader on Discord. Hi, how are you? Josie, are you there? Um, Josie, are you able to unmute? I see that she was unmuted once, but are you able to unmute? Okay, Josie, we're going to move on to a different guest. Boy, some men just be all up in they fucking feels. Zach?
They be doing that shit on
On
purpose.
purpose, yeah. Most definitely they do. One Love?
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, it took me a moment to really get the concept that was going on here. This is actually a beautiful panel. And I picked number 2 is
Okay.
deception for a greater good, justifiable. And hearing that young man speaking in the riddles and stuff, that's the reason why that no, it's not justifiable at all. Because deception for a greater good is not anything to do with the greater good at all. It's just a selfish gain more than it is any kind of good. Because why would you want to deceive anyone when it comes to the words greater good?
Yeah, so like in the confines of Christianity, in this Bible, the chosen people and their God use deception as one of their tactics, like one of their tools in order to advance the prosperity of the Israelites. And the goal of the Israelites in this book was to build a kingdom, right, where the Israelites ruled, and then the nations, the 70 nations, bowed down to them and their God, right? They were the rulers. The Gentiles were their subjects, and everybody worshiped their God. So that was the end goal, right?
Yeah,
And so in order to get to this plan, there's a lot of deception allowed and used. And when we talk to a lot of believers, they justify it because they see it getting to Jesus, right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, um, I've as a little girl growing up, family, a lot of different churches, different things like that. My immediate family weren't church goers or anything, but always been invited to different styles of churches, Catholic churches, Baptist, and I even as a child I was very confused of how these things that they were saying what good was and, what is practicing good and what you're supposed to do. And you're supposed to get these great rewards, and I grew up understanding, I'm like, from what my understanding is we're here in heaven now. Hell is what you make it. How else can we explain all this beauty in this world? But yet, I don't understand being deceived, because it's like they're feeling like if they do these certain things, they get rewarded, and they're calling. I guess a lot of people are seeing that as a greater good,
Yeah,
and
and
it
they're
just kind
willing
of
to.
confuses me, huh?
Yeah, I agree. That's the thing that like kind of irritates me too. They're willing to overlook harmful things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things that this religion has done in order for their own hope and wish of getting to heaven and having eternal life.
Yeah, and that's like I just yeah, and I always I try to anybody I can even talk to. I was like, you're living right now. You have the most beautiful experience. You don't even know what it is to pass away. You don't know what happens after you're not within this conscious anymore. So why won't you make the best of what you're doing now and feel rewarded now? You know, it's like
Yeah.
I even see some of my relatives of, trying to fit a structure because it's said in the Bible that you have to do this way, or it's said you have to, the preacher is saying a certain thing that you have to do in order to get to a certain place. So that means you're living a false life anyway. You're pretending, right?
Most of the time, yeah. Because you're
It's
living by
just
somebody else's standards. And
somebody, and the believing thing really, it was something that, I kind of ponder on a lot because it's like it, I don't, I don't feel like believing is a factor in, for one, the greater good. It shouldn't be. It's a matter of understanding, because if we understand better and that means you'll do the work for yourself for real, making sure you're walking a true walk, you're walking your truth, not the truth that's been preached to you or you're brainwashed with. I mean, that's why we're going through the things we're going through now with this world, because all the false truths, all these deceptions for the greater good, their idea of greater good. Because greater good is just, practicing positive energy to me and learning how to deal with the negative energy in a more healthy way. Do you agree?
yeah, like I would say, positive experiences. Like, I think it's just the way that, you define it versus how I define it, but I think we are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Like learning how to deal with, you know, negative experiences, right? Negative beliefs, negative people, right? Um,
Yes.
like sometimes I think when we use terminology that kind of separates us from the actual material world. Like, and I don't, not necessarily saying that a person has to be 100% always in the physical, but I
Hmm.
think sometimes when we label things as energy or spiritual, it causes people to not see the physical and not pay attention to what's actually going on in our reality, and then we become indifferent towards humans and what humans experience, because it's easy for us
Hmm.
to cast it off as, oh, that's just a negative spirit or a negative energy.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Hmm.
But I totally get
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah. And it's like, would it be, I don't know, it's kind of like, I kind of, I'm spiritual. I consider myself more spiritual, meaning I try to, see things for what it is. I try to also, do that thing of put myself in other people's shoes, kind of look at it from different perspective. If somebody's coming with a certain energy, or if they're angry, and I try to, okay, they're angry, so they might say, I'm not talking to you, and I might be like, oh, right, and take offense, but I'm like, then I'll kind of catch myself, like, okay, they weren't talking to me, and maybe they're going through something that I don't understand, so I just kind of leave it at that instead of like, what do you mean when I'm talking to you? Or, try to make it even more. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. I think we need more of that. And that's why I keep using the word understanding, finding ways to understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
100%. I was just sharing that I think it's important for people to find a balance, right? So
Yes.
that,
That's what
we
I'm working
don't.
on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do need to make a quick announcement. Like, y'all, I have a meeting in like 28 minutes. The meeting should last 15-20 minutes. If y'all can like keep the live going for me while I'm gone. This I could have
Well,
just left the
I
meeting
want to tell you
outside.
before you leave, I love you. I love your words. I love, the knowledge you have. And thank you for sharing.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Same here. Same here. Okay. I have a question. Has anybody, seen, that series Lovecraft Country?
I've seen a little bit of it. I didn't watch a lot of it. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I've heard about it.
That when I actually really watched it, it sent me on an amazing rabbit hole. It just had me in a dictionary defining words, looking for roots of the words and things like that. And that's why when I saw the subject here, my mind started just going crazy with all these thoughts that, oh, I want to say this, I want to say that. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, there's subjects here. And I kind of got lost for a minute. And, but that, it helped me understand that, yeah, I can't be that kind of believer because the Bible, my dad always said, is the best literature ever written, the Bible. But, and it's, and other people say it's a lot of spells, a lot of different things that exist in it. And I can kind of see that because it's so hard to read. You have to do a lot of research and studying for the Bible. But it amazes me how powerful it is and how certain people just take little segments of it and run amok with it and make it their truth, without even knowing if it's true. And the Lovecraft Country, once I saw that, it's about spells and witchcraft and things like that. But it kind of gave me that feeling of, there's a lot of, things like that in the Bible and the purpose, people who are pushing these agendas and why, and it's control, power, control.
Yeah. It's
But
an
that's all
easy
I
way
have.
to mind manipulate, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's all I
Yeah.
have to say. Thanks for letting me share.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good one.
You too.
Emir, hey, how are you? Oh, he's not on Discord anymore. Okay. Sarita and Trice or Treese, I don't think y'all are in the box on purpose. Y'all been in there all night. So I'm gonna take you out. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Are y'all Treese is back. Are y'all good with when 6 o'clock come me running to my meeting?
Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you. Treese?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I'm doing good.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to say I enjoy watching your lives. I'm usually just someone watching. I have been deconstructed now for about 4 or 5 years. I don't want to hold you up. I want to get straight to the topics. God is an ideal created by man. Let me see. My thing is number 2, deception. Somebody earlier actually broke it down in a way that I can agree with. Is deception a greater good? Well, it depends on what's going on. Like you said earlier, that if you deceive certain people that you are leading, you can kind of give them the impression that it's okay to not trust you, or to kind of deceive you back on really important things. I understand that. But when there's certain things that are a crisis, I'm going to give you an example, like the Holocaust. I don't know if we can say that the Holocaust that happened in Europe
Yeah.
during World War II. You know what I'm talking about? I don't even know what words are
Mm-hmm.
forbidden. It was necessary for children to hide their identity if they were of Israeli descent. Man, TikTok's so sensitive. I don't even know what else to say, not to say. You know, the chosen people. If they wasn't of the chosen people of the Holy Bible, they had to claim to be Christian, of Catholic, maybe Polish, Germany, or whatever it may be. So that was a necessary deception in order for their lives to be saved. Now, my thing is, from the Holy Bible, biblical, my perspective on the Bible is that it is very hypocritical. It's contradictory. So on one end, it tells you not to lie. I can't quote exactly the scriptures, but obviously the 10 Commandments. But yet God allows and uses deception in very cruel ways, which is different from using deception in a positive way to possibly save a life. He used it for his own arrogance. He used it just to confuse people for the sake of the narrative, of the story. And I'm saying that because whoever the author is, for whatever time period, Whatever they were writing when it came to slavery, when it came to the Old Testament, old prophets being deceived by God for the and deceiving the nation of Israel, I would say that those things are just up in the air, but it pretty much paints the arrogance and the hierarchy system that, I don't know if I'm saying that word, this hierarchy system that was going on pretty much in this world during that time, and a way to kind of keep people's minds at ease while staying oppressed, but feeling as if they had purpose to it. So yeah, on one half, I believe deception can be used to save a life if there's a crisis. But at the same time, I do understand that if you are somebody who's leading somebody, trying to teach a lesson or prevent them, I'll give you an example, like the guy did earlier, preventing the child from going up in the cabinet and grabbing what they want. You can't take deception as the lazy way out. You have to figure out what other strategies to kind of get that message across. The issue is a lot of people don't have the comprehension and critical skills to do that, so they depend on certain things such as Christianity, which is a religion, man-made, to kind of help narrate their lives and give an understanding of what's right and wrong. That's what I have to say about that.
I think that's a great point. Like I agree that sometimes deception, in order to save a life, it can be a justifiable thing. I think you broke it down perfectly when you pointed out that the God in this Bible uses deception for selfish gain, right? Or allows his people to get away with using the thing that he says is abominable to him just because of who they are, right? Yeah. So
Exactly.
a special pleading, deception through special pleading as well. So I think you broke that down really well.
Thank you. And I love Thinker. Thank you very much, Rhea. And I want to make sure I'm saying it right. La La Land. I watch you ladies so great. I'm great at what you do. When you come in, you got each other's back. I love that. One other thing I wanted to say about the deception. One thing when I was a Christian, it always kind of bothered me, but I tried to, cooperate and go along with the concordance or what the interpretation would say to kind of accept it. And that was the whole Abram. I always like to say it according to what the time stamp was. Abram before he was Abraham. No, was he? I think it was Abram when he went into Egypt with his wife and he supposedly deceived the Pharaoh with this being a sister. The thing that I didn't like is how the church always played Abram like he was the wrong one, as if God didn't allow it to happen and as if the deception didn't work somewhat in their favor, even though it gave a lot of unnecessary curses to a whole, civilization or Egypt unnecessarily when God could have just redid it. The thing that gets me is that not only was he not in the wrong, it's the way, again, that church preachers paint that. They try to put down on, you ain't got to lie for God and he was wrong and all this other stuff. The thing I want to say, well, technically speaking, he wasn't lying, now was he? It was his sister, and he even said it himself. It was his half sister. But the thing of it is, when I point that out to the pastor, their thing is, well, yeah, but we try to put the focus more on, you can be dependent on God. See, what I learned from that is I'm glad that when I came from the sermons, I went up to y'all and I started talking with y'all and I let y'all know, well, okay, guess what you just did? You just deceived the whole scripture there to try to paint a message across. And that is what people who come up here who are Christians don't understand. If you don't go and read that Bible for yourself word for word, they're going to paint things in a portrait in a way where you thinking you got the whole picture, but you really don't. You have to read things for yourself to get the full understanding of the story. And guess what that's going to mean then? That means you have to read books that happen. To understand the story, sometimes you have to read and understand books that's not even a part of the story you're reading to understand where, because it's like a to be continued. In other words, you have to get the whole part, but you can't mash it all up and say Matthew, is confirmation from Isaiah. No, we're not about to fit scripture to mean other things, but that's what happens, and that's deception right there.
Absolutely.
False.
Oh, I
I'm
just
sorry.
want
What were you going to say?
just want to join in on chime in on the deception piece. I also wonder if believers don't realize when they say that they're God or they justify their God's use of deception, how limited that makes him. Because what would an all-knowing, all-powerful being need to be deceptive about? And the other piece is the greater good. That I don't know if it's the greater good is or if it's for the good of God, because these things that, yeah, because like to your point, using your example, I agree with Thinker. I think your example was perfect. Deception for the purpose of preserving your life or protecting another human being, it is for a good. It may not be for the greater good, meaning all of humankind or mankind, but it's for the good of that person. But that's a scale issue. God doesn't reside on the scale that humans reside on. So why would the person that is the arbiter of everything that we know and we see need to use deception? Just like you ain't gotta lie, Craig. You ain't gotta lie. Like you're God. Like just make the
Exactly.
thing be what you need the thing to be. But you're limiting the God by forcing him to operate within the parameters of human limitations.
Ooh, that's a great point, Fee.
You said it perfectly, and that's what I felt with the story of Abram in Egypt and his wife, how they painted. Well, you saying God? You're mad at him using deception, but the same way God used the deception, which is weird because God got power. So why would it matter what the Pharaoh did to his wife or wanted to do to his wife? You got Jehovah. Behind your. You know what I'm saying? That's who you following. But yet, nonetheless, God isn't technically all powerful as proclaimed. And that's something that I always try to make a distinguish between when I'm talking to Christians is that you have things that are proclaimed. Are you sure you're not saying that's not true and you believe it this way and that based on things that have been rehearsed or just recycled within the Christian rhetoric? Because at the beginning and end of the day, if you're not reading these stories for yourself or not understanding it, how can you come to that conclusion? And that's what throws me back. And that's why I have to make sure I make distinctions that, okay, well, you're saying what is proclaimed. My question is did it really happen and how did you really see it? Because I had to learn, baby, and this is the biggest one that helped me deconstruct. I had to realize it's more importance in knowing something rather than believing something. Because what difference do you believe in something all day, every day, and it turns out to not be true? So I tell people that sometimes it's more necessary to put emphasis on something that you know, because sometimes believing is just a choice. And sometimes that choice can be something that's based on other emotional things rather than reality. And it can be influenced to us by the people who were in our lives when we were at the most impressionable. And that's when we were in our youth. And that's usually adults who we trust. Now, for all those who are adults who come into Christianity, baby, it's going to be more easier for y'all to deconstruct if y'all really allow yourselves to listen and get amongst things that are facts besides things that are just recycled and regurgitated and proclaimed from the Bible. And that's the difference. You got things that are proclaimed. It's people who are in the religion who are leaders who would say, hey, a lot of stuff, we're in an age right now where there's people who say, hey, this stuff might just be allegories. But they're not going to tell you that when they in that sermon. You got to go behind that desk and talk with them sometime and find out how they really believe and think. And that helped me deconstruct when I started talking to these pastors one-on-one. Hello?
Yeah.
That'll do it for a lot of people, honestly, because like I don't know how long you've been in here, but the young lady that popped up earlier, talking to Thinker about, I can't even remember which story it was, and she's like, no, you interpreted it wrong, and she didn't even know the story. The other guy that was talking about slavery, where he's telling her she interpreted it wrong, which that's not even a word. Like he did not have an alternative explanation. They just go by what they've been told, and they've never read this book themselves, and that's part of the reason why I think so many of them are as combative as they are about this belief system. They're defensive because they know they haven't done the work. Yeah, teacup trees.
Teresa, like we can't hear you when you're off the app. I think she might have gotten a phone call.
Yeah, could be.
Mm. Therese, before I go to my meeting, I want to address something. Let's see. There she is, Fee.
Yeah. Since you were
Did you have anything else, Therese? Therese, are you there? Oh, okay. Don't worry, I'm gonna take you down. She said her supervisor. Bye.
Bye bye,
Have a
everybody. I
good
gotta
one.
go.
Okay,
Supervisor
have a
up
good
Bye.
here.
one. Bye. Um okay, so before I go in my meeting and I bring up another guest. So I saw a comment in the comments that said what type of man can make all of these prophecies in the Bible and like they be true. And so I wanted to go over some prophecies that are in the Bible. Let's talk about Isaiah 17:1 right quick. And I'm probably wrong as fuck for starting this 10 minutes before I gotta like bounce. But I've been wanting to talk about these um all week. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. So this is an oracle concerning Damascus. It says, "See, Damascus will cease to be a city, and it will become a heap of ruins." So, did this prophecy come to pass? Like, let me ask the Christians. Man, I probably should do this when I come back because I want to do a poll to see how many believers know whether the prophecies in the Bible actually came to pass. Should I wait till I get back? Because I got to leave in like 10 minutes. Should I wait on this?
I say yeah, just because you know what's gonna happen.
You say do what?
I say wait because you know what's
Wait.
gonna happen.
Yeah.
The
Damn, I'm not. I want it so bad. Okay, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be gone for like 20 minutes, y'all. But let me bring up a guest. Fee, you want to go ahead and start this one? That way I don't have to.
yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Ted, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
No, I'm not a Christian. Uh, I wasn't trying to come up. I love to listen to your show. I think it's beautiful.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
I'm
Well,
glad you guys got something going like this because I be trying to tell people the same thing you're saying,
yeah.
and but I'll let them listen to this to hear some stuff because you be coming straight from the. I mean, oh my God, I'm like, man, about time somebody says something that's for real.
Well, this is Fee you're talking to right now. I think you're talking about Thinker. Like this is her live, and she does an amazing job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming up, and we'll drop you back down.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
Y'all, can y'all please get these likes to 200,000? Also, Thinker has less than an hour to meet her gift goal.
Lala, can you take Ted down? I don't know why it's not letting me disconnect anybody now.
Yeah.
I got him down. I couldn't at first.
Okay.
Did you want to bring somebody else up, Lala? Or you want me to do it? You or Rhea?
Let me check. Let me see.
Grandma Steffi?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you.
Good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
All right. What topic would you like to choose?
Hell.
That's not one of the topics on the board. It's one of the
Oh,
four
I'm
topics
sorry.
that. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
One of the four
Oh,
topics
I
that's on.
apologize. Uh, yeah, what makes you a sinner?
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
I think sin is non existent. I think we have a human nature, but to associate sin is a religious term for wickedness. And I was Christian since I was 6 years old. I grew up in the Baptist church, and then my family went on to actually join a um uh, what is it when the church has a rabbi that's now Christian? The word escapes me.
I don't know. I knew that word.
Mason, okay, Messianic Jews
Oh,
that
okay.
believe in the Messiah. Excuse
Hmm.
me, and that Jesus is the Messiah. But I have a, I have two daughters and a granddaughter, and as I began thinking about my lesbian daughter, how the church has told me she would burn in hell, something inside me started saying, burn in hell? So you mean to tell me they've convinced me to tell other people that if they don't confess the name of Christ, that they burn in hell for eternity? And if they're sinners, they'll burn for eternity. And I thought about when I delivered my daughter and looked in her eyes, I never said, I'll love you as long as you don't do this, or as long as you do this. And here she is turning 40. And as I walk with her through her relationships, as I travel the world and see other people and see other religions, I was blessed recently to go to Morocco. And I spent time in a Muslim family's house. And the love that was present, I heard my conscience tell me they're not burning in hell because they don't confess Christ. Are you kidding me? Would you send this family to hell? And so the the thought that the millions of people on this earth could face an eternal hell for not saying three words, the veil has been lifted. And so now, as I deconstruct, it's very challenging. Um, I don't know how the journey is for others, but I've lost family, friends. My husband's a deacon, so this journey is quite lonely, and finding that there's others who are aware, as I am, that we can't explain this thing. No book can explain it. It is personal. And so I appreciate finding you because I need to hear others speak so I don't think I'm crazy.
I think that's a very common experience in the deconstruction community for sure, because it is a very, very lonely journey when you're the only one who's kind of asking the questions and challenging the ideas. But I think it's that what you mentioned is getting exposed to other people of different belief systems and
Yes,
seeing that they're just like us. Like
just like us.
they have moms, they have dads, they have children, they have hobbies, favorite colors, arguments, family tension. Every single thing we have, they have as well. So for us to condemn them to a life of torture just because they weren't born in the United States where Christianity is the predominant religion is insane as much as it is for them to condemn us to whatever the Muslim hell is because we weren't
Yes,
born where they were born. And when we talk about sin as well, like sin biblically is transgression of the law. And oftentimes, I think believers will conflate sin with immoral behavior, and those
right.
two things are not the same. Because if that were the case, then a sin would always be something that was objectively morally wrong. And we see that throughout the Bible that that's just simply not the case. Definitely in the
Correct.
way that God behaves. And I mean, at some point, I hope that it breaks my heart when families are torn apart like that. It breaks my heart when people are ostracized. But I would definitely like to say kudos to you for being the mom that accepted your daughter for who she is, because a lot of people in the LGBTQIA community don't have that. So, like, big ups to you for doing that as a mom, because to me, that's
Thank
what
you.
love is.
And I'm also available to her friends who don't have moms that are accepting, that are Christian. They will call me just to hear an encouraging word and
Yeah.
to know someone loves them. So you can't, and then we're not even going to go there with the Bible, because if the Bible was truly the blueprint for life and God is all powerful, why wouldn't people read it then?
Yeah. And why would
It's
it
not a
have our,
book that's read. It's only read by scholars and those who want to get a PhD in theology, which is hilarious to me.
what, a
But
PhD in theology?
yes,
Yeah.
or Christianity theology. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely cementing into beliefs, but interestingly enough, so many of them go for that. And then the ones that are being honest with themselves will often end up where we are right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one last thing, I'm just grateful that I have a loving husband that knows me well enough to know, well, she's not crazy.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So there's no tension whatsoever in my home. I wouldn't stand
How
for that.
does yeah, how does he accept does he engage in conversations, or do
Yeah.
you do?
Oh, he does. And I'm encouraging him when I find different studies that, just like when I read and figured out who King James was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I told my husband, I said, I need you to see what his first book was. I didn't tell him. He came back here in the bedroom and said to me, his first book was on demonology. I said, yeah, honey. And
Did he not
so
know that?
he did not. And this is, my husband's been in church his entire, well, raised in the church. I won't say in church, but so I'm letting him do his own findings. I'm not trying to convert him.
Yeah.
His love for me and knowing that I would never say anything to steer him wrong, his eyes are opening. The other thing I had him do, I said, honey, look up, ask Siri, or excuse me, Alexa, whoever, how much money the church, the big C church, not individual, how much they bring in tithes and offerings in a year.
Yeah.
And he said, he read it out to me. It says $75 billion.
Wow.
I said, so what does that mean to you? He said, there shouldn't be hunger. There shouldn't be homelessness. There shouldn't be. So I'm letting him read as opposed to me saying, baby, this, and then this, and then this. So I'm letting him come to his own understanding. My daughters have already been there. They just respectfully didn't impose their, my younger daughter, who is queer. I didn't know what that meant, still doesn't, but not in a deep level. But she she has been setting up altars and talking to, she says, our ancestors for 6 years.
That's awesome.
It is awesome, and she found that on her own. But out of love and respect for me, she never put, mom, that church thing is, she just let me continue. But I've never preached to them or said, you need to come to church. I was never that mom. I wanted them to find their own way. But my
I think
daughters have a spiritual walk. And thank you for letting me share this morning so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think finding your own walk, whether it's spiritual or secular or even religious, is an individual journey. I say all the time, I have one son and I didn't raise him in religion. I also didn't raise him to not like religion. I just raised him to know who he is and learn to ask questions about everything and not accept something as true just because someone in a position of power told him that. So ultimately, if he ended up, or it still ends up, he's just 20. He still has so much to learn about who and what he is.
Yes.
Where he lands religiously or spiritually, it's up to him. It's not for me to dictate for him or give to him. And I think that when you come across a belief system that resonates with you, then let that resonate with you. It doesn't have to resonate with everybody else. It's not an
Agreed.
enemy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and sharing with us. You're on mute, Grandma Steffi.
Oh, yes. Let me send you an invitation on mute. I followed you, Grandma Effie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm new to this, and I actually I studied women of the Bible, and I said to myself, how did I spend 20 years on a lie of studying? And then my inner self said, no, not at all. Those are stories, and there's still things to learn from them. Um, Separate from religion, no different than I would tell a story of any other woman in history. But I now have a better understanding of. I'd like to know what books, if you could share, what books uh, you recommend.
On what topic?
Uh, Deconstructing.
Ooh, um, I don't know that I have any books that have specific deconstruction lenses. My process, I'm the probably the biggest nerd you'll ever meet, and my process was more of a scaffolding process where I started with how I think. So I just started with books on ensuring that I'm a critical thinker, making sure that the questions that I need to ask to ensure that I don't fall into traps of having multiple blind spots or even having, not knowing what my blind spots are. I started with that, and from there it went to so many different topics.
Okay.
I do
So,
know that Joshua Bowen's book, if you're talking about the Bible specifically, I have read that one, which is the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. That was really beneficial just because I didn't realize how much of what I thought I knew about the Bible was not really in the Bible. It was just, doctrine that I had been taught from the religion I grew up in.
mhm.
Let me look at my other. Are you looking specifically for biblical based books or like what genre?
I would say more on I would like to know more about spirituality, astrology that we've been taught was witchcraft.
Oh yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
definitely wouldn't have anything
just
on
all
this.
the things.
Mm,
But
Grandma,
my
Lala, yeah,
yes,
Lala might.
if you follow me back, I could gather a few and send you, the
uh,
names of them.
thank you, sweetie. I certainly will. That's Lala.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
baby.
Lala.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I think some people put some other suggestions in the chat as well.
Thank you. I'm seeing them. Awesome.
Well, thanks so much for coming up and chatting with us this morning.
Thank you. You get me off to a great start today.
Good. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you
And
so
just
much.
remember, you are not alone in this.
Mm-mm.
Thank you. Thank you, Lala.
Welcome.
Lala, you bringing somebody else up, or you want me to do it?
I can do it.
Ria, you want to do the next one, or you, Lala?
I can't. I'm too, yeah.
Okay. Maxine. Maxine? I don't know if Maxine knows she's on here. Down. All right, if you're in the guest box, you can comment to let us know you want to come up next. Ron, can you turn your video off? Ron, you got to turn your video off. It looks like he's driving anyway, so we can go ahead and drop him.
What?
I don't even think he knew he was on. Barry,
Yo,
good morning. How are you?
good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
40.
And are you Christian, deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Christian.
All right. What topic on the board would you like to choose?
You can choose one if you want to discuss it.
No, I don't know what your comfort level is or what your expertise is in, so you can choose a topic. Can you see them? If not, I can read them to you.
Are we believers here, or what's the story?
No, we are not believers here.
Oh, we're not. Have we been believers here?
I was, but would you like to pick a topic? And then we can start.
Can I choose why you deconstructed and what church?
That's not a topic on the board. So the way
I know about it, but I'm just interested. That's all.
Yeah, so that's not how this panel runs. The way it works is you can choose a topic. If you'd like to work your question into that conversation, then maybe we can do that. But we want to start off with one of the topics on the board.
We'll go to topic 1 then, if you want.
All right. So what do you think makes you a sinner?
Not listening to the voice of God.
So is that the definition of sin?
Yeah.
According to the Bible, it's the transgression of the law. Would you agree with that?
I believe that it's not listening to his voice.
Well, that's a personal application for you, so we can go. But you would agree that the Bible says that sin is the transgression of the law.
The law was brought in. You brought it in later on, but I think the Bible says it's not listening to his voice.
All right. So what voice would that be?
His voice.
Do you think that everyone hears the same thing in his voice?
I think everyone has the ability to hear God's voice, yes.
So of all the people that are on this planet that claim to hear God's voice and they hear different things with different instructions, how do we know who's sinning and who's not?
Well, I guess that's where the scripture comes in, and does it line up?
I'm sorry?
Where having the Bible comes in, it's like a map book in a sense. And does it line up with what he's saying? It sort of confirms it, having the Bible.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
So like when you hear from God, does it line up with what his Bible says?
Are you asking me that question?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's how you know you're hearing his voice.
You know you're hearing God's voice when what you hear does not align with the Bible?
No, when it does align with the Bible.
But my question to you was not about it aligning with the Bible. It was about what you hear from God's voice.
Yeah, so, and you were saying, how do you discern that? How do you discern that it's his voice speaking to you? That's what you said, yeah?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was when two different Christians hear different things from this God that don't correlate with each other, how do I know which one is hearing the right thing from God? Since you say you can't, it's not transgressing the law in the Bible.
Well, I guess, is it, you look at the fruit of the person. Is it leading to someone that's actually trying to help others, or is it someone that's living for themselves?
I mean, it could be both. I'm sure every Christian is going to tell you that it's leading to them trying to lead you to God, which makes it extremely subjective. I guess
the result of what ends up in their life sort of tells you if it was right or wrong. So does it actually? Yeah, Sarah, sorry, you go.
So basically, you're saying that a person can hear the voice of God in their own head, and whatever they feel like.
Or they can hear it verbally, yeah, or whatever, yeah.
Have you heard the voice of God verbally?
Oh, yeah, I have. Actually.
Do you want to pop back up when you're awake?
No, you're good. It's just late over here. That's all. I'm just watching a fishing show.
Yeah, it would. I have earphones in, so if you could stop yawning in my ear because it's pretty loud, I would really appreciate that.
Apologies.
Yeah. So you probably agree, or maybe I should ask this question: have you ever heard the voice of God in the presence of other people, and they heard it audibly as well?
No. Oh, sorry. I've heard. Yeah, I have actually. We had a friend about the church one time, and
It,
she basically God spoke to her, and she ran out of the church crying, and like I was like freaking out. I was like, "What's going on here?" You know. And yeah. Anyway, basically just lifted a whole bunch of stuff off her, which was pretty cool, and she was real happy after that.
but did you hear what God said to her? Is the question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were communicating to God at the time.
No, right. But did you hear what God said to her? Is my question. Did you
Not
hear His voice
specifically.
audibly?
No, not specifically to her. It was just for her.
Right. So that's my point. If what you're hearing as the voice of God is in your head, there's no way for me to determine whether or not that's your own thought or if it's a God speaking to you at all. And
Yeah,
oftentimes,
I guess and I get where you're coming from. That's the frustrating thing about faith, though.
so
Sorry, Lord, you're
can you mute please when you have to do that, because again I thank you. You're right. It is a frustrating thing about faith, and it's what makes it extremely unreliable. So if you're telling me that the voice of God is something that communicates with you in your head, I don't have access to that. And if another person tells me the voice of God communicates with them in their head and telling them something completely different from what it's told you, there's no way for me to externally determine which one of you guys are actually hearing from God.
well. I guess that's why you sort of have. I guess it depends on what the subject is, but then you'd want to line it up with the scripture, wouldn't you?
Both of you can line it up with scripture based on the way most people use the Bible.
But what are we talking about specifically? Can you give an
So
example?
I'll use this as an example because this is a topic that often comes up. The
Sure.
LGBTQIA community. You have one group
Yeah.
of Christians who say that God is love and Jesus is accepting, and they point to scriptures that highlight that, and that
Sure.
God tells them that they should accept people in that community. Then you have other Christians that tell you that no, you should not because of other scriptures they read. So both people say God have told them this thing. How am I supposed to determine who's correct?
I think the Bible talks about. I mean, it's not really up to the church for Christians to judge the unbeliever. So I can't really. It's more like an in-house thing, if that makes sense. So,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense because my question was, how am I supposed to know which one of these people are actually communing with God?
well, I guess, like, are they going to continue practicing those things, like, the LGBT stuff?
That's still not addressing my question. What the person is doing is not the subject that we're talking about. My question is, how am I supposed to know which of the two people who are telling me they had a conversation or received direction from a God? How am I supposed to know which one of them is actually communing with this God?
Well, that's why, like, you read the scriptures to see what lines up with what God's saying. You know.
Well, both of the scriptures line up with what they're saying God told them.
No, it doesn't. Though. You read the Bible.
You know what? I'm gonna get.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drop you. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That's just rude. Drink some coffee before you pop up next time.
Telling you. Yep.
Oh,
I
so
see.
Wonder why.
Hi, Lala. How y'all doing?
hey,
Hey,
Fred.
they wonder why I just start snapping sometimes.
Yeah, no, he
It's
came
so
up here
late.
to be disrespectful and disingenuous. I was so surprised he was even gonna give him the time of day. I was like, what?
I didn't
No, he
know.
came up here to be a goofball.
I mean,
Mm,
I was trying to
Is
be
he
nice.
like that?
100%. He saw a panel with black women on the motherfucker and wanted to sit there and just berate the fuck out of y'all. He was trying to make it so that he could do and say stuff that would be enough for y'all to say something mean to him so he could go all the way the fuck off. He wanted to be
Okay.
a weirdo from jump.
People are so unnecessary sometimes.
Let me find someone else.
Again?
Hello?
Good morning. Oh, so you want to do this one?
We did
Who is
this
this?
earlier today.
Really?
Yeah, Ron Boyd was like the third person that I could talk to today.
Oh,
Hello?
hi. Good morning, Ron. How are you?
I'm okay. I just been listening since the last time I was on here and really impressed with it.
Oh, I was probably asleep. I didn't hear you when you were on earlier.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I was
keep
on
it.
about an hour ago, and the topic was the first topic. And
God,
no,
number
the
one.
one, what makes you a sinner?
Okay.
Uh, you
Oh,
pointed
he
out
was
some
on
Bible.
earlier?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
You're gonna have to come back later. No,
sure.
well, when Sunday?
The conversation was on what makes you a sinner.
Yeah, Lala just was saying that you have to come back later because Thinker only does once a night for guests.
Yeah, well, tonight's so.
Right. Have a good one.
Mm-mm-mm.
Wasn't he on yesterday as well?
I have no idea. I don't remember him from yesterday, but I do remember him from like 5 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
Richie.
good morning, guys.
Good morning, Richie. How are you?
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear my accent. That I'm from the Caribbean,
Yeah, we
Jamaica.
yeah we can hear
Sure.
you.
How are you doing?
Okay.
How are you
I am
doing?
here. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Amazing. Can we get your age for TikTok?
I'm 32, going 33.
Amazing. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
To be honest with you, I'm not gonna tell any lie. All right then. We all as human grow up in the church, right?
What
Maybe I'm
are
wrong.
you? What are you?
Huh?
What are you?
I'm not hearing you.
What are you?
We need to
Well,
see if you qualify for the
all right then.
conversation.
To be honest with you, I would say Christian, but to be
Okay.
honest,
So go ahead and pick a topic off the board.
okay, all right then. What should I say now? All right then. I'm not gonna work with number one, number two, or number three. Maybe I miss concepting the subject. But there's one question that I really want to
Is it on the
ask.
board? Because that's what we're engaging with.
Yeah. On the board. All right then. All right. Well, it is saying that God is an idea created by man. So my question is, maybe it's a stupid question to you guys, but my question is, if there's really a creator that make us, who make God that make us?
The question or the statement posed is God is an idea created by a man.
Yeah.
Why do you think that we think there's a creator based on that statement?
Well, that is what I want to find out. All right then.
We're not here to help you find God. We're here to ask questions about it. We're deconstructing from the belief of God, at least the Christian God. So if the
Yeah.
question is based on that, can you prove the Christian God outside of the human mind?
Uh, no, I can't.
What was your purpose in requesting up?
Huh?
What was your purpose for requesting up?
Well, as I said before, I'm asking who make this.
All right. Those that are in the chat, if you're gonna come up, please come up and want to participate in the conversation. Either be a Christian, be deconstructing, or an atheist. Please don't waste our time. And I dropped them.
Thank you.
The Holy Spirit dropped it.
Paige?
Yeah, that's my middle name.
What is,
I'm 21. Um, Deconstructing
okay.
Christian.
All right. What topic would you like to choose?
Um, the third topic.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
I used to consider myself a prophet, but it was so confusing of like being a false prophet. Like I feel like that really made me very confused in those aspects, which is why I'm now deconstructing Christian, because it just didn't make sense of like how am I able to tell or foresee things if if my identifiers don't fit in Christian values. Because, like you guys said, how is someone going to know if something's true if something else is telling you something different?
When you say your identifiers don't fit in Christian values, what do you mean by that?
Um, I'm bisexual.
Oh, you're saying your identity as a person doesn't fit with Christian values. So you're basically saying, why would you be receiving prophecies from a God who wouldn't accept you because they don't accept LGBTQIA members?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid question. Just out of curiosity, like what type of prophecies did you feel like you were able to get when you were a Christian?
Um, it wasn't like, it was basically just prophecies that it's fake. Like, not, and I feel like that's like, I feel like that's really rude to say sometimes if someone's really rooted in their belief. But I
It's
was really rooted in mine. But
it's rude to say what, that you don't believe it.
yeah, to me, it kind of feels like it. But
Well, I kind of think that's some Christian residue as well, because we're accustomed to people kind of sidestepping our belief systems to make us comfortable. But I don't necessarily think that that's rude. I'm not. I think it's more rude to pretend to believe something that I don't believe, like because not only is it's dishonest.
yeah, yeah,
And if a person really has a gift of doing a thing, whether someone it's not negated by another person not believing it either it's true or it's not. Either it's demonstrable or it's not. But you can't get mad at me for not believing you can do something you can't demonstrate you can do. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
yeah, yeah. Thank you. I really just needed like more clarity from a different perspective of the fact that it's not rude.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you. Things can be said in rude ways, of course, but I don't think an honest sentiment. I do think that honesty without compassion is cruelty, right? So I do think that there are ways that you can say things to people that can come off as cruel, but the actual fact of not believing something or not being convinced of a thing just because someone else is convinced of it is not rude at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's just like I'm really new in this journey. And now that I don't resonate with it, I don't call myself that anymore because it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. And it
Yeah.
is just that it's a journey with different phases. Sometimes you'll feel like you're moving forward. Sometimes you'll feel like you're moonwalking backwards. And that's all part of it too.
Yeah. Now I guess it's like I found out that I'm an indigo child.
I don't know what that means.
They're basically like it's a hard concept to grasp. Um Basically it's like someone who they can have psychic abilities and they can have a strong intuition, and it's something that I recently learned from moving away from Christianity.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. I'm personally not a supernatural person who accepts supernatural claims or things of that nature.
Yeah.
Uh, but oh, I see. I just looked it up. It's a New Age spirituality. Yeah, I mean, again, your path is your path. Your journey is your journey, and how you identify and who and what you believe that you are is completely up to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I really appreciate you guys doing this prompt and like holding this space and, like doing what you guys doing. It's super funny and entertaining in some parts, and, I just really appreciate what you guys are doing.
Awesome.
And
Well, thank you for your support. We appreciate you coming up.
thank you. I hope you guys have a good day.
Me too.
You too. I would go.
Do y'all notice the tendency for most folks who deconstruct to kind of make a pit stop in the world of spirituality? Um, and I wonder sometimes if it's like cyclical. Sometimes you go there first, but then you do a little bit more deconstructing, but then maybe you go to a different version of it. Because I've heard a lot of people talk about doing that and that being part of their journey as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I feel like I made a couple of pit stops in a couple of different familiar places. I don't think I ever got pinned down to one specifically because it just felt too close to Christianity. But yeah, I notice a lot people make a pit stop either in like spirituality or like they go the other end of the spectrum and just go hardcore like Hebrew Israelite. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I get it because it's like this whole like this idea of the of a thing is so real to you your entire life, and then you start to think, well, maybe this thing isn't real, but maybe a thing could be.
Yeah.
Either it's the case that the God lied, or everything about the God is a lie. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
All right, I'm waiting for guests to hit the queue. If you are deconstructing an atheist or Christian, let's have some meaningful conversation. Please do not waste our time.
Elizabeth, please hit the request. You want to talk about free will? Let's have a conversation.
Oh, I love that topic.
Told her not to use caps, and she commented at me and said free will. So, all right, well, see how far that gets you.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are y'all this morning?
Doing well, doing well. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 33.
And are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I would say I would be on the deconstruction atheist side of things. I wanted to come up about the like having that pit stop in the spiritual kind of thing. I definitely did the same thing when I was deconstructing. And me personally, the reason I kind of fell into that was because, you live your whole life thinking that there's this afterlife and, life goes on. And that is like a very comforting feeling. And then when you deconstruct, it was pretty dang depressing, thinking like, well, there's nothing else after this. It's kind of scary to think there's nothing else after this. It really puts life in perspective of like the things you want to do and accomplish and things like that. And I think I stopped off in the spiritual side of things to kind of give myself that same comfort that there could be something after it, to save myself from like the reality I wasn't ready to like swallow yet. Does that make sense?
Just
Yeah.
want to let y'all know I'm back.
Oh, hey, Thinker. Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. And I think I think Thinker says she went to Christ consciousness for a minute. I know I went the spiritual route, tried to do the like Unitarian Universalist thing, and it was just more of a kind of testing the waters to see, or throwing, spaghetti on the wall to see what stuck, and nothing did for me. But I do think it's absolutely part of the journey.
Yeah, and I will say there's a lot of scammers on this app as far as like the mediumship and psychic stuff go. Like, and I would say if not all of them, but the majority is probably scammers. But there are one or two people on here that I've come across that have almost got me convinced, and I'm so torn about it because my rational mind is saying one thing, and then this like concept that I'm seeing over and over and over is telling me something else, and I'm like, God, I don't know. So it is kind of confusing. I guess none of us will know until our time comes truly, or if like, you know, the new Google microchip thing that they made that is like a supercomputer can tell us one day.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of finding what works for you. I've never believed in the mediums and things of that nature, and the spiritualness is just too nebulous for my skeptical mind. But again, it's an individual journey, and belief is personal. So if it works for you, I say have fun with it. But
Yeah,
thanks
I
for having
definitely
me.
do that too. Yeah, thanks for letting me join and say that. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
It's
You too. Okay. Okay, y'all want to do it right quick? It's just okay. So I'm just gonna do like 4 little prophecies, and then we'll get back to the conversations. I just want to see. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say also, can you look at my message?
Oh yeah. Okay. Hold on.
also your boy tried to sneak back up here.
Thank you.
Boy.
Wow. Who?
John Boy tried to sneak back up here.
Who is John Boy? Oh, the guy that what? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we only do one conversation per live. I got you, Lala. Thank you. Okay. So first off, thank y'all so much for holding it down. I appreciate y'all. Um, so what I want to do is we talked about false prophets and prophecies, and then somebody in the chat made a statement that no man could write all of these prophecies in the Bible and they all come to pass. Ultimately saying that that's why the Bible is true and that's why there is a God. And so here are 4 prophecies that I want to know if they ever came to pass, and how would a person like determine them, or how did you as a Christian or a believer determine it, since that's what makes the Bible true, or make people say that Isaiah is a prophet or Ezekiel is a prophet. Okay. Let me do this. All right. Okay, here we go. Let me go back. All right. Isaiah 17:1 is an oracle concerning Damascus. And Isaiah says, see, Damascus will cease to be a city and will become a heap of ruins. So to the Christians, did this prophecy come to pass? Is Damascus no longer a city, and is it a heap of ruins? Do the smiley face with the teeth showing, crying face if you know for a fact that it did not come to pass. Is the poll showing?
I don't see a poll.
I
What?
don't either.
Why TikTok? Why are you doing this to me? Hold on. And I see people said, I don't know, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't know, because a lot of people don't forget the poll. A lot of people don't know, because a lot of people don't test these prophecies out or validate them, right? But they hold to the Bible being true. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I don't know that they even know that the prophecies are in there. They just regurgitate. Well, you got one smiley face there saying,
That it came to pass.
yeah, Mr. Robbles or Robles. I think they, when they talk about prophecy, they talk about them at such a high level, and they don't even know what most of them are.
Yeah. But they swear up and down that Isaiah was a true prophet, because remember in the Bible in Deuteronomy 18 he says, if a prophet speaks a word and that thing does not come to pass, then that prophecy, that he has not given that prophecy to that prophet, and the prophet has spoke presumptuously, right? And
Mm-hmm.
the prophet was supposed to be put to death for speaking something that did not come to pass.
Hmm. Doesn't he also say that he's the reason that the prophet lied? Or is
Yeah,
that just like a
he said
temporary
he would
thing?
do that in specific situations.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. But today in 2022, there's 2.5 million people that live in Damascus. So when Isaiah says that it will cease to be a city and it'll become a heap of ruins, that didn't happen. And it's still a city to this day. Right?
Thousands of years later, it's crazy.
Yeah, thousands of years later. And so what like a Christian or a believer, like an apologist would say what that prophecy it still can come to pass. And I saw a video on TikTok probably a couple of months ago, and there was a believer that was saying because what's going on over in the Middle East today, that this is prophecy being fulfilled. And that's why I asked the question: what sense does it make for Isaiah to give a prophecy like this in the late Bronze Age, and then if it's not supposed to come to pass for like 3,000 years? And then you could say, "Oh, that's Isaiah's prophecy being fulfilled." That doesn't make sense?
No, because how would you then distinguish between a fulfilled prophecy and then it's just a coincidental event that matches what's in the text? Like there's been conflict in that region of the world for as long as we can remember. So why would that how do you make that line of delineation? I don't That makes sense to me.
Okay, I agree. And it looks like a lot of people know that it didn't come to pass. I wish there was a believer up here, because what I want to know is, does this, that the fact that Isaiah prophesied and it didn't come to pass, does it change, how they would look at Isaiah's other prophecies when it comes to Isaiah 53, and they believe that that is a prophecy about Jesus?
I don't think it would because I don't think continuity is a big issue for them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't even care. They wouldn't care about any of these prophecies. So Isaiah 19, huh? What are you
I
gonna
was
say?
just gonna say they'll tell you Jesus never lied, and then we'd be like, "Oh, okay. So do you think that the mustard seed is a small seed?" I think he thought that. Like, mm.
Isaiah 19:4-5. God said, I will deliver the Egyptians into the hand of a hard master. A fierce king will rule over them, says the sovereign, the Lord of hosts. The waters of the Nile will be dried up, and the river will be parched and dry. Has the waters of the Nile ever been dried up?
Nope.
Even when it gets like really dry over there, the Nile itself has not dried.
They're going to tell you it was metaphoric or symbolic or maybe a
Hmm.
spiritual.
And then, like, Egypt never, like, Egypt still has, like, they're still like a big part of the economy over there, right? So that
Yeah,
prophecy didn't come to pass.
even with all the like Roman influence that they had, they still never lost their like national, like their nation's hood, I guess you could call it.
Say that again.
I said even with all the influence that like that Rome had, with going over there, I think it was what Alexander. They never stopped. They were never like officially taken over by some cruel master, like it says.
That's what I was getting ready to ask. Like, were they ever taken over by a cruel king? I don't think so either.
I've never heard of it happening. Real quick, you guys. Thinker has less than 25 minutes to complete her gift goal of the Dalgona coins or Dalgona candy. So can you please help her out with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. All right. The next one is Isaiah 52:1. Awake, awake, put on your strength, O Zion. Put on your beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city, for the uncircumcised and the unclean shall enter you no more. So he's saying that no uncircumcised people will live in Jerusalem ever again.
So how are the Gentiles going to get in there?
That so as he's prophesying that they ain't even supposed to be there. But Gentile Christians today will say that he's not talking about like circumcision of the penis. He's talking about circumcision of the heart. And so for them, right, they would consider themselves. Well, the Gentiles are circumcised. Like a lot of them, they're circumcised at their hearts are circumcised, and then so are their penises, because they get circumcised in the hospital. But
Yeah.
it's saying the uncircumcised, like at this point in time, it wasn't focused on like the circumcision of the heart. They were still in the old covenant. So men who were uncircumcised was considered unclean. So he's prophesying that they wouldn't be in Jerusalem. They won't be able to enter Jerusalem anymore. But there are people that live in Jerusalem to this day that are uncircumcised, right? Like they don't have to do circumcision anymore, do they?
I'm honestly not even sure. But I thought even back in that day, only the Gentiles weren't circumcised back in the day, right? Back in Isaiah's day.
Yeah, no, they weren't back in Isaiah's day. But today, because of the reinterpretation of the text, they'll claim that it's circumcision of the heart.
Mm. Yeah, they kind of keep it flexible.
This is one of the ways that they reinterpreted prophecies in scripture. It's like, let me see if I can find the circumcision of the heart. I think that one. Uh, yeah, Deuteronomy 10:16 is where I think it's the first time that it says anything about circumcision of the heart. Let's see, so it allows them to kind of say that that's what it's talking about. Circumcise then the foreskin of your heart, and do not be stubborn any longer. So your hearts have foreskins now.
What in the fresh hell? Like, I think they just be making shit up. Not only now, but even back then. Like the foreskin of your heart? Ew.
Yeah. So this is during the time of the Josiah reforms. This is the Deuteronomy renewal covenant. So now the covenant is no longer just a symbol, like the symbol of being in the covenant is no longer just about foreskin, like circumcising their foreskins, but also the heart. Like, so this was his way of saying that the God wanted that outwardly loyalty, like that outwardly appearance of the agreement, but also the heart, like an internal transformation. And that's what Gentiles go by. They're circumcised in their heart. They don't necessarily have to be circumcised outwardly, like their flesh. So they wouldn't be, even if they're in with the Isaiah prophecy, even with if they were uncircumcised, like physically, they wouldn't be considered uncircumcised because it's the heart. But that's not what Isaiah meant. But do you see how they can reinterpret it?
Yeah, I can see that, giving them a little bit of wiggle room. But again, like you were saying, that I don't think that's what Isaiah was talking about. So
Yeah.
it's like a reinterpretation of it.
Mm-hmm. And then Paul, I think Paul in Romans. He says, for a person is not a Jew who is one outwardly, nor is circumcision something external and physical. Rather, a person is a Jew who is one inwardly, and circumcision is a matter of the heart, by the Spirit, not the written code. Such a person receives praise not from humans but from God. So there's their reinterpretation, and they're out through Paul.
Do you think that, okay, so I know you're just traditional church going folks don't know this, or the vast majority of it. But do you think like biblical scholars who still hold fast to this belief system see the problems with these different interpretations or these different applications of prophecy?
I think they do. And this why we see a different, like an increase in research type scholarship,
Mm-hmm.
with the focus on data over dogma,
Yeah.
and then an increase in apologetics in biblical schools and seminaries offering apologetics degrees now.
I mean, it's literally like the same thing that was going on in Jesus's day. Folks who are still trying to hold so tight to what they think the original directions were, and then folks trying to reinterpret it to make it more applicable to everyday life. Like, I think we're seeing a new branch of it now with the folks who are being real critical of the damaging aspects of the church, but they're still holding on to the Bible and to the God and to the belief system. I think it's probably just going to be another schism.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or the ones that hold more strongly to the church. We talked to, was that on Wayne's Live yesterday? Talked to somebody that just told us that the Jewish people fucked up in the timeline of history, and that's why the Catholic Church was created to right the wrong of of their religion. And I was just like, bro, are you dead ass just gonna sit here and say Catholicism fixed the relation, like fixed God? Like, you know what I mean? Like he was
They
just
believe that let me not say they as an all, but I've heard them say that God gave the text to the Jewish people to like hold for the Gentiles, and that true
mm,
interpretation could only come through the Gentiles, because it was never really meant for the Israelites, for the Jews. So they believe
yeah,
that this is their text. Yeah.
yeah. He said basically that the Jewish people were just a vessel for Jesus to come through. Like that God only kept them around or connected because he needed Jesus to be a Jewish person. And then after that, it was just open field. Peter was the first pope, and on from there. And I was just like, bro, what? Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
he also kept getting mad because he kept saying the Jews, and I'm just like, bro, that sounds weird as hell, especially the way you're saying it. Saying he will repeatedly be like, well, since you guys won't let me say it this way, I'll just say Jewish people, and it's like, are you so butthurt, man? Like, it's a weird hill to die on, but
Which is odd too, because like literally the text says that the Gentiles um are being used to make the Israelites jealous so that this God can get the Israelites back. But they still believe that the plan was all to get the Gentiles.
he's with me now, so you guys can take a back seat.
I know the plan, like Jesus came for the lost sheep of Israel, but there was always like you can see the evolution where Jesus knows that the Israelites are rejecting him, and he's switching to the Gentiles. Like there is an evolution of him switching to the Gentiles and inviting the Gentiles in. Of course, this is written, later, right? There's two times where Jesus feeds the people, right? The first time with the fish and the bread, he does it, and there's 12 baskets left over, right? He feeds 5,000,
Mhm.
and there's 12 baskets left over. That represents the Israelites, the 12 tribes of Israel. The second time he does it, he feeds 4,000, a little less, right, to represent like a drop, right, in significance, a little less, and then there's 7 baskets left over, and that represents the Gentile nations, right? So it's to show, that the Israelites are first. They're always first. The 5,000, like they're higher, And then the second time he feeds them, that's them opening it up for the Gentiles to come into the fold. But the 4,000 number that he fed is a little less, so it's to show the insignificance of them. Like when he calls the Canaanite woman a dog, the purpose of him calling her a dog is to show that she's insignificant, or inferior to the children, which are the Israelites.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so he came for the lost sheep of Israel, but the way Paul writes it is, it was all the Israelites were made blind by Yahweh so that they would reject the Christ, so that the those that were chosen of the Gentiles would come into the fold. Um, and God is using them to get the Israelites back, like to get his first wife back. That's the plan that Paul lays out,
Hmm.
which doesn't match. It doesn't necessarily match what Jesus says, but that's the plan that Paul, with Paul reinterpreting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. I
crazy.
mean, it's ironic though, because you read the verse about how like they love to say, "Oh, we're grafted in, we're grafted in," and completely neglect the second half of that, where he's just like, "Yeah, but I mean, even though you are like, act, act like you company, because for real, you're not really supposed to be here, and if you're not supposed to be here, and the people who are got cut off, like, well, how much worse do you think you'll get it?" Like they completely forget that part. Now we're in here, man. Okay, well,
But
saying shit like,
it's crazy because like they are, according to Paul, right? They're grafted in, like they're adopted.
hmm
But like, are they really adopted? Because their expectation, according to Isaiah's prophecies, is that they're supposed to be servants and on the new earth. And how many times do we get slave apologists up here that say, well, when they did have slaves, they adopted them into their family, they treated them like family,
musty rat,
right? Huh?
musty rat.
So even if they feel, or they say, oh, we are grafted in, you're they brought you in like family, but you're still, according to the prophecy, you are grafted in, and you will be servants to the Israelites on the new earth, according to the prophecy.
Y'all family like Chicken George's family.
And then you are crazy. The last one I'm gonna do is Ezekiel 30. Y'all know this is part of my favorite one, God's debit card, but um this is after the debit card. Remember, he told Ezekiel, since Nebuchadnezzar didn't get the wealth and he couldn't pay Nebuchadnezzar, he's like, I'm gonna give you, he said, let Nebuchadnezzar know that I'm gonna give him Egypt, to pay him for him working for me, and him and his men working for me for all these years, and he couldn't pay them. So I'm gonna pay him with the wealth of Egypt, and I'm gonna deliver Egypt into his hands. So Ezekiel 30, thus says the Lord God, I will put an end to the horrors of Egypt by the hand of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. He and his people with him, the most terrible of the nations, shall be brought in to destroy the land, and they shall draw their swords against Egypt and fill the land with slain. So Nebuchadnezzar never ruled Egypt. Nebuchadnezzar never conquered Egypt. He did fight against Egypt for, I think, 6 or 7 years. And like throughout that time frame, he had some success, but he never really conquered Egypt. And in fact, when Nebuchadnezzar died, Egypt's ruler, Ahmes, I think is how you say his name, he ruled over Egypt for an entire generation, like an additional generation, and he got to see Nebuchadnezzar die. And so Egypt was never, the inhabitants of Egypt were never dispersed. and Nebuchadnezzar, Egypt never came under the rule of a Babylonian king, Nebuchadnezzar, or any Babylonian king during that time. So this is another prophecy that did not come to pass. So that's two. That's Isaiah and Ezekiel. So we have two prophecies that we know of with Ezekiel that did not come to pass. One of those prophecies, the God says in the story, hey, I was wrong. I can't pay Nebuchadnezzar. So he admits that he gave Ezekiel an incorrect prophecy in the book. He tries to fix it, and then historically, the prophecy that he gave to Ezekiel didn't come to pass. I think that shows too that when the writer is writing at this point in time, he doesn't know what's going to happen with Egypt. So he kind of left that undone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I say it's pretty desperate because most of the time when they write about stuff, it's just like based around things that I guess happen. But like instead of it being like an actual fact, it's just like, oh, well, God did this thing and we know it happened, so it's real. But this one is just kind of like, look, I feel like we're in we're in a kind of a sticky situation here. It
Yeah,
sounds like desperate times.
right. And they just took guesses at shit.
Hmm.
And there wasn't a way for people to actually like when they actually tried to prophesy, there wasn't a way for people to actually verify whether they were telling the truth, because most of the time the people who were prophesied to wasn't alive to even see if the prophecy came to pass. And then that's still expected to happen today because we're still waiting for New Jerusalem, right? Like everybody, like nobody knows whether Isaiah told the truth there or not, but we can look and see that Isaiah didn't tell the truth in Isaiah 17. He
Yeah.
didn't tell the truth in Isaiah 19 4 and 5. He didn't tell the truth in Isaiah 52. So at what point do we say that Isaiah was not speaking, wasn't giving true prophecy? You see what I'm saying? And so why would
Maybe
we
we just
listen
got
to
to give it
anything
another
else?
2,000 years or so.
Huh?
Maybe we just got to give it another couple thousand years. Sometimes it's not a no, it's a not right now.
And that's what they say, right? That's exactly what they say. Just because it hasn't come to pass yet doesn't mean that it ain't gonna come to pass. Well, what's the purpose of giving a prophecy 3,000 years in advance? Like what would be the purpose?
There's so many more meaningful things that you could have said about the future, especially thousands of years into the future. That would have been, you know what I mean? Like just so much more impactful than just making a generalized statement about a nation falling like that. Shit doesn't happen every other year.
Yeah, because if there's no timeline associated with it, how can it be a prophecy? That would be like, if NASA was like, yeah, we're going to have an eclipse at some point in history, like at some point in the future. What does that even mean? Like that's not a prophecy. That's just a vague estimation of some sort.
Exactly. That's why I keep asking when believers come up and they choose that question. That's why I ask, like, what is if it's supposed to happen like 4 or 5 thousand years in the future, but nobody knows a day or a time. Who the hell can say that the prophecy that prophet spoke is actually true?
But don't you think most of them are not even referring to the actual prophecies of the Bible? They're talking about these vague, retrofitted, like descriptions of what they think points to Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. They're reinterpreting scriptures like there's Isaiah 7 1, and like the Zechariah one, that one that gives me a headache to talk to believers about, the two shepherds, the good shepherd and the bad shepherd one, and how they just took
Every
one. Huh?
that fucks them up every single time.
Yeah. And they just went in and took some shit and said, oh, it says strike the shepherd and the sheep were scattered. Oh, let's use that and have Jesus saying that he's fulfilling the prophecy, and didn't even think that they're saying that Jesus is the bad shepherd that's getting struck on the cross. And
I
it's like,
just
how do
like
you
how
reconcile that? Huh?
I just like how uh the whole prophecy of Emmanuel will be his name and all that stuff. Like I love how they don't ever talk about that. That just gets conveniently swept under the rug. But it's like the name was supposed to be man. Like I don't. I don't think them shits go together.
You say his name's supposed to be Man Man.
Yeah, Emmanuel. His name was supposed to be Man Man. How in the world is we just letting this
Uh,
Jesus name fly? That don't make no sense.
not being man.
That's a good question though. Here
That
is
confused me
one
a
with a
lot as a kid.
timeline though. Huh?
I said that just confused me a lot as a kid because we sing the song Emmanuel, but it's like, who are we talking about? Certainly not the dude named Jesus, right? Like, whatever.
Here is one with a timeline. Fee was talking about like one that don't have a timeline. This one had a timeline, and even this shit didn't happen. It says, therefore, I'm against you and against your channels. I will make the land of Egypt an utter waste and desolation from Migdol to Syene, as far as the border of Cush. No human foot shall pass through it, and no animal foot shall pass through it. It shall be uninhabited for 40 years. Egypt has never been uninhabited for 40 years, ever. And that's Ezekiel.
Did Ezekiel have access to nukes or something? Why was you talking so? What? What? Animals wouldn't be able to be in that motherfucker either? How?
I
How are you
thought
gonna make that
Chernobyl
happen?
too. Yeah, I thought Chernobyl too, also, because I'm like, they still can't live over there.
I mean, but it's still like animals that live in Chernobyl too. So like it had to be even crazier than that. Like what? Come on, man.
I saw this. I don't know if I forget where it was, but there's something to show that they've done testing on the animals that have returned, and their DNA has mutated because of
Hmm.
the exposure to radiation. It's fascinating.
That biblical said radioactive Jesus is wild. I mean, radioactive Egypt.
He's just, oh man, imagine the crocodiles that come from that. Holy shit. And the lions.
He said, is the timeline just the 40 years? Well, he said that it would be inhabited for 40 years. That's never happened. Unless, right, Christians are waiting for this to still happen 3,000, 4,000 years later. And if so, what's the point? Like, that's what I need to understand.
Right.
That's what I want to know. Like, what's the point? So that's the whole purpose of question number 3, y'all. To discuss, these prophecies that
Hmm.
the prophets that a lot of people, a lot of believers are banking this belief system off of, right? Like, if these didn't come true, like, who's to say that these were true prophecies, right? That these people could speak a true prophecy. All right, back to the regular scheduled programming. Thank y'all for playing along.
It's a fun ride.
Huh? What you say?
Said it was a fun ride.
All right, let's see. Hey, Chuck Dog, we love you too. Is it Najina?
That was a mistake. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. I'll take you down.
All
Hope
right,
you have a
thanks.
good morning, okay?
You too.
Thank you. I thought there was somebody in the Discord call. Let's see. I'm waiting on the box to open, y'all. Is it Michelob? Okay.
Man, I wanted to know if that was his real life name. I've never met anybody named Michelob.
Yeah, like the beer.
Right. Maybe I can name my son Budweiser.
Bud for short.
Hey, truth teller.
Hey, everybody.
Hola.
Hey, I have a little story about prophecy where I was directed to by, I was in a Christian Live going back and forth with somebody. And this was in Isaiah. And in this story, I forget where it was exactly, but in this story, there were three distinct characters. There was the Lord, there was God, and this Messiah character. A Messiah or a prophet, but I could see how they would interpret this as the Messiah. But there are three different characters in the story. And so in this story, the Messiah goes through a rough patch where he's not respected. People don't see who he is exactly. And then there's the better half where he's recognized and respected and rewarded. And what Christians, I can see when I read it, I saw what they were doing is in the rough patch of this story, where the Messiah is going through the rough patch, they bounce and cherry pick in different sentences and they pull out phrases and they say, oh, that happened to Jesus. That happened to Jesus. And they pick little phrases out. And you know, that's a trick they do. They have they have three sentences with 6 clauses. Hey, that's 6 prophecies, man. And you can really add them up that way. But anyway, so I think this is in this, but what they do, they don't read the before. You know, they love to say context. I read it in context. And in the introduction to the story, that's when that's emphasized you got the Lord, you got God, and you got the Messiah. So he goes through this rough patch. Oh, look, Jesus, that happened to Jesus. That happened to Jesus. But in the part where he's rewarded, he gets respect and the Lord rewards him. And here's where he's clearly not immortal and he's not Jesus. One of his rewards is a prolonged life. Now, if Jesus the Messiah is God, he don't need prolonged life. And, you know, this is back in the Old Testament where the average guy lived 200 years. So prolonged life, it's got to be at least 400 years. Jesus didn't live no 400 years.
You talking about Isaiah 53? A different story.
I'm not sure, a thinker. But his rewards are prolonged life and children. And Jesus didn't have any children. But clearly this Messiah character in these verses was mortal, obviously mortal. But they go in and they pick out just those few verses out of the middle of the story. That happened to Jesus. Wow, that's a prophecy, and that happened to Jesus. But,
yeah, I agree. It sounds like Isaiah 53 because in one of the questions that I have always asked was when it says that about the prolonged life and being able to see his offspring, and I was like, whose offspring?
yes, I think you're right. I think it is Isaiah 53. But again, that's how they'll get like they claim there's 400 prophecies about Jesus, the 400, but they'll take one sentence and like little phrases or just a couple of words. Jesus wept, or that's a prophecy.
Yeah.
And they'll add them up. They'll ring them up. Look at all these prophecies we have. Clearly it's talking about Jesus. Clearly it's got to be true.
Yeah, this is Isaiah 53. Yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. When you make his life an offering for sin, He shall see his offspring and shall prolong his days. Through him the will of the Lord shall prosper. Yeah, they
Yeah.
ignore that. Like this question here, right?
Yes. Yes. You know, if you're immortal, prolonged days, prolonged life is not a reward.
Yeah, like especially if he was sent here to die. Like, why are you prolonging his days?
Yeah.
If he
Yeah.
was, if that, like, if the whole thing is that, oh, Jesus, God put himself in the body of a human. He came down here as a human to die. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
Why are you giving him a promise of prolonging his days because he's suffering? Like, that doesn't make sense.
No. No, I thought the same thing. And they do the same thing, you know, they do the same thing to Judas. You know, he's a traitor. He's been given a bad name, but and I think I've heard you say this before. That's part of the plan. I mean, the whole plan is for Judas to betray him so he can be sacrificed. Because without the sacrifice, I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So Judas is a hero. You know, does he have a choice but to betray Jesus?
But like, here's the crazy thing too, truth teller. Like, so okay, Zechariah 11. Let's when you hear something that sounds like Judas, let me know. Okay. I then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out as many wages, 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, throw it in the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord. Who threw 30 shekels of silver into the temple?
Well, isn't there a story about Judas being wrought with guilt? But this is saying the Lord said unto me.
Exactly.
So Jesus told Judas to throw the shekels back?
This is Zechariah talking right here. This is a prophecy. So they had like their favorite prophecies their favorite Hebrew text that they would pull prophecies from when they were writing the Gospels, right? In Zechariah 11, Zechariah 13, and Zechariah chapter 10 were John's one of John's favorite ones, and Mark. And so they not only make there's two shepherds in Zechariah 11, right? This is about this God is talking to Zechariah, and he's giving him a prophecy. He's telling Zechariah to become a shepherd, right? And then he gives him a prophecy about a second shepherd. And so the first shepherd that he tells Zechariah to become represents a good shepherd that is undervalued by the people. When Zechariah asks for his wages, they only pay him 30 pieces of silver, and this God says, "Throw it back. You're worth more than that," and break the covenant, right? And so Zechariah becomes the good shepherd, and he does exactly that. Then the second prophecy, which starts at verse 15, this God tells him to take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd. So this is the bad shepherd. For I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. So the second shepherd in this prophecy with Zechariah is a failed leader, one who doesn't love the people. He gets over on the people. He's deceptive. He oppresses. He does selfish stuff, right? And then the God calls him, "Oh, my worthless shepherd." They ignored this word here, right? My, because remember, he told Zechariah, I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care. So this shepherd that the God is raising up, this bad shepherd, is an associate of this God. Like, it's someone that he specifically chose, right? He put in place to be a failed leader, right?
Right.
So he says, "Oh, my worthless shepherd who deserts the flock, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye," right? "Let his arm be completely withered and his right eye utterly blinded." So the prophecy is that once this shepherd, who this God is going to raise up, who he's chosen and raised up, DEI, shepherd, diabiblical, the prophecy is the God is going to strike that shepherd with a sword, right? And then once he strikes the shepherd with the sword, the sheep are going to be scattered. So that's Zechariah 11. You got two shepherds in this prophecy, but you see the language for the first shepherd here. And let me know if I'm talking too fast, y'all. I
see what you're saying.
They use the language, the prophecy about the first shepherd for Jesus and Judas.
Yes. It's cherry picking at its finest. And of course, they always tell us. What do they always tell us? Context. You got to read it in context. And they cherry pick their ass off. Pardon my vulgarity.
And then here's so we see that they took this language here, right, and made this about Jesus and Judas, right? And although it's about one shepherd, okay?
Right.
And then this here, they completely just ignored the original prophecy here to get to this. So this is where the shepherd that the God rose up, right? His associate, he rose that shepherd up, and now it's time for the prophecy to come to pass to strike that shepherd with the sword. So Zechariah 13, Zechariah 13 is about idol worship. It's about false idols, right? It's about idolatry being cut off, fake false prophecies, all of that, right? So now it's time to strike that shepherd. And so this right here is what Jesus quotes about himself. This he quotes this part of this. Jesus says, "I'm fulfilling that prophecy" in Mark 14 27, right? So, okay, Zechariah, hold on. We got the prophecy given about that there's going to be a bad shepherd, and then he's going to call just judgment on that bad shepherd. Then he calls judgment on the bad shepherd and says, "Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate." It's his associate because he chose him specifically, right? To do bad shit. Then he says, "Strike the shepherd that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little one." So go ahead, strike the shepherd, bring down judgment. As soon as the shepherd is taken out, the Israelites are going to scatter. They're going to be scattered abroad, right? Jesus, when he's at the Last Supper, he says, "You will all fall away." This right here, "For it is written." This is how you know he's going to say, "I'm about to fulfill a prophecy," right? "I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered." Okay. So what he's quoting here is...
So Jesus is the bad shepherd.
But if you bring a believer up, they're going to say no. They're going to say, no, that's not it, right? They're going to say that Jesus is the good shepherd, because in John says Jesus is the good shepherd.
Yes.
But here, Jesus is saying he's fulfilling the prophecy, this prophecy, right?
Right.
And he quotes it, like, how do you, right? But what they did was they took the B portion of Zechariah 13:7, right?
Right.
You see how you see this semicolon here. These are two different sentences, right? This is a command, right? This is a command, and then the God is saying, after you strike the shepherd, right? He's commanding them to strike the shepherd. Then he's saying, I will turn my hands against the little one. Jesus, or the writer has Jesus saying, you see what they did there? No longer a command. They made God the one striking Jesus on the cross. They retrofitted. Do you see? You see how they retrofitted it.
Oh yes.
And combined, and of course these two.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes. If you ever, if back when a guy named was Josh McDowell, he wrote a book called Evidence That Demands a Verdict, and it just chock full of, one part of it was just this cherry pick. This sentence, jump a couple of verses, this one sentence here. We'll take this sentence and break it up into 3 prophecies. Wow! Look at all the prophecies we get. And they never ask the question, what is God doing in the first place, raising up a good shepherd and a bad shepherd in the first place? Why do they have to deal with the bad shepherd? Why is he raising up these people?
So he was this is his way, like Zechariah, like there was a lot of false prophesying going on. Like in this same chapter, Zechariah tells people, your mom and your dad, like if you tell another freaking false prophecy, your mom and daddy got to stab you to death.
Oh.
Yeah, like that. A lot of people. So according to the text, they were prophesying a lot. They were prophesying lies a lot, and Zechariah was tired of it. So he was like, the next motherfucker to tell a false prophet, your mama and your daddy got to stab you to death.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So this was supposed to be the God's way of like getting rid of like all of the idolatry, the false prophecy, all of that. Yeah, but it's just weird, right? How the writers of the Gospels would use the Hebrew text, right? Some of it was written in Greek, right? They didn't know how to read Hebrew at that time. Not all of them. I think maybe Matthew might be the only one that could read the Hebrew scriptures. Yeah, but they don't quite understand what they're reading, so they see things that just look familiar, and they say, "Oh, this is about Jesus," right?
Right.
And they got Jesus being a bad shepherd, killing himself on the cross in Mark 14:27.
Yeah.
And then like there's a believer in the comments, like believers don't. There is a believer in the comment right now saying, how much is your soul worth to you, right? Like, is you understanding this or learning this worth your soul? So learning truth means that you will lose your soul. It's how I interpret what Alex is asking me right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, you know what I say, Thinker? I say when I get to heaven, of course I have 100% certainty that Jehovah doesn't exist. This is obvious to me. This sadistic and buffoonish God character is obviously fiction. But if I get to a pearly gate, and there's a God at the pearly gate, you know what he's going to say to me? He's going to say, thank you, truth. Thank you for having faith in me and knowing that I couldn't be that despicable and that buffoonish, and that you could actually make claims that I was like that I commanded the slaughter of infants, that I endorsed slavery. Come on in and have an cold IPA with me. We got the best. He's going to thank me for using the brain in my head and not accusing God of doing these awful things, these atrocious things in this book. He's going to thank me. He's going to thank you too. That's what I say. I say Christians better watch out, because by their claims and by their book, they imply some awful things about God, and he might be upset.
Can one of the mods do me a favor? I keep getting a server error. There's a person in the comments typing stuff that I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. When I try to block them, I'm getting a server error. So y'all just look through the comments and you'll see the type of messages that I'm talking about. And like,
Okay, I got it. Let me
thank you,
see.
thank you.
Is
I
it
don't know
telling
why.
us that it's not
Yeah,
available?
saying the same thing to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, me
it's saying
too.
so, so we
I can't.
can't block.
I can't block him.
I just let him
Oh,
go out.
um, ne- um, Neferti, by the way, what do you like being called, Neferti?
It's just Fee.
T?
Fee. My name's Felicia.
Oh, Fee, Fee,
Yeah,
Fee.
Fee.
Fee, by the way, when that guy came up and you talked about how Thinker tells it like it is, which she does, my thought was, well, Fee, you do too, and you do it very eloquently.
Well, thank you.
You
Thank you.
don't let these folks get away with stuff.
Yeah, they just like to try us, I think, for some unknown reason. I wonder too if they go into like, do y'all go into believers' lives that are talking about their
Mm-mm.
experience with
Mm-mm.
this God and give the same amount of pushback?
No, I don't go in their lives at
I
all.
No, I'm talking about the believers.
Oh,
Like how the believers pop up in our lives to tell us we shouldn't be talking about this. Go into your fellow believers' lives. Like, why don't you hang out in there if you don't like what we're saying in here? I don't understand them consistently being here.
did you see the believer in
yeah.
Lowen's chat yesterday? And
No.
was calling us Satan's children, right?
Mhm.
And I was like, well, why are you even here? Like, why aren't you with your Christian cousins? And she was like, I'm here because I'm bored. Look, go hang out with your Christian cousins. Like, if you think that we're Satan's children, why in the fuck are you chilling with us when you're bored?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
God don't pay for cable.
And then she said, I said, go chill with your Christian cousins. She said, she said, I'm not Christian and they ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, y'all can't even, like, y'all hang out with us because y'all know y'all feel community even when y'all are here. Y'all don't feel that shit when you with your fellow believers.
Because they're shady.
Yeah.
Shady and shiesty.
They're very dishonest. I find, but they really have to be in light of what I've texted this before down in your chat. In light of modern day decency, you have to lie about what the Old Testament says. You've got to say it's really the nice slavery, or I think one of the worst is when I hear Christians will say, all those Amalekites, they were really evil, or they're the Nephilim, or it's that being able to call our fellow human beings something less, some scourge, and then this justifies wiping them out, which is one of the first steps to actually getting on folks on board with you know however we're supposed to say it in TikTok. And to hear them make that kind of excuse, even for their fictional God, to me, it's part of a warping of their moral fiber, that they can actually think that, because then all someone has to do is convince them, hey, I speak for God, and those folks over there, they're the bad folks. We need to do something about
Mm-hmm.
those folks. That's what God is telling me.
Yeah, and that's why I asked the questions that I ask about how do you verify when if a God is actually talking to a human, right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
even in this book, when Moses was the mouthpiece for this God, the Israelites had to listen to Moses. They didn't talk directly to the God. They had to trust that Moses was actually talking to a God, when Moses is telling them, y'all about to be a militant group and go into another land and just annihilate other humans, right?
Yes. Well, you know what I say, Thinker? I say that God can speak for herself. She don't need no middleman. So anyone that tells me they speak for God, I don't believe them. God doesn't need any middlemen.
Look, somebody in the comments, don't type in all caps in the comments, please. Like, does it matter that he said she?
Oh, it triggers
Y'all
them,
be the
thinker.
first
When
to
I
say
say
that y'all
that,
God don't have a gender, but as soon as somebody say she, y'all be like, she
yes,
thought he didn't have a
yes,
gender.
they get triggered. They get real triggered about that. Like it's they don't worry about what this God is doing and who he's wiping out, but you call God she. Oh man, they get in an uproar. What do you mean she?
Yeah. Did you have
Yeah,
anything
somehow
else?
this is real important for such this supreme being. Somehow the gender is a vital importance.
They swear up and down that it's non-binary. The God doesn't have a gender, and they just use gender specific terminology.
Yeah. Well, Thinker, I appreciate being invited up. I'm going to drop down. You're always one of my favorite, and may the road rise to meet you.
Thank you, Truth. Thank you for coming up. I always enjoy talking with you as well. Have a good day.
Is Keisha in the request?
I don't know.
Because I have a feeling that'd be a great conversation.
The fact that she doesn't know that there are several believers who will argue up and down that this God doesn't have a gender. Like, I wouldn't die on that hill.
Doesn't it say like father to the fatherless and mother to the motherless or something like that?
Oh, I don't know. Super friend? Super friend, are you there? It's crazy for somebody to type and say, no, your comments are not blocked. We can see you. Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, and you?
I'm good.
Nice.
Can I
So,
have your age for TikTok purposes, please?
35.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. And what topic did you come up to discuss from the post?
The second point.
Okay. And go ahead.
Uh,
Oh, so do you want to
is
do this one?
this? Come again?
Certainly can.
Okay. Go ahead. You be talking with Oso. Go ahead.
So, is deception for greater good
Can you
justifiable?
speak up a little bit though? Like, you're really low.
Okay. I don't think it's justifiable by any means, and there is no deception for greater good. I don't know where you got the notion from. So, if you could explain.
So you're saying there is no way that being deceitful um can be justified in the grand scheme of things, especially by your God.
Yeah, God cannot lie.
God can't lie?
Cannot. God cannot lie.
Mm. Do you think God can do anything?
Yeah, he can do anything, but he cannot lie.
Wait, he can do anything, but he cannot lie?
Yes, it's written in the Bible.
He can do anything, but he cannot lie?
So it's written that the father of lies is Satan.
No, 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 no. You just said God can do anything and he cannot lie.
Yes,
You know what the word anything means?
I don't know. So let's assume he can lie, but he doesn't have to lie. That's the issue, because whatever he says or speaks
Are we
becomes
assuming
the
that, or is
truth.
that under the purview of God can do anything?
Um, how do I put? He cannot lie because he knows the future. So I don't think there is any need to lie. He knows the past and the future.
You keep saying he
He
can't
doesn't
do
have.
that. That means he's not all powerful. If he can't lie, then he's not all powerful.
I don't know. Then I guess in your worldview, then a person who lies has more power.
No, if you claim your God can do anything, you can't also in the same breath say he cannot do this thing.
Can I
That's
ask you a
just,
question? If you know how to code, like make an app, like let's say this TikTok, do you have to lie to make this TikTok app?
let me ask you
If
a
you can do
question. Have
it,
you ever read Ezekiel 14:9?
let me read it now. Ezekiel 14:9.
Mm-hmm. Read it out loud for the class if you would.
Just a moment.
Mhm. You got your Bible with you?
Yep. I'm just gonna Google.
Say that's a rare occurrence. I usually get up here and just don't know what y'all be doing.
I'm sorry, my phone is quite slow, so just a moment.
Here, I'll bring it up um on
On
the
the big board.
screen. Yeah,
Oh yeah, sure. If you can, thanks.
you're welcome. There you go.
Beautiful. You want to read it, Oresh, or you want me to read it?
Yeah, yeah, sure. And if the prophet be deceived when he has spoken a thing, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand upon him and will destroy him from the midst of my people Israel. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
read it.
Yeah. So remember the original topic was you don't think that deception is justifiable good. And then you said that God could
Yes.
do that, but God himself said that he does that. So
Okay, let me just.
let you just what?
So, so right. I think if a prophet has been given a word and he doesn't commit to what has been spoken to him and does the opposite of whatever he was told to do, then
That's
he's
not what it
gonna
says.
come again.
But no. I'll read it again. Maybe I got lost in translation.
Yeah.
If a prophet is deceived, that means if they were tricked, they were lied to, and
Yeah. Yeah.
speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived, tricked that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand against him and will destroy him from the midst of the people of Israel. It's not if I say a word and they run the opposite direction. He's saying no. If what they say is a lie, I am the one who lied to them. And I'm gonna unalive them for it. I'm going to tell them to say the
Yeah.
wrong thing and then I'm gonna kill them for it. That's what he said.
Actually, there is a very good story that actually kind of backs this up, this chapter up, and it's
Is it
about
Ezekiel 14?
a prophet. Yeah, if I can remember the story, it's about a prophet who was sent to go and deliver a word, and he was told that if you deliver the word, do not go back through the same road and do not eat anything.
Mm-mm.
And he got
This has
there,
nothing to do
delivered
with the
the
God
word.
lion.
Can
Engage
I
with the thing that
finish?
you said. No, because they don't have nothing to do with what we're talking about. Remember how in the beginning of the conversation you said it could not be justifiable for deception to be used for the greater good. And then you said God would never deceive people. It's something that he cannot do. And then we talked about, are you sure he cannot do it? And then you said, no, he can't do it. Even though he can do everything, he cannot be deceptive. So then when we read, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. Now you're trying to tell a story about a dude eating food on the road? What? That don't make no sense. Engage with what we're talking about. Or you could just change your stance and say, you know what, actually, never mind.
Yeah,
I think you can use
I
deception for
guess
the greater
I will
good.
have to think about this actually. Maybe I was not well prepared for this, but
I mean, if you
yeah,
leave, I'm just gonna say this: if you leave this panel without saying God uses deception, then you are nullifying the word of God. He himself said, "Look, I am the one that did it." So if you leave here without saying God is deception and He uses it, then I don't know. It sounds like the devil work to me. And you say He all powerful God, but then you say He can't use His powers. So I don't know. Sounds weird to me.
yeah.
Also,
I will have to admit that I will have to think about this for quite some time, and maybe we can, if we ever get back together, we can discuss this point more.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
usually free on
Before you go, can
Sundays.
I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Are you familiar with Jacob, the story of
Yes.
Jacob, and
Yeah.
how his mom, how what Jacob and his mom did to Isaac?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me a little
No.
bit about what you understand about that story?
So, is it the story about the mom putting some sheep skin or goat skin on
Mm-hmm.
Jacob so that he can get blessed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you consider what Jacob and Rebekah did to Isaac a form of deception?
Yeah, that's deception, yeah.
Okay, and then did your God bless Jacob through that deception?
He was already blessed before he came. It was prophesied
Are you?
that he's gonna be blessed.
I don't know who prophesied it. Like you're saying that. Okay, regardless if it was prophesied, did your God have to use the deception because Rebecca took matters into her own hands, right?
Yeah, she
And
did.
right, she took matters into her own hands and decided to trick Isaac into blessing Jacob. Did your God have to use that trickery, that deception to actually do the blessing? Or was he capable of blessing Jacob without the deception?
So, as I understand it, what happened? So the mom did the deception thingy, but since the firstborn, I cannot remember his name, had forfeited his being firstborn,
That's
he
his birthright.
forfeited
I'm not
the.
talking about the birthright. That's something different, right? Esau, after it
Yeah.
happens and Esau finds out what Jacob did, he says, first he takes my birthright, now he takes my blessing, right? So they're not the same thing, right? So with this blessing, like the inheritance is supposed to go to the firstborn son, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so did your God have to bless Jacob? If your God originally wanted to bless Jacob, and this was the prophecy that the oracle gave to Rebecca, Rebecca takes matters into her own hands and helps God out. She feels that God needs help in order for this thing to happen. Did your God have to use that deception to bless Jacob?
I don't have the answers. I will have to admit that. There is also
But he did use that. He did use that though. He did
he
bless
did,
Jacob
yeah,
through
he
that, did he
did,
not? So he
he did.
used deception, right? Like, I mean, he used the deception between Jacob and Rebecca, because he stayed silent. Like, he didn't say, he didn't even tell Isaac, did he? Like, he talked to Isaac, right? He didn't stop and say, Isaac, you're being deceived right now, did he?
No.
No.
Um,
He watched it all go
Also,
down.
yeah. Also,
He
in
right.
actually, if I may add, because there are some things that I really am fighting with. In the New Testament, there is a parable that, or an advice that Jesus is giving, and he says that.
Are you switching? Are
No,
you
no, no.
putting into something else?
I'm actually collaborating with your point.
Okay.
That the same kind of deception is also in the New Testament, which actually Jesus is advocating, and I really don't know why he did that. It's in the book, if I may read. It's about a wise servant deceiving his master by telling the planning behind his master's back, planning with the borrowers that, hey, if how much do you owe my master, and maybe if it's 100, he tells them write 50 or something. Do you know that verse?
No, I'm not sure which parable you're talking about.
Okay, let
Where
me
is it?
just search for it. Just a moment. Is it in Luke? Let me just
Luke 16.
look. Maybe Luke 12. Can you
Luke
check
6.
it?
It's
Can you
Luke
Luke
16.
12? Okay. Can I see? Because my phone is kind of slow.
Okay, yeah, it's Luke 16, 1 through 8.
No, not that one.
Hold on. No, it's down. I think it's down here. Oh, I typed in 18. Luke 16. This one right here.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and what about this
It's
one?
Luke 16.
All right, and what about this?
So if you can you scroll down? Yeah. Verse 8, and his master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly. For the children of this age are more shrewd in dealing with their own generation than the children of light. And I tell you, make your friends for yourselves by means of dishonest wealth, so that when it's gone, you may welcome, they may welcome you into the eternal homes. That whole story also kind of boggles my mind. I really don't know why Jesus advocated for that kind of story personally. If I was a master or a boss and I found out that my employer was going behind my back and telling other people to, devalue whatever the debt that they have, I would be mad personally. But I don't know why he advocated for this. So
Let's read it together. Let's see.
yeah.
It says, Then Jesus said to the disciples, there was a rich man who had a manager, and charges were brought to him that this man was squandering his property. So he summoned him and said to him, What is this that I hear about you? Give me an accounting of your management, because you cannot be my manager any longer. Then the manager said to himself, What will I do now that my master is taking the position away from me? I am not strong enough to dig, and I am ashamed to beg. I have decided what to do so that when I am dismissed as a manager, people may welcome me into their homes. So summoning his master's debtors one by one, he asked the first, How much money do you owe the master? And he answered, 100 jugs of olive oil. So he said to him, Take your bill, sit down quickly, and make it 50. So he said, Scratch it out and put down 50. Then he asked another, And how much do you owe? And he replied, 100 containers of wheat. And he said to him, Take your bill and make it 80. And his master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly, for the children of this age are more shrewd in dealing with their own generation than are the children of light. And I tell you, make friends for yourselves by means of dishonest wealth, so that when it is gone, they may welcome you into the eternal homes. Whoever is faithful in very little is faithful also in much. And whoever is dishonest in very little is dishonest also in much. If then you have not been faithful with the dishonest wealth, who will entrust you to the true riches? And if you have not been faithful with what belongs to another, who will give you what is your own? No slave can serve two masters, for a slave will either hate the one and love the other, or be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and wealth. So the employee, the manager of the wealthy man, brought charges against the man and said that he was squandering property, right? The manager came, he was called into the boss's office, basically, right?
Yep.
And so the boss was like, I hear you been out there doing some fuck shit with my money, right?
Yep.
Okay. And he's like, I'm about to fire you. Like, you can't work for me no more. And so the manager is like, oh man, oh damn, he about to take this job away from me. I ain't no construction worker. I ain't finna be out there digging, and I'm too pretty to beg. Right? So then he says,
Yeah, sure.
so then he thinks to himself, he's like, I've decided what to do. So when I get fired, I'm gonna have somewhere to go. Right? So he like, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Before I get fired, I'm gonna make some friends. Right? Okay.
Yep.
So he's like, he go to the boss's customers. Like when they come into the store, they about to pay a bill, right? And he like, hey, wait. How much you owe? How much you owe, friend? And then he's like, oh, I owe 100 jugs of oil. He's like, hey, scratch that out, put down 50, and then dude puts down 50, and he's grateful, right? He's
Yep.
grateful. You saved him some money. Then he asked another, hey, cuz, how much you owe? And he's like, oh, 100 containers a week. And then he said to him, all right, put down 80. I'm just, keep 20. Put 20 back. Put 20 back on your donkey. And then his master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly. For the children of this age are more shrewd in dealing with their own generation than are the children of light. This is like, Jesus just kind of does an entire twist here. Like, Jesus is like, homeboy did, like, in so many words, Jesus is saying here that he's saying, like, when right here it sounds like he's saying that the children of light are like not smart, like not smart in business or something, right? He says, and his master commended the dishonest manager because he acted shrewdly. So like he did something good, right? He was clever, right? He did something good, and then Jesus says,
I don't think it was something good
no,
because it's not written.
well,
But
no,
he
he says,
acted
and
shrewdly.
hold on, let me finish. I know it don't sound, I know it doesn't make you feel good that Jesus is like, a dishonesty here, like it was smart, right? Jesus is saying, right, in this parable, that he was commended, right? It was a smart thing that he did, right? Because he later on says, and I tell you, make friends for yourself by means of dishonest wealth, so that when it's gone, you're going to have somewhere to stay. He literally
Yes, some of
says
that
that.
sort. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Right. So he's saying that the guy here did something good. I cannot, he just kind of like switches and he says, like, so the employee is in the middle of fucking over his boss. But then his boss is like, hey, bro, that you did something good. I don't know who the master is here. Like, it doesn't make sense for the boss to be saying he did. Like, the boss to be commending him. But it says, and his master commended the dishonest man because he has acted shrewdly for the children of his age. Unless the commended, like saying that the boss got onto him because he was fucking over the boss. But for the children of this age are more shrewd in dealing with their own generation than are the children of light. The children of this age are more shrewd. So yeah, the boss got onto the dishonest manager, and he's saying the children of this age are more shrewd in dealing with their own generation than are dealing with than are the children of light. The children of light would have to be like Jesus's people. These got to be what Jesus is saying. Like, these are God's people. And then the children of this age, the shrewd ones, got to be those that are like the oppressors, right? And these are the ones being oppressed, and these are the oppressors, the wealthy people. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure. And like I said, I really don't have the answers because also that chapter has been quite a quagmire to me. So unless I look into it, then maybe if I get answers when we meet, I will be more prepared to answer that question, at least of if God can be dishonest or something of that sort.
Well, I wouldn't
So
say that this God is being. I wouldn't say that even Jesus is being dishonest here. Jesus is saying that the kid, like the employee, used intelligent. Like, he was smart for that shit. Like, as he says, do it. He's like, and he's like, make friends for yourself by means of dishonest wealth, so that when it's gone, like, this dude was getting ready to get fired. And he thought to himself, okay, I ain't finna go dig, and I'm not finna be a beggar, so I'm finna make some friends, right? I'm finna make some good old friends that are wealthy, right? So
yeah,
dude had a plan before he got fired. He was like, fuck that. So Jesus is saying do the same shit. Jesus is like, and I tell you, make friends for yourself by means of dishonest wealth, so that when it's gone, they may welcome you in their into eternal homes. He's like, make friends. Like, he's saying that Jesus, he doesn't say dishonesty is good, but he's like, you need wealthy friends.
By the way of dishonest wealth, that's the
Yeah.
issue.
Well, because
Uh,
where he goes on to say that wealth is bad in a damn way. Like, you can't serve, and he's saying you can't serve both wealth and God, right?
yeah.
But you do need wealthy
So
friends, is what he's saying.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, I wasn't prepared for this, so I guess I will have to, like I said, I will have to look into it, and when I think I'm ready, when I think I will like when I have the answers, then we can catch up later, and I can give you my point of view then. I'm currently working, so if you'll excuse me, we can talk later. Is that okay?
Yeah, I won't be back on live until Sunday, though. Okay?
No problem. No worries.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you.
That's crazy. Jesus is like, that was smart. He's like, that was smart. Oh, boy was smart.
Did I ever tell you I used to play basketball in high school?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I never missed any shots that I took. Um, I also didn't make every shot, but they used to call me the walking contradiction.
Also, it's crazy. Bree? This don't say nothing about make friends with the wealthy so you'll like it. Show he literally said that y'all like the children of the light are not like y'all don't got it like intelligence. He's saying that they're more intelligent. He's basically saying make friends with the wealthy so like you'll have somewhere to go. Like, he didn't say so you can show him God's way, but
He said, "I ain't finna feed your ass. You gotta."
because like he literally, I want to see what another interpretation say. Hold on, let's see what the easy to read say. Maybe just a second. What the fuck? Hold on. Why is it? Let's see. Let's see what this says. Jesus said to his followers, once I was a rich man, blah, blah, blah. I heard bad things about you. Give me a report of what you've done with my money. You can't be my manager anymore. So the manager thought to himself, what will I do? My manager is taking my job away from me. I'm not strong enough to dig ditches. I'm too proud to beg. I know what I will do. I will do something to make friends so that when I lose my job, they will welcome me into their homes. So the manager called in each person who owed the master some money. He asked the first one, how much do you owe my master? He answered, I owe him 100 jars of olive oil. The manager said to him, here's your bill. Hurry, sit down and make the bill less. Write 50 jars. Then the manager asked another one, how much do you owe my master? He answered, I owe him 100 measures of wheat. Then the master said to him, here's your bill. You can make it less. Write 80 measures. Later, the master told the dishonest manager that he had done a smart thing. Later, the master told the dishonest manager that he had done a smart thing. Yes, worldly people are smarter in their business with each other than spiritual people are. This doesn't make sense. Like, you see how Jesus just flips? Like, why the fuck would the master be like, yeah, you just fucked me over? See, so it doesn't, there's something missing. Do y'all feel it?
Mhm.
There's something
I
missing
do.
here. Huh?
I said I sure do.
But he did call them stupid, did he not? He said, wait, not stupid, but not resourceful, should I say? Worldly people are smarter. No, he said stupid. Worldly people are smarter in their business with each other than spiritual people are. Like this is the second time, right, that I've noticed this book calling people who believe in this God not smart or simple minded. Am I missing it? Are y'all saying the same thing?
Hmm. That's right there.
Yeah. And he says, I tell you, the worldly things that you have now to make friends for later, then when those things are gone, you will be welcomed into a home that lasts forever. I tell you, use the worldly things you have now. I told you he was saying, have rich friends. He's saying have rich friends, make rich friends, because y'all not smart, because y'all worried about spiritual shit. This is why they prayers ain't getting answered. That he says make rich friends.
That is actually really funny. It's like really funny. And they'll get up here and be like, Jesus loved us so much. Like that motherfucker said, y'all dumb as fuck, man. Y'all better, hey, y'all better go
Oh
get it for
my
somebody else.
god. Oh my.
You better get somebody else to do it. Y'all dumb.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. He said, make rich friends, then welcome those. I'll tell you, use the worldly things you have now to make friends for later. Then when those things are gone, he's like, use them up, right? Then when all their shit is gone, you will be welcomed then you can go into eternal life. What the fuck? Whoever can be trusted with small things can also be trusted with big things. Whoever is dishonest in little things will be dishonest in big things too. If you cannot be trusted with worldly riches, you will not be trusted with the true riches. So they believe they're supposed to be poor, but he just literally fucking said, if I can't trust you with the riches on earth, I ain't putting your ass in heaven. It's fucking contradictory, because I thought it was harder for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get in the eye of a needle. What the fuck? He just said, if I can't trust you with a bankroll on earth, why the fuck am I gonna trust you with true motherfucking wealth? With true, like, that's fucking. Is that not contradicted? Is that not contradicting
Yeah,
to
that
it's
is
harder for
crazy.
a rich man to get into heaven than it is for, like, it's
There it is.
contradictive as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Y'all is.
That's crazy. But don't
Nakalasi said
yourself be
millennials are
wise.
so unserious, huh?
Oh yeah, but like, but don't yourself be wise. Don't make it so that you are a trustworthy figure with money. Just kind of be around people who are and know that they won't make it into heaven. I'm not gonna trust you, but
Shit is crazy. Then he said, if you can't be trusted with the things that belong to somebody else, you will not be given anything of your own. And then
that's
he just
crazy.
goes to, you cannot serve two masters at the same time. You will hate one master and love the other, or you will be loyal to one and not care about the other. You cannot serve God and money at the same time. But what did not this, like, this is just like, I feel like this is thrown the fuck in there. Something ain't right. I gotta check something out. Hold on. I gotta see something. Hold on.
He
Something don't
said,
make
y'all better
fucking
eat while
Somebody
y'all
sense.
needs to
here.
do a reenactment of all these contradictions. Just walking around in confusion, like, nigga, did he just say?
Like, what? Well, let's see, what verse was that?
And
Luke.
if I had
That
my
was
druthers, I'd build like a movie company and just put out biblical movies of all the like dumbest parts of the Bible. Have them be 100% accurate to the text, but just like have people watch it because they think they're gonna watch just like a feel good movie, and it's just like Ezekiel eating shit bread. Like no touchy feely good stuff. Just
And then have like the verses like it in the corner so
right.
that they
It's a read along movie, guys. Everyone, give me a word.
Okay, so the original verse 13 of Luke reads, okay, it reads, not one house servant, not one, hold on, stop. It reads, not one house servant is able to, for two masters. Not one house servant is able for two masters to be serving either. For the one he will be hating, and the other he will be loving, or of the one he will be upholding, and of the other he will be despising. Not you all are being able. Why did you go back to the beginning? Not you. Not you all are being able for God to be serving and money. What's the other one that don't make sense? So that you cannot serve two masters at the same time. So it's talking about you will hate one master and love the other, or you will be loyal to one and not care about the other. You cannot serve God and money. Well, what was the other one that I said felt weird? Was it this? I tell you the worldly things. Verse 9. Let's see. Look, I fucking knew it. Look at all of these blocks. Look, I fucking knew it. This is why it feels weird. You see all of these empty spaces?
So no.
yes.
Huh?
I say yes, I do.
Because it wasn't in there. Look at all these empty spaces. That's why it fucking feels weird. Okay, we can move on now. That solved it for me. That, because I'm like, what the fuck? It did. The flow just wasn't right.
Well, you know,
What's up,
all scriptures
Lexo?
inspired.
Hey, now, how you doing, thinker?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. Man, it's kind of like one of those when you request and then you get up there and it's like, oh, you just get brought up. It's like, oh, I should have been prepared, but I'm here. How's everybody doing? Lala, Oso, Ria. How's
What's
everybody?
up?
What's up, Lexi?
Did you just say
I
God bless? Oh, so.
No, I said what's up. I said what's
Oh.
Oh, you do.
up.
Didn't it sound like he said God bless?
yeah, I heard God bless.
My fault. I said what's up, Lex. That would be insane
Oh.
of
Hey,
me to say.
it's in us. It's. I think there's threads in us still. Like I think we're trying to get them out, and sometimes they're just there in like vocal patterns somewhere. I'm sure.
Everybody heard
I
God bless. Also on some shit.
I just wanted to come up here real quick because I know I always come up here boo-hooing, so I'm kind of like tiptoeing because I know Rhea the other day was like, "Don't come up in here with that sad, making it all gloomy," because it is raining where I'm at, so it's kind of like that gloomy feeling, and I'm sure
Oh,
everybody
that
has
wasn't
felt
real.
it
That
all
was
day.
do that.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. My bad. Right when she's in the building, woo, she's rough. But I wanted to talk about basically, as I'm deconstructing, and I know we're all deconstructing in our own way, because like even when you say believers, are like the belief is personal. It's almost the deconstructing. It's like it's personal, but it's also a community too, because we all relate at the same level, and we don't like put God in like this different, like everybody got a different way, but like the deconstructing, you have no choice but to go in the same route. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
I mean, like kind of say like we all have our different way of deconstructing, but it's all meaning like we can all interpret the same meaning. Like instead of the Christians always having a different belief and well, he believes that and he believes that, we at least keep it consistent where we can understand it and it's not confusing from the
Oh,
deconstructing side.
yeah, because we're not trying to find some hidden meaning in it.
Yeah, and it's like and here and the thing what I really wanted, I needed your help with, and I needed if you guys have any insight on the deconstructing process. Um, it feels wrong to still be. I don't know if people know, but I was grew up in a church. My parents, we've been in the church for like 30 years, and I work as security at my church. But as I've been deconstructing, I haven't been in my church in almost 3 months now, and like I've made so many excuses. Like where are you at? I'm like, my hand, my water heater busted. Like I got like real reasons why I can't be there, but eventually they're gonna be like, all right, why aren't you here? And it's like I gotta eventually have that chat with the pastor. So the question, what I was really wanted to ask was, I've been keeping you updated with like my water heater, stuff, going wrong, and people trying to attach that to why I'm deconstructing. Like, oh, that's because you don't believe in God no more. That's why your life is spiraling right now, and it's sad because everybody's is attaching all my mishaps to the reason why I'm deconstructing, and it's confusing. So it's like, what? So if I turn around and believe in God, like I'm gonna get a water heater in the mail? It's like you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's just that fear mongering tool that they use to try to keep people locked in, right? Like that's
Yeah,
like, yeah.
yeah. So basically, my mother's a deacon, and God bless her. And she, I don't bring none of my deconstructing stuff around her. And we respect I respect her, she respects me. But last Sunday I didn't go to church, of course, and she sends a note to somebody to says my son needs help with his heater and a couple other things. And then I'm like, I didn't ask nobody to ask the church to help me. And then it's like I'm deconstructing, what do I need God to help me for? If I'm trying to get away from him, I don't want to be in debt to somebody who don't even exist. You know
Hey,
what I'm saying?
Jesus just told you, right? Make rich friends. He just told you to take care of yourself. At the end of the day, that it's not God, right, that's doing it. These are humans. It's your mom. Your mom reached out to her friends, right? And
Right.
asked them to help you. And if there are people that will do it, regardless if they do it because they, believe in a God, you get help. Like you get a water heater, right? You get what you need. So like it's not, you don't feel, you're not indebted to the God or to serve the God that they serve because they are believers who helped you. They're humans. You can show gratitude to the human, right? That
I
that
see.
helps you.
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
where you're coming from. So it's basically like, okay, I mean, because I looked at it as like, Mom, why would you do that? I'm deconstructing. Like, Mom, like, come on, Mom, I can do this on my own. Because I'm not working right now. I'm doing. I got some physical ailments. Fighting disability cases.
They don't, but
It's
here's the
like
thing, like they don't have a problem asking people who are not believers for help.
that's true. Yeah, it is true.
Yeah, they
I,
take
I mean,
money
just at
from
the end,
non-believers all the time.
that's true. And they have this, what is called the benevolence fund, I think, for to help out members in the church. And
Yeah.
then I asked my mom, I'm like, Mom, so the lady calls me and says, well, we emailed you the benevolence form and said you need to fill it out and put in description of everything that you need, and somebody will make sure you get it. And then I was like, should I do it, and do I feel guilty doing it? And I don't know why I just felt guilty, but now that you broke it down as far as like you're not indebted to a God, these are people. So
Yeah, like do
I
you
see it.
let me like I wouldn't if a believer, right, that reached out to me and they didn't have food, or they were trying to raise money for medical bills or something, right? I would not be like, nope, go ask your God. Like, the fuck for? Like, I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, like, there are humans. It depends on if they wished me death. If they wished me death, I'm telling them to go kick rocks. But just because they believe in a God and I don't, I'm not gonna not give to their campaign, right? If
Right.
they're in need, if they reach out to me, I'm not gonna send them away. And I don't know if a Christian would. On the other end, some Christians believe that they only are supposed to help believers. There are some out there like that. But if you have the help, if your mother reached out, right, and her friends who are church members and believers in this God said, yes, we'll help him, accept the help. Right? It doesn't have to
Okay.
be that a God did it. It could be because your mom believes in a God, but it's not that a God did it.
Right. I see. I see. And then my one of my main things was is my family is kind of like by both of my mother's a deacon, my father he is in a church until he got Parkinson's, but they're prominent members at the church, and it's like the benevolence fund has always been there for like the lower people. Like, no, let me reiterate that, for the people who are really in need. And like, my parents come from, they're not, they're come from good backgrounds, college master graduates, and it's like the church knows that they're well off, and they know my father brags a lot how he takes care of my mother, and he bragged that he just got her engine rebuilt, paid $9,000 and rebuilt the whole engine instead of getting a new car. And it's like they're asking, like, okay, so you need help with a water heater for $200, and your dad can't help you. So it's kind of like I felt guilty on that too, like taking advantage when we shouldn't have to.
Yeah, but you can't help what your dad won't do. Like, you're doing exactly what's within your you know the resources that are available to you. Like, if your dad won't help, why are you feeling guilty about a decision that he made?
I guess it just goes to, because I'm here living here to help him with his Parkinson's, because he's at
Hmm.
the first stages of it. And it's like it's hard because he's always telling me I don't need your help, and I find him in the attic on fit to get up a ladder. It's like, Dad, no, no. And it's like, you don't need my help, but I know you need my help. But then at the same time, you see me out here, I'm 15 feet away from you, you see me struggling, but he doesn't want me here. And I'm gonna be honest, it hurts to know that my father doesn't want me here, and I'm the only one that's gonna be here when when the shit hits the fan. I'm gonna be the one here, you know. So it's hard, but it's life. That's what life is all about.
Yeah.
I can hear the deconstructing in people as far as the scared part about going on to the other life. And I think that's what a lot of us are worried about, is the fact that now that we're deconstructing, there is no prize in the sky. There is no, and I think it's hard for a lot of people to accept that.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. And one thing that I was telling Jess on yesterday, right? It's really up to you, right? What Whether you feel that you need to deconstruct that entire idea of what happens after death, because the reality is nobody knows, and that is a hope, right? You can hope for an afterlife and keep that thought in mind, because who's going to tell you and prove to you that what you are hoping for is wrong? Right? So it's like looking forward to a nice vacation. You know the that a vacation is going to happen. You just don't know the date, and you don't know what's going to happen on that trip, right?
Right.
And so you can imagine as much as you want, and it doesn't mean that what you hope for or what you imagine for is going to be right. It doesn't mean that it's going to be wrong. Nobody can prove to you, regardless of what they say, whether your hope is right or wrong.
Wow.
That's your like that's your mind, right? Like whatever. Like if you need to be okay with death, so that you're not constantly worried about what's going to happen when you die. I mean that's up to you. Right? I don't
That's
necessarily need to believe that there's an afterlife, but what works for me doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to work for you.
I totally agree with that. And I guess it's just something we have to just get over. It's just like Feet said, it's just a process. And it's like that's why I'm. It's so glad that this family is here. And when everything came back online, it was like I'm sure the stress level went down, and it's like now we move forward and we keep going. And I'm one of those people where I want to be doing the deconstructing thing. I have a hard time, pressing that live button, because of my own identity issues and whatnot. But like the information is there, the studying is there, and I believe we need more people coming out. But it's good to learn right now, and just learn, and get as much information and soak up as much.
Yeah, I agree. Just
But
don't
that's
don't
all.
be
I don't.
too
I
don't be
want.
hard on yourself. A lot of times, like we overthink things too, right? But don't be hard on yourself. It's
Okay.
a
Well,
it's
I
a it's a
appreciate.
process.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Appreciate the time, and I don't want to take up everybody's time before somebody start going in on me.
All right, Lex. Thank you for coming up. It was good talking with you.
All right, and to the panel, y'all be easy.
Have a good one, Lex.
Yep.
You too.
God bless you. Oh fuck.
Oh, so.
No, his name ain't Oso no more. His name is Uso. Uso. What's up, Ems? Hey, Ems.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Let's see. Top Seed. Are they still connecting, y'all? I can't see. Are they still connecting?
I
Yeah,
think so.
she's black.
Okay. Let's see. So I don't have to close the box. Lala, are you able to take him down for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mm. Are they connecting?
Just see a black screen.
Yeah.
If you're in the guest box and you're waiting to come up, can you please comment so that we can bypass these accidental requests, please?
Lala, how did you give him 2 coins?
What you say?
How
Who
does it
gave
say you gave him 2 coins?
Phones.
2 coins?
Oh, I don't know.
That was weird. He wasn't even loaded in, and it said he had 2 coins from Lala. I was like, what the fuck?
I didn't. I didn't do it.
Y'all said I was the double agent.
Jeff, hi, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
55.
You said 55?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm nobody. Just me. Don't believe in nothing.
Okay.
Please don't waste our time.
Oh, why did they come up here
Atheists,
with that
people that
shit?
are deconstructing, believers in the God in the Bible. Please, that's it. If you don't believe in anything at all, if you believe that you are God, please do not hit that request button because we will drop you. Thank you.
He didn't even sound like he wanted to be here. I'm nothing. I'm nobody.
Listen,
I don't even have a
I'm
thing.
tired, right?
I'm not even a human anymore. Fuck it. I don't know.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. My name's Fran, by the way, just so that you don't have to use my tag there. And I'm 40. I think I'll be 47 this year.
You say you
And
you say you think?
Girl,
yeah,
I be forgetting too. Listen, I done told the
whenever,
wrong age for so long that my mama and daddy didn't even know what. I'm so serious.
exactly. Well, whenever it gets to the new year, I have to stop and like do the math because is this the year that I turned this, or was I already this age and now I'm going to the next one?
Wow. Okay. Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I will say deconstructing, although that feels weird because I feel like, at my age, it's deconstructed at this point. It's past tense.
Yeah.
Um, but I really, and you guys can drop me if you're not interested in returning to something you were discussing earlier, but it was that the parable that you were discussing, I think it was two guests back. Um, and I noticed in the one that you put up on the banner, it kind of broke away from the last section, like the way the version that you were looking at, it almost looked like it was separating a piece of the parable. And I have the new international version is the one that I pulled open. I've got a couple of Bibles, but in that parable, it was the master who was saying that the manager had done a good job and that, yeah, you should do that. It wasn't Jesus. Jesus is actually right after that in 10 is basically reprimanding the the master for saying that the manager was smart to do that and to make friends. And he
Where
said,
you said in the new international version it says that?
yeah, I mean, I can
Let me.
pull it
The
up.
NIV. The NIV is the worst translation ever. They add their own, like their own interpretations to it. I don't recommend anybody to use the NIV for studying or reading the Bible. But let's go to it right quick because, like, as you can see, I went to the actual the older text, right? I mean, this is the actual um, oldest copies that we have of Luke 16. And this is verse 9 here on the screen. Can you see that?
I can see it. I don't
Yeah.
really understand what I'm looking at, like as far as like
This
the display layout. So I noticed that you
this
said that there were
is this
blanks.
yeah. This is the oldest copies that we have of Luke chapter 16 verse 9. And so where it's blank, there was nothing in the actual scrolls when they found them. So the scribes added, like, they had to kind of guess.
Guess where the references were going or what the
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And then these, even like with these orange, I mean the colored spots as well, were words that were added at a later date and things like that. So that's why I went to this site so that I could see what the older versions say, but let's see what the NIV says. I don't know why I keep wanting to type in Luke 18. Okay. It says the master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly for the people. Because he had acted shrewdly. So there are no quotation marks, right? It says the master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly. For the people of this world are more shrewd. Like, the master isn't talking here, right? This is Jesus still
Jesus,
telling the parable.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So it's.
Jesus is
I'm
sitting
sorry.
there.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Can you? Yeah. It says the master commit. This is Jesus talking with the quotation marks there, right? The master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly. And then he says, for the people of this world are more shrewd in dealing with their own kind than are the people of the light. And then Jesus says, I tell you, use worldly wealth to gain friends for yourselves, so that when it is gone, you will be welcomed into eternal dwellings. Like, that's Jesus talking. That's not the master talking. And then this is Jesus talking in verse 10. Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. And whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much. So if you have not been trustworthy in handling worldly wealth, who will trust you with the riches? And if you have not been trustworthy with someone else's property, who will give you property of your own? Yeah, like this, the master doesn't talk anymore until,
so,
after.
so
Let me, Fox, I don't like to be interrupted. Just give me
sorry.
one moment and I'll hand it back over to you, okay? Let's see, the manager said, just what should I do? He told him, take your bill. The master commended the dishonest manager. Yeah, the master doesn't talk anymore after he invites him into his office. And then this is just Jesus saying what the master did. Where are you saying that that Jesus is reprimanding the master?
So so the let's say in 16, hold on, 16:8, you're attributing the master commended the dishonest manager to Jesus, and I'm still attributing that to the master.
But do you see the quotation marks there?
That I don't see a closed quote. So you've
That's
got
Jesus talking,
run.
right? That hold on. That's where is the beginning quote of the master talking? Like it says the master commended. This is third person. Right? So who would the master be talking to here about himself?
The master is talking to the manager.
It says the master is talking to the manager about what the master did.
So no, so Jesus is telling the parable still, and
Thank
he's
you.
saying that the master commended the dishonest
Yeah. So who's
manager.
talking? Who's telling the story about
So
what the master did?
Jesus is telling the story
That's
about the
what I said,
master, and
right?
he's telling the story of what the master
That's what
said.
I said, right? The
Okay.
master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly. Then Jesus says, for the
And
people of this world, right, are more shrewd. Like, I'm confused. What
there,
are
yeah,
you
so
saying?
and that's what I'm saying is I'm saying that isn't, I don't know how you are determining that is now switched over to Jesus talking in first person rather than still relaying what the master said.
Where does he say the master said anything, Fox?
When he said the master commended the dishonest manager,
And did he say, hold on, did he say for the master said?
does he need to? I mean, I don't know that.
Yes, that's how biblical quotation messenger quotes work. That's how it works in antiquity. It'll say, thus says the Lord, thus says such and such, for he said. It definitely has to say that.
So then in 7, when he says, then he asked the second, is that Jesus asking the second person, how much do you
No,
owe?
who was talking here? The manager told him, who's talking here? You can see who's talking. The manager said to himself, right? That's a messenger quote. Okay. And here is a quote where the manager is talking to himself. What shall I do now? My master is taking away my job. I'm not strong enough to dig, and I'm ashamed to beg. I know what I'll do so that when I lose my job here, people will welcome me into their houses, right? That's the end of his internal dialogue, right? Then this is Jesus telling the rest of the story. So he called in each one of his master's debtors. He asked the first. Here's the Jesus quoting the master inside of his parable, right? This is still Jesus talking, but now he's quoting the manager. How much do you owe my master? In quote of the manager inside of Jesus's parable. Do you see that? And then this is the client talking. Here's the quotation mark. Here's the single quotation mark to show that it is still inside the parable. These are Jesus's quotation marks, and this is Jesus quoting the customer inside of the parable. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
900 gallons of olive oil. Do you see the messenger quotes?
Mm-hmm.
He replied, right? You don't see that in verse 9. This is Jesus's quotation marks. You don't see any in parable quotes, right? In verse 9, in verse 8 or 9.
So right, exactly, which is so, and it's fine if you and I disagree on this. I just wanted to say that the way that I read this, because the quote, there is no close quote in this particular from 8 to
But how
18.
show
There's
me
no
how you would,
close.
what I would like for you to do, okay? So we know we're gonna go back. Okay, so we know that this is client number 1 talking, right? Verse 6.
Okay.
9, that's client number 1. This is the manager talking, and Jesus is saying what the manager said. You got to keep in mind that Jesus is giving a parable. He's telling a story. These people
Yes.
aren't actually here.
Yes.
All right. So this is Jesus's quotation marks, and he says the manager told him. Okay, the him, right? Jesus is quoting who right here? Who's talking now? When he says take your bill, sit down, who's talking now right there in Jesus' story?
The 800, it's either the master or the manager. I understand what you're saying about.
Hold on. What I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Okay.
All right. So then verse 7, this is Jesus again, right? Then he asked the second. Here are the quotation marks. Ask, and how much do you owe? Right?
Right. And you've got the
Hold
single
on.
prompt.
And then this is the second the second customer right here. Right? And then this is the manager. This is Jesus talking. Ask the manager again.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then who's talking right now?
Jesus is talking through this whole thing.
Okay. Where do you see an end quote? Where do you see Jesus quoting somebody like he's quoted all these other people in verse 8? Hold on. I'm trying to understand. Give me just a second, okay? Like when this is Jesus telling a story, okay?
Mm-hmm.
As he's telling the story, he's quoting the characters in his story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and by him quoting the characters in the story, you see the character quotes, right? Inside the story, so you know that he's quoting a character in his story. Where are the character quotes in verses 8 and 9 that shows that he's quoting the words of the master character?
There are none. I get that. I get what you're saying. I don't want you to think that I don't understand why you have reached that conclusion.
I'm trying to understand how you're saying that it's the manager talking, that he's quoting a manager. I'm trying to understand how you're saying he's quoting a manager.
Okay, so when he's telling this parable, he's basically at the point for the quote part. He is acting out as the manager and the master in the sections where they're in quotes, right? And then this last piece where Jesus is speaking and he says the master commended. He begins this as if he is summarizing the point of view of the master.
How
So
do
it's
you
not
know that is my question? Like we know that he.
context
Hold on. No, what context?
because of the way that the rest of this parable or the rest of his speech continues on. The way that so the contradictions in answer to the contradictions that you find where he says you can't serve two
So hold on.
masters.
So the master is going to be telling him about. Is going to tell the master is going to tell the manager about eternal dwellings.
Yes,
Okay.
so
What are eternal dwellings to this master?
basically for the like for the rest of your life you're going to be welcomed because you've made friends
What does eternal mean?
forever.
So you're willing to say that a businessman, right, that's being stolen from, right, is saying to the employee who he's firing and that has stolen from him, right, and cost him money, he's saying to him, go out and make friends that are wealthy, right, so that you will always, so that when your wealthy friend's money is gone, you will be welcomed into houses that you can live in for the rest of your life.
More like Jesus is being snarky and saying, and so
Oh, you're
this
saying that Jesus,
master.
you're saying that the master is saying this to, you're saying Jesus is saying that this is what the master is saying to the manager that stole from him.
Yes, like Jesus is summarizing the master's intent in the in the giving the guy credit for being smart, like that Jesus is being snarky about the master's intention and appreciation, because in this parable when Jesus is speaking, he's speaking to an assembly of Jewish people. Among them are the Pharisees who love money, and so Jesus is being snarky because he's trying to call them out and say, hey, listen, I know you love your money and you're going to sneer at us because us people of light are just so dumb.
Nope,
But God
that's not
knows
that
your
first.
hearts.
That's not the context here. Like even after when Jesus starts back talking again, right? Jesus says, "So if you have not been trustworthy in handling worldly wealth, who will trust you with true riches?" Right?
Right,
Jesus says that if you can't be trusted to handle the wealth of rich men,
right,
who's going to give you the wealth of heaven?
right.
Right?
Yes.
So how are you saying that these are not Jesus's words? How are you saying that these are the words of the manager when Jesus confirmed it down here?
Because first it's still a part, it's a continuation of the master commended the
So now
dishonest.
this is Jesus talking as the master too.
And no, because it's new quote. That's what I meant by there's no end quote. So
Is
new
there an
quote.
end quote here? Is there an end quote here?
There is no end quote.
All right.
There was
Is
no
that
end quote.
there's
So
no end quote here? That all they just forgot to put the end quote. There's no end quote here either. They have, here's a new quote. No
yes,
no end quote, right?
yes,
New quote, end
yes,
quote, right?
yes,
Okay, they just forgot to put the end quotes. This is Jesus talking. Every
yes,
it's Jesus talking, and there
yes.
is never, right, a in character quote that says that Jesus is quoting the words of another character.
Right. I know. So how do I do this? So if I am using sarcasm, but like the modern language is, we have all sorts of things like the word like.
I think
And he's
I think
like,
you wish it was sarcasm. I think you wish that it was sarcasm, but there's no sarcasm in this text.
So
I think you wish that there is no context here to support sarcasm. I think you wish it was sarcasm because of what he said right here. Like he says, for the people of this world are more shrewd in dealing with their own kind than are the people of the light, right? I think you wish that was sarcasm. He says, I tell you, use worldly wealth to gain friends for yourselves, so that when it's gone, you will be welcomed into eternal dwellings. Like there's no there's no reason for this master to be saying this to a manager that he's about to fire for stealing from him. That's Jesus talking.
so then explain the master commended the dishonest manager because he acted so shrewdly.
Do you want to see what commended means right there? Let's
No,
see.
I know what commended
What is
means.
it?
I
What is
mean
it
that it's
in Greek?
named the
What did it
master
mean?
as making the commendation.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Make yourself friends. And the Lord commended the unjust steward because, okay, let's see. Because, hold on. Because he had done wisely, for the children of this world are in generation. For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. Let's see. See, so he praised and approved him, commended the unjust steward because he had done wisely. For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. Let's see. Let's go to commentary. Let's see. Let's see if we can find a commentary. Actually, hold on. Let's see if we can do this one. Let's see. We don't have to, like Martin Luther. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a thing commentary. Give me just a second. Okay.
Hey, so oh well, actually, it just went up. I I was entertaining this for my sake, but you guys do have like an audience and stuff.
No, it's okay. I
Okay,
wanna
I'm
know.
like,
Yeah.
I noticed the number drop, and I'm like, well, shoot, I can duck. I don't need to
Uh-uh.
see.
No, that's what we do in here. I wanna know. Hold on. I'm looking at logos. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. The logo software is loading. Okay, here we go. Search. All right. Luke. Oh, excuse me. Luke 16. 8b. Come on, Luke. Here we go. Okay. Now, give me verse 8. All right. And give me the commentary on it. The price is although the reduction of debts cost the master money. All right. Here we go. Wisely or prudently, the term is morally ambiguous, but the overall parable implies that Jesus does not. It stops right there. Hold on. How do I get you to open up? Let's see. How do I get you to open up all the way? not the injustice, but because he had done wisely or prudently with commendable foresight and skillful adaptation of means to end. Children of this world, their portion in this life, mind earthly things, their generation, or for their generation, that is, for the purpose of the world they are of, the greater wisdom or shrewdness of the one and adaptation of means to ends, and an energetic, determined prosecution of them is none of it for God and eternity, a region they were never in, an atmosphere they never breathed, an undiscovered world, an unborn existence to them.
So I will admit that first, as far as the Bible goes, I think that it is entirely of man, and that the same way as just about any um, religion or culture for that matter have word of mouth and stories and so on. Like that's how I view the Bible. I just think that the Jewish people unfortunately had their heritage, uh, you know, commandeered for other, whether it be political, whatever historical purposes there were for consolidating it into the book known as the Bible now. And that some of the stuff that's in there, because it is piecemeal, doesn't always make sense. But I happen to like this particular parable just because it seemed, at least the way I read it, it seemed to be good advice from Jesus to basically, you know, even if your fellow followers will guide you in doing something against their interest, but give you like a compliment to say, hey, good job, that was smart of you. That is not okay. That is just because your master has said that you did a good job there. Keep in mind, you didn't do a good job. God knows your heart. And that's the way that I read it. So
So this is what it says, right? In Luke 16:8b, the phrase reads, "For the children of this age are more shrewd in dealing with their own generation than are the children of light." Most scholars agree that Jesus himself is speaking in Luke 16:8b. The first part of Luke 16a, "and his master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly," is likely the conclusion of the parable, where the earthly master praises the dishonest manager for his cunning. However, in Luke 16:8b, the narrative shifts from the parable to Jesus' commentary, where he draws a lesson from the story. Children of this age equals people who operate according to worldly values,
mhm.
often acting with shrewdness and self-interest. Children of light equals those who follow God's ways, usually referring to believers. See John 12:36, Ephesians 5:8. Jesus' point is worldly people are often more strategic, resourceful, and forward-thinking in their affairs than believers are in spiritual matters, which is what we said. So it's Jesus. So Jesus is saying that the master commended the dishonest manager because he acted shrewdly. This is 16:8b right here. That's Jesus's narrative.
Yes.
Right. That's what I said.
So yes, and I just following that, following everything that you just said, is still in summary of the parable. Jesus isn't Jesus isn't commending them to be like the clever modern people. He is making an observation that is just a reality. And then
I mean,
in
that's your interpretation. He
in
literally says,
10
I'm sorry, no. He literally says, "I tell you," and then he says, "use worldly wealth to gain friends for yourselves, so that when it is gone, you will be welcomed into eternal dwellings." So he used it, right? This parable was used, right, to teach a lesson. And he says, get yourself some rich friends, right? So that when all of this is gone, you'll be welcomed into eternal dwellings. Like I get that you don't like what lesson Jesus taught here, and you can make it say whatever you want to say. That's what interpretation is about, right? But I'm not looking to make Jesus look squeaky clean. Jesus isn't my Lord and Savior. This is just what the text says, right? Like he literally says, use worldly wealth to gain friends for yourselves. But I don't know. I don't know
Yeah, like,
how clear he can get there.
well, so my interpretation, your interpretation, and the host of
I'm not
interpretations that
interpreting anything. I'm not interpreting anything. That's basic reading comprehension.
you just looked up the in
I
a
know
sprinkle of effort to
what I looked
find
up.
how it was
No, what I
attributed.
looked
Hold
up.
on.
Like I understand that Jesus, like this, the Jesus that you know, and the interpretation that you've given yourself. Like I said, you don't have right to take the text for what it is. You can make it say whatever you want it to say. What I looked up was commentary to see who was talking, because you said that this is the master talking. That's what I looked up. I looked up to see what children of this age meant and children of light meant, and what references they use for that. I'm not interpreting anything. You're the one that needs this to be some meaningful text to you. But verse 9, this is Jesus talking, not the master. And he says, I tell you, use worldly wealth to gain friends for yourselves, so that when it is gone, you will be welcomed in eternal dwellings. It can't get any clearer than that he's saying that. Like, if you don't, you're the one who was saying that this was the master, that Jesus was saying that the master said all of this. And I looked up to see what the scholarly census is on that. And all the scholars say that 16b starts the narrative. This narrative shifts from the parable to Jesus's commentary, where he draws a lesson from the story. So, like, you don't have to accept that. You can keep on believing what you already told yourself about it.
Okay, I didn't realize I was muted.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Good grief.
That's freaking ridiculous. I can't help that the text says something different than what y'all been telling yourselves. Like, I can't help that. And then you don't, like, you just keep believing what you believed this whole time. It's been working for you. Like, I don't know what she wanted me to do. Like, if you say that, I'm going to research to see what the fuck it is. DJ Richie Rich. I don't see how she was saying that was the manager. Like, she just said fuck the end quote messages. Like, and then I like the fact that I even entertained that shit and even pulled up the logo software, which takes a lot of my computer power, because that motherfucker is takes forever to even come up, and then it's hard to navigate. I'm mad that I even entertained that shit, because not saying the messenger quotes should have been enough. Like, god damn. If you're in the guest box and you're waiting to come up, we have about 45 minutes left until the weekend starts. Please let us know so that we can bring you on stage. I like sometimes, like I know, like I don't know, believers that if you're stuck on a specific idea of your God, I suggest that you don't come in here, right? Because I'm not in here looking for an meaning in this text. And so what the text says, I'm going to accept, right? You may not be able to. And so if you've told yourself that this text means something to you and that it says something else, don't come in here, because you're going to come in here trying to like fight and make it say what you needed to say, and I'm not just gonna accept that shit, right? I'm gonna research, right? So don't, like, this is not Bible study. This is deconstruction Bible study. Like, this is not that type of Bible study. What's up, Kate?
I don't think they're loading.
Let's see, let me take him down.
And she was just gonna force that shit.
Yeah, like, god dang. Jeff. And then honestly, like, it ain't bad advice. It isn't bad advice, because if you have wealthy friends, 9 times out of 10 they gonna open doors for you. They're gonna introduce you to shit.
Right.
Like one of the things that I was taught is that your income looks like the top 5 people in your contact list. Like the top 5 people that you fuck with. Like, your income is usually matches them. So like, he didn't give bad advice. So why are you even fighting that? Like, he didn't shut down the guy that did some, deceitful shit, but he also didn't praise him like that. Like, chill out. That's one of the secrets that the wealthy have known this whole fucking time. Get you some rich friends. Right, or a rich baby daddy Lex. And then it's so crazy how much Jesus's followers tend to not like wealth. I'm sure that it's because Jesus goes on to say that you can't serve both God and wealth. But they
Mm-hmm.
tend to not like wealth. Like, talking about wealth makes their asses get quiet. You see how quiet it got in here? Like,
Yeah, but how is it serving wealth? It makes no sense.
mm-hmm.
Oh, they
But all
just
the
want to do
pastors are
review.
wealthy.
Right.
These pastors be driving jets, driving Bentleys and Maseratis, and living in
It's a
mansions.
mind fuck.
A straight up mind fuck. Remember the guy that was on stage? He couldn't even bring himself to even ask his God for money so that he could feed people.
Right.
Like, they feel like they're not even
Mm-mm.
supposed to approach their God about money. Like, that's some crazy shit. How somber it gets in here when the topic is about wealth. The topic is about you getting rich friends, and you about to fall the fuck apart because your Jesus says get rich friends. You
Mm-mm.
can't believe that your Jesus would give that type of advice. Like, that's crazy. That's insane,
I mean,
man.
that's what he did, though, ain't it? He was giving
Yeah,
advice from experience.
exactly. He had women footing his bill.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. I don't know. Like this, it just, like, for me too. They need Jesus to be the love that they feel like they're not getting in real life or something, because it's like it's almost as if she's like, it took away the, like, oh, it's more. I forgot what she said that she uses it for, but it was more so a touchy feely woolly type,
Mm.
like a moral thing. Like uh, Jesus is saying, don't worry about money, eternal life, and just following Him. Like, damn, yo, Jesus didn't have any practicality to him. He didn't give any practical advice. Like that's how y'all are acting sometimes. That's how she acted just a minute ago, but that's how a lot of y'all act. Is that you can't ask your Jesus for money. You can ask your Jesus for healing for other people. It don't work like that. Like y'all, like your Jesus has no practical use. And a
Mm-mm.
lot of y'all have came in here and y'all have literally made your Jesus like there is no need for him. Like seriously, like there is none. Like
Very limited.
very limited. Jerome, how are you?
Jerome?
What's your name? Ain't it Jerome?
Me?
Yeah, don't your name say Jerome? What does that say?
Oh, am I on the panel? I didn't request to come up here. It's Jeremy. Sorry, it's
Oh,
just spelled
that's
differently.
Jeremy.
Yeah. I was just listening. I
Jerome
didn't
and
even
a
know you guys could
half.
hear me. That's great.
I heard you say Jerome.
I didn't even think I had enough followers to get on here. Awesome. But I don't have any. I just love listening to you guys. You can drop me. I'm not. I don't
Oh
have any comments.
goodness.
Why you spell your? Is it? Do am I the only one that's ever called you Jerome?
No, everybody. Yeah, a lot of people say it like that. Yeah, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
Jeremy. My parents were just, I guess, hippies or something. They thought they were going to spell it differently. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
That's hilarious.
I heard him like whisper Jerome. Earth Zone on YouTube said they could be frying me with these names. It's it's bad when the YouTube audience is like, what the fuck is wrong with Thinker?
Think I just got a revelation.
Oh, what?
I gotta
I
download
know
Anchor.
I knew there was one civil rights lawyer on the plane, but I didn't know it was four.
It was
Uh,
what?
four civil rights lawyers. That's what someone said. I knew there was one. I knew
Are
it was
you
one.
kidding me?
Yeah. And it was
Shut up.
also, man, listen, another the flight attendant, he was there was one black and one white male, and a black woman, she, oh my goodness, left behind two children and a husband.
What on which plane? The one on the Washington jet or on the American airline plane?
American Airlines.
What were they doing on the plane with the skaters? Why were the civil rights? Oh, their children were there.
It was an actual flight.
Oh, I thought it was a flight of skaters.
No, mm-mm. There was other people on there. Yeah, the skaters were just coming from some type of competition, I believe.
When I read about it, it was saying it was 60 skaters, 60 ice
No,
skaters.
it
So
wasn't.
it wasn't just all ice skaters.
No.
What the fuck? And how the fuck did they wreck? Like, have you ever heard of two airplanes wrecking in the air like that? Like have you ever heard of that before?
Oh, what'd you say? I was talking to my son.
Have you ever heard of two planes wrecking in the air like that?
No.
Mm-mm. And even for the government plane, that whole airway was
Right.
supposed to be
It
clear for
doesn't
them.
make sense. It was a government Black Hawk. Yeah, it was a Black Hawk helicopter that ran into the American Airlines plane. It doesn't. I'm like, when the fuck is there
right?
a is there a plane wreck in the air? Like
Well,
they
you know,
literally
everybody
always
was
make
short.
sure there's enough space between the flights. Like, so how the fuck?
They was short staffed. After Trump did what he did, like, it just it fucked up everything. It
Do
really
we
fucked
know?
up everything.
Do we know if the four civil rights lawyers that were on, were they involved in any major civil rights cases? Do we know?
I
Like,
don't
do we
know.
know
I
who they
don't know.
are? This
I
is
saw one. Yeah, I've never seen the one before yesterday, but I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, this shit just
I
sounds
But I
seen
fishy
know
that.
as
it's
fuck. Just learning
I
that there
know
were
there's
four civil
shirts.
rights lawyers on there, it just sounds fishy than a motherfucker. Like, even just reading the article yesterday, I was like, why? How the fuck did that happen? Right? Like a government Black Hawk running into a American Airlines. Like, I was like, that don't make no sense. Even when I thought it was 60 ice skaters on board. Now that I'm learning there's four civil rights lawyers on there. Like, what the fuck? Who were they and where were they working on? Something don't sound right. The guy was training. So no, they somebody just said, you said there were four civil rights lawyers, right, on board. Lala.
Hello?
Yeah, you said there was
Okay, I
four.
I just know of one. Someone in the chat said it was four. I just
Four
saw the
lawyers.
one.
Let me see. Hold on.
And she was going on to be a professor at Harvard. I'm not Harvard, but Howard, I believe. She was supposed to start this fall. Yeah.
It says at least three civil rights lawyers were among the passengers who died in the American Airlines Flight 5342 crash on January 30, 2025. The victims included Kaya Duggins, a civil rights attorney, and former Miss Kansas contestant, and Elizabeth Keys, and Sarah Lee Best, associate at Wilkinson Steckloff. Kaya Duggins, a civil rights attorney who worked at the Civil Rights Corps in Washington, D.C., Elizabeth, an associate at the litigation boutique in Wilkinson Steckloff, and Sarah Lee Best, an associate litigation boutique at Wilson Steckloff. So the two of them worked at the same fucking law firm. So it's three. Three civil rights attorneys so far. 67 people dead. Oh my god, this is them. This is them. Oh, that's her. She's so young.
You heard me?
Huh? What do you say?
I said Trump blamed DEI for the crash,
Oh my god.
and as well as Obama and Biden, even though he fired the head of FAA and did a freeze on air traffic controllers and a whole list of other stuff. So a lot of them where the position you're supposed to have two people, it was only one. So it was like one person doing a job of two people in a lot of the positions. So I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. You also had two Russian skaters on there. So it's a lot of stuff that, people are thinking right now. It's just weird. It's mm-mm.
That's what I'm wondering if anybody, if they had any pending cases. Who? Somebody said because a woman was driving the helicopter. Who said that? Well,
Mm.
who said that?
I thought they were both white males. I mean, white men pilots in the
Somebody.
helicopter and under training. But I mean, even with their training, it's not like that's their first time up there. Like they train extensively. And it was probably a training exercise, which they do all the time, which doesn't mean, necessarily that they were training the pilot. Because they do training exercise all the time here to get ready, or, if there's a war or something like that.
They're not showing the other. Wait, was she one of them, or is she giving a? No, they're not showing the other
No, there
people
was
that
no
died.
survivor.
Um, no, I was asking if her picture was one of the ones that died.
Oh, okay.
It was among the 4 crew members and 60 passengers that died. And Lily. Um. Okay, her. Russian figure skaters. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, Afro Talk. Somebody joked and said he's probably going to change it to White Hawk.
But you know what's funny though? I don't even think they would put the actual manifesto of the people that were on, like whoever was actually on those planes. You get what I mean? Like if there was like someone legit important in there that they needed to take out, I don't think they would add that to the
Oh,
manifesto.
no, I don't believe either.
Yeah,
I
they
was
wouldn't
thinking
put that
that
on
that
there.
night. It happened.
Yeah,
They
it just
definitely
because it
wouldn't
just
put
don't
them on
sound right,
there.
does it? It don't sound right. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the first crash in 16 years.
Like the first airplane crash, like with another airplane, or just airplane
Hmm.
crash with American Airlines in 16 years.
The first airplane crash with another airplane.
And they were barely in the air. So I think that looks more like an execution to me, but like
Yeah,
more.
because you saw how they changed the route.
Mhm.
They changed the route.
Yeah, I
Like
think.
you could watch it. Like I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. The Black Hawk was going. He was on a certain route, then all of a sudden it changed.
Yeah, that they weren't supposed to be on the same airspace as the American Airlines. They like the military aircraft have a specific like cleared airway for them. Like, but for some reason they were on the same. Like that doesn't make any sense. If it was that easy to mess something up like that, planes would be crashing into each other every day. Like
Hmm.
they clear airways for a reason.
That's what I said. They usually make sure there's a lot of space between each plane. That's why when I read it yesterday, I was like, this doesn't even make any sense that a Black Hawk and a American airline jet would even crash, like that they would even meet up in the air. Like that shit don't make sense. It's not.
Use there
It's not
everybody. No one made it. There were no
right.
survivors.
Right. So whatever like happened, so whatever would be happening, whether on the Black Hawk or on the other plane, we have no clue because everyone that was there is dead.
Yep. I mean, the way that I thought it was, I thought somebody was messing with us when I first saw it. Because I'm like, there is no way. The way it collided into it, just, it didn't seem right. Yeah, but are they going to tell us the truth with the black box? Like, come on. And with this administration, let's be real.
Right. It's not gonna be in the black box tomorrow, sure.
Oh shit. That I don't know if I can take any more bad news today. Like god damn.
It's been bad every day.
Every, yes, back
Every day. You just wake up to something. You're just going about your day
to back
something.
to back to back. And it's like, part of me is like, damn, I don't want to hear anymore. But at the same time, I don't want to be walking around here,
Yeah.
not knowing.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know, you can't prepare. If you don't know what this man is thinking, you can't prepare.
Mm. But I agree with Breezy too, where she was like, you gotta have some type of balance. Like,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
yeah.
Definitely.
When I the so my meeting with my team this morning, as soon as we get on Zoom, the first thing they talk about is the plane accident. And I was like, phew, like
Mm.
Like all this, like the fact that what it's day 8 or something like that, and he's done this much, like it's on purpose.
Oh,
It's on
yeah.
purpose. And the fact that like the American people are just like, okay, all right, I guess he's just doing this. Let's watch. Let's see what else he's gonna do. But
He's
that
trying to
man,
burn us out.
yes, he's burning us out like crazy.
But I'm not, like, I do believe in balance. Definitely. Find you a way to center.
I don't think there's anybody in the box. Well, hold on, yes it is. I don't, is it Alexis?
Mhm.
Is it Alexis? Hello?
It's Alexis.
I said Alexis.
You didn't have enough
Who just opened my
S's.
door? Hey, Tiki Butt! Hey, Kenny's baby! Look at you walking! Come here!
She's a mother who just opened my door.
I was about to jump through the phone. Like, come on now.
Oh, and then look, now he sticks his hand in my spaghetti and just eats it. Like he just
Yeah,
walks up to my
he come
spaghetti and
in.
just eats it.
He can smell that spaghetti from outside. That's why he came in for real. He said, "What you got going on in here?"
And then he walks away with a meatball in his mouth.
I told you that was his only mission. He
That
could
is
smell it from
hilarious.
outside.
No, 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 no. Leave that alone. No, no, no. Come here.
Yeah,
Come
our
here.
spaghetti, Kamari.
TV anchor, how are you? Here, he gonna get his clothes dirty. Can you take that off and put it? Here, take this in the kitchen and feed it to him and take his clothes off so he don't get dirty. Okay. Here, go follow daddy. Go to daddy. Go get the spaghetti.
I take my clothes off to eat too.
Go to
Okay, that's
daddy.
the best way. What the hell?
Is you summoning Beelzebub or you sleep?
Uh,
Right?
TV anchor.
He in
I'm
the
gonna get
underworld.
some. I'm gonna
Sound
drop
like
him.
pressure.
Wait, I thought there was pressure for a
Right,
second.
me too.
Yeah.
Hey, little mama. Hey, little pretty girl. Say hi, everybody. Say hi.
Yeah.
He's That's so pretty with your little fur coat. Okay, there's nobody else in the box. I don't bring up accounts without a username. So please put a username. Put a username, and then I can bring you up. It's difficult, right, to call all of those numbers. Um. But there's nobody else in the box, y'all. If you are, we have about 25 more minutes in the show. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. You said call them. Okay, I could do that. I don't want to call them an inmate. I was going to say I could do that. Call them a TikTok inmate. Go to. Okay, look, I'm gonna bring you up and I'm gonna tell you. Hit request again. This will be the only time that I bring up a username. Come up right quick, and then we'll up you.
When they get up here, say, state your number.
Like changing your username should be easy though. Like you just go to your um
Profile.
your profile,
And go
hit
to
edit profile.
settings. Yeah.
That
I
ain't that
can't.
the first thing that the app tells you to do when you get
It
on.
is. It is. But
I was about to ask. I don't know how you got past it the first time, but hopefully you find it this time.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the people who had user inmate number here deleted the app whenever it went down. I don't see a whole lot of them no more.
Yeah, there's a guy. My brother just sent me a video. There's a guy. He is highly pissed because his phone updated while he was asleep, and TikTok was gone. The
Hmm.
TikTok was gone. Ooh, no, little man. He closed my door for me. Thank you. And so he had to download a VPN. But I was telling people, like in my video, to turn off them updates, and then there were Apple tech reps in the comments was like, it ain't gonna go nowhere. It's like, this ain't even remotely true. And then some people were saying that it updated and they still have the app, and then for some people it's the app is not working after they update. So I think it depends. It might depend on what phone you have, or what. But there, some people probably just didn't listen because there were Apple reps in my comments telling people that that wasn't true. So they probably didn't take it seriously. It might depend on what phone you have, though. I don't know. We'll see if we get another guest, y'all. If not, then we'll start the weekend. Be real. Hi, how are you?
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I am just wanted to let you know that I am an atheist. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I've been having issues trying to purchase coins, and it just keeps saying it's unavailable. I was just wondering if anyone else have had that issue.
Yeah. Have you tried going to the website to tiktok.com/coins and purchasing it
No.
that way? That's
Okay.
what we've been doing. Like I think you can only do it through the website right now. And then also, if you like subscribe to your favorites creators, you have to do it while they're live. Go to like the live feed, click on their profile, and then up in the right hand corner you can subscribe, but you can't do it unless they're live.
Okay, I'll give that a
Yeah.
try. Yeah, because I tried to subscribe to you, and I was like wondering what's going on, and I couldn't make any purchases, any coin purchases or anything. So I was I was kind of perplexed on what the heck was going on, and I didn't want to uninstall the app because I was afraid that it may not bring it back up.
It's not going to bring it back because Apple has decided not to put the app, Apple and Google has decided not to put the app back in the App Store until it's sold to an American buyer.
Oh, okay. And it did say that it was unavailable and that they're working on it to be available for the US. So obviously that must have something to do with it.
Oh yeah, I know they had a deal in place and they had to make some adjustments to the deal. So we might be back to normal pretty soon. But I think they definitely have a deal in place.
Okay. All right. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna keep trying, keep plugging away. And I just, on the last note, I wanted to say that you are a very awesome woman. I really appreciate what you do. I've been listening for forever, basically, And everyone
Thank
on the
you.
panel, everybody is awesome. Y'all doing a really wonderful job. And just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Be
Thank you.
Real.
Much love, bro.
All right, all right. Y'all
All right.
take care. And
You
I'll
too.
keep listening.
You too.
All right. Storm got her badge back. Storm said, "Oh my God, it worked." Yeah. So if you lost your nerd badge while we're live right now, go to the live feed and click on my profile picture, and just sign up like via PayPal or put a prepaid card or something there, so you can get it back. Girl, you got acid reflux. Oh my God. Hold on. You just threw up everywhere, little Tinky. Huh? She just threw up. Huh? She just threw up. Oh my God. I don't think we're gonna get another guest, y'all. Is Christina's going live today?
She didn't say she wasn't.
Okay. So I'll probably come over there and chill with y'all. Since I hold on, Swaggy Poet, were you trying to come up? Yeah, yeah. I'll get her in a minute. I'm finna get off. Okay. Um. Goodness gracious. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably come chill over in Christina's live for a little bit. Fridays, I get to play a little bit, so I'll come over and chill on Christina's live a little bit, and then y'all know I chill with Mezzo tonight at 10 Central, and I will see y'all this week later on, and we'll be back on Sunday, y'all.
Okay.
New
Yeah.
episode is up, y'all, on the
Yeah.
podcast.
Yep, new episode of Heinous Beliefs. Don't forget you're on Spotify, right? Or Apple Podcast?
Everywhere. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, anywhere you can listen to a podcast.
Okay. Where are you at your subs? Do you have a sub goal for your on your
No, I have
podcast?
to get to 10,000 listens first before I can start subbing. So y'all share the podcast, please.
And how many listens are you at right now, so we can keep track of your goal?
Just about 60. We're getting there.
Okay. Let's get her to her first 100. So, by when we come back on Sunday, the goal is to be at 100 listens. Is that a fair goal? 40 more people, or
Yes,
is that too small?
that's good. That's good. Look, when I see one pop up, I'm so happy. So that's amazing.
Okay, let's see if we can help Rhea get to 100 listens by Sunday, y'all. If you haven't listened to it, it's really good. The Heinous Crimes is focused on it's kind of like a true crime podcast, but with a religious twist. You want to tell them a little bit, like?
Yeah, it's basically it's called Heinous Beliefs. It's on every platform you can look it up on. I'll send the links out if you guys need to. It's a podcast that's focused on like the parallels between true crime and beliefs. A lot of the times when people like off their family members, like family annihilations, or like when people drink the Kool-Aid, right? It's like over thousands of people dying at the same time. And I basically covered those cases as to like, why do you think you need to unalive your family members or your children? And a lot of family annihilations happen because people think, they're serving God. God, like there's, stories like when people think, oh, God is not going to accept my children into heaven, so I'm going to off them now, right? Like stories like that, those are the kinds of stories that I covered. So, yeah.
The last story was crazy as hell, and like listening to it, like y'all go check it out. Just go check it out. Also, in 2 weeks, I will be co-hosting with the Atheist Experience on Truth Talks. This is the show where people can call in about and share their beliefs about anything, whether it be aliens, flat earthers, anything. And so I'll let y'all know the exact date. I met with them yesterday, so they're going to email me the exact date. But it's 2 weeks from today. So make sure y'all come support and show and let them know. Truth wanted. Let them know that we got a community over here that rocks, and so we can get what I really want to get to is the Heathen show, the Heathen talk show. That's the one I want to be on. So I got to do well on Truth talks to get to the heathen one, because
That's
that's where we
amazing.
rock, huh?
I said that's amazing. Getting on the show with them, and the fact that they they want to see it and see if they can keep you on permanently.
Yeah,
That's good.
yeah. So y'all know I can't stand philosophy. I can't stand
Right.
philosophy.
Yeah.
I cannot stand the flat earthers. So I'm hoping that we get some decent calls about religion. And I can talk about aliens. I can talk about spirituality, but them flat earthers and them fucking philosophy people, I'm gonna lose my shit on the show. But
Working
yeah.
on my character right now.
So don't do that.
Like, don't you know that God made the earth flat? Yeah.
Don't please just wait until that the test is over and then you can come with that. Let me pass the test first. But I'll see y'all on Christina's live in about 30 minutes. I think she goes live in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
see y'all in a minute. Love y'all. Have a good weekend. For those of y'all that are done with deconstruction for the weekend, have a great
Right.
weekend.
Bye,
Bye,
Bye.
y'all.
y'all. Much love.
Bye. Bye to the YouTubers. Bye, Ethereal. Bye, Brian. Have a good weekend.